Chapter 150, Konosuba Side Part 35. Away from the realm of humans, there are several realms that supernatural beings live in. Involving a lot of religions and myths, those realms are scattered across the planet and hidden from humans' eyes. In these realms, there are multiple heavens depending on different mythologies. The Christian heaven is the base and home of angels of the three factions. It resembles a place sitting above the clouds with a bright white ceiling high overhead. It is guarded by a large gate and has a white stone path and stone buildings, which appear to be floating. Leo's expressionless face cracked a little when he saw this place, but then he shook his head. Why does heaven look like some big compound? You're going to heaven now. Drake's voice was heard from the necklace. First, those kids playing hero got used to wipe the floor, then it's heaven. Drake started to think this day is just accelerating in a bad way. Who knows, last time I checked, heaven was another dimension with different laws of reality and all entities there could only exist in the form of concepts. Replying with a flat voice, Leo ignored the heaven surprising design. It's such a weird scene for him, despite seeing it a couple of times with his clairvoyance. Angels living in heaven without being God's perfect tools. Leo confirmed again that unlike the true conceptual and divine origin angels, these beings in DXD are more like living creatures, a different species named angels. Shaking his head, the area around Leo started to flicker before he vanished from this place. Then in an instant, he disappeared and appeared inside the seventh heaven. This place is the most secure vault inside of the entire Christian heaven. After all, it contains a lot of importance. For example, the sacred gear system and the gods system. Also, this is where the God of the Bible resident when he was alive. Looking left and right, Leo took off in a casual manner, heading towards a certain area. He didn't see the angels here a lot, maybe one or two, and they were all high-ranking, but they couldn't spot him at all. What to say? It's the nature of demons and even jinn to be hidden and distort the information that reflects on them. Without a proper means and ability, finding Leo could be impossible because the information that needs to detect him is distorted by nature. It didn't take him long to reach a closed gate with thousands of barriers and magical devices. The best description of it was a vault door equipped with rocket launchers. Usually, even if he can mostly ignore it and burst it open, entering this place might require a little effort, yet, Leo already scanned the true Longinus and got a bunch of backdoors and loopholes via the nature of the will inside of it. With a snap of his fingers, the space distorted around him before the scene switched into another room. Here inside one of the most important places in heaven, the God's system core, Leo looked at this place for a moment. It was completely empty and no one was here at the moment. The only thing here was the fancy decorations and the glowing Bible floating in the middle. Probably all those archangels are busy managing heaven, especially after a certain angel caused a big show. Well, it's kinda good or Leo will have to deal with them. Peaceful options are mostly for people that have spare time to waste and Leo doesn't have that. So, he prefers the path of violence to save explaining and agreement time. Walking towards the floating Bible, which is the core, Leo casually dropped several boundary fields and barriers to secure the place. Looking at the core of God's system and the whole heaven, Leo's brain was running a lot of calculations and analysis based on the available data. The signal was received here. Removing his eyes from the core, Leo looked at the sides of the fancy room. Very quickly, the values and data of the messages were treated by the system before it was distributed again. Saying that, Leo began walking in certain directions in the room. Earth, Uriel was here, in the rear and back wind, Raphael was in the left water, Gabriel's position was to the right fire, Michael, at the front the positions of the angels were switched. The element alignment was also changed and weakened. Leo continued walking while whispering certain words before reaching behind the system core. Residue of Kabbalah magic, on a very large scale. With every new word, the weird feeling around Leo increased. Surprisingly enough, the Tree of Life, Sephiroth, is present here in a physical form inside the third heaven. But needless to say, it isn't enough to spread the residues to a big scale. Then where did the signals go? Such a vast spread to something needs to at least be. Thinking for a moment, Leo put his hand on the core. Slowly, several functions of this system were presented in Leo's head. He scanned them all before he stopped at the belief function. Faith is an important factor and aspect of all divine power systems. Also, Christianity is a religion with a huge influence and strength, which should receive a lot of belief according to this system. This is true, but for some reason, Leo frowned. Only believe. Removing his hand, Leo closed his eyes and let his senses spread past this place. For every divine entity, there's an ability to hear things about their names. Prayers, offerings, such things can easily be perceived by the desired divine entity. Even Leo can feel and hear the prayers, but usually, he turns it off. But when he activated it in this place, he was blasted by hundreds, no, millions. Millions of prayers echoed in his head. It was slightly annoying at first, but Leo didn't care that much. His eyes were fixed on the system core. Thinking about it, this world power system is incapable of using the illusions and dreams of humanity. What a coincidence! Sighing, Leo took a few steps away from the system core. Magic is a backdoor, an alternative answer to those whose wishes are not fulfilled and for those whose prayers to God went unanswered. Now, with this world condition, the only way left is. Thelema. Leo tapped his forehead in annoyance before he said, well fucking played, without caring about cursing in heaven or something. Leo said, Toru, you sneaky bastard. Such a simple principle, yet very effective. I admit it, impressive, very impressive. Leo felt the headache of his brain and soul increase, but what can he do? It's such a bullshit situation. Magic is an art that has a lot of laws and regulations. Preparation is a very important key in magic. If the preparation is well done, even a toddler can activate magic that can sink a continent. The arrangements can span a wide range of aspects. Location, time, condition, mentality, available resources, etc. This is how Toru magic works. But this is DXD's world, so how could the Toru magic system function properly here? Well, now it's DXD world power system, but at a certain time, it wasn't exactly, well, at least on a certain thing. Thelema is a whole magic system based on Iwa's secrets and Alistair's work. This system that uses Iwa's secrets as a cornerstone is probably the only way for entities that go beyond the limits of Christianity to translate and exist in the material world. It's also the origin of a lot of things, like artificial angels and even espers. After all, they could also be called failed Thelemic magicians. Yes, espers originated from Thelema. The whole project of espers, personal reality, is a result of adapting and copying a certain experiment that went around this magic system. Also, an important concept in Thelema is that of eons, divisions of human history named after Egyptian deities, and each characterized by certain forms of belief and expression. There are three primary eons. The first is the Eon of Isis, which is the period of primitive religions before the establishment of Christianity. The second is the Eon of Osiris, which is a period in the classical and medieval centuries, believed to be one of stagnation, where humanity worshipped a single god during the spread of Christianity. The third and the newest is the Eon of Horus, when it is believed humanity will enter a time of self-realization and self-actualization, achieving a true awakening after the downfall of Christianity. This is the religion and the magic system built by Aleister Crowley via Iwa's secrets. Usually, the world is always in the Eon of Osiris, but sometimes, especially because of the concept of the multiverse, such a fact cannot stand anymore because each world is a new reality and a surprise. For example, Whitebeard and Leon. Their worlds are in the Eon of Isis according to Thelema teachings. A time of primitive religions before the existence of Christianity. So, if we take it like this, the possibility of finding a world beyond the Eon of Osiris isn't impossible, in fact, it's right in front of everyone. This world. The world named High School DXD is a world almost stepping into the Aeon of Horus according to Thelema. This is another reason why Leo was getting those hallucinations directly after acquiring his personal reality. In this world that is close to Aeon of Horus, the thelemic aspects of espers were already triggered and made Leo face himself because Thelema is a system based on will. But it still lacks one critical push. That push is almost impossible to achieve because this world's laws also deny a very critical aspect, which is humanity's illusions and dreams. No matter how ridiculous it sounds, humans' illusions and dreams are a very terrifying force and power. It's something that could create miracles from just delusions. For example, the phases and world rejector in Toru, and even Alea, the collective unconscious will of mankind to avoid extinction in Type Moon. DXD world beings are more of living creatures rather than just conceptual existences. They can use humanity's beliefs in their religions, but that is it. They couldn't tap into the hidden form of power because the laws of the world don't allow such an act. This will even limit a very important concept in Thelema, which is the true will. Because of the limits of the laws, jumping into the Aeon of Horus is just a dream without a platform to use. But what if there was a thing that these laws don't necessarily apply to? A thing that operates on a field of his own laws beyond the regular ones. Even so, a proper platform is needed, so we can only dream. A dream, if the material world laws didn't allow such an act, then attempting to virtually perform it isn't impossible. This is what happened in Asgard and what Toru took advantage of. It's like an avalanche effect, just throw one and let everything follow. The Asgard accident has included a lot of concepts and aspects, beyond this reality limits, yet it balanced perfectly. First, losing control in Asgard near Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil is one of the main figures in the Norse mythology, a primitive Aeon of Isis religion in Thelema view. Yet, unlike most of those things, Yggdrasil is the purest entity there. It has so much relation with the fundamental parts of the world than a lot of things. Also, because of this accident, Leo's aim field was going like crazy. It might didn't affect the world outside Asgard at first, but what is Yggdrasil? The world tree. Personal reality and the aim field that carries it are in a sense a different reality with their own laws. The faint influence has already been carried by the tree to the outside realm, changing it slightly in a virtual aspect into an atmosphere that resembles Toru's world. The whole situation with the system caused the angels to be helpless and pray to God. But unlike the usual, the angels' positions at the praying were different than the description in the religion. After all, Michael is the leader of heaven now and other archangels also had changed. This refers directly to the Aeon of Osiris. Something like position and place to stand isn't important in DXD, but in Toru, such acts can only be described as a distortion of world laws themselves. This can cause elements to switch between archangels, and because of this big distortion, the whole four elements were thrown into a blender. The elements distortion was also present in Asgard when the seasons were going in chaos around the angel. In Eastern concepts, 4 seasons are related directly to the 4 elements. All in all, this is an act that will allow a lot of violations in the regular laws, which in a sense is the beginning of the downfall of the Aeon of Osiris. Now, everything is set for the last push. When people are in despair, they'll seek the light of hope desperately, such is magic, Leo whispered faintly as he looked at the core of the system, then to the book of law in his hands. Thoughts of humans can be easily influenced, not to mention some lost prayers and hopes. Only then Toru worlds will possess the true Longinus and sent the signal to the system. That signal actually had one message, which was the death of God in DXD, and was aimed at a very illusionary and dreamy thing, the prayers and hopes of humanity. The prayers that hanged on the system for so long, yet stayed unanswered because of various reasons, were directly influenced by the truth of the death of God. Such information easily infected them and pushed such virtual and ethereal concepts to despair. In such a condition, they'll seek the closest light, which was the traces of Leo's aim field under the guidance of Toru's signal. Exactly, the thelemic magic system. Billions and billions of prayers, without the limitations of the thought of God still there, took a step forward and went beyond the current eon. Not to mention how long they existed, this thing is like billions of people praying and chanting a spell for thousands of years. The power they contained, even if it didn't impact the material world in a sense, carried a strong force that can create miracles. Using such power, the tiny concepts and information of the Book of the Law inside Esper's project were activated completely. Grimoires and the knowledge they carry are immortals. They couldn't be destroyed by casual means at all. As long as the environment and conditions are suitable, the grimoire, even if it was atoms, would recover. Yet, this is just a tiny use for this power. Without the previous goal and idol, the prayers and chants went to the closest light, one single person, forced to receive all those thoughts from the Eon of Horus. Of course, such a thing, even if virtual, would overwhelm the soul until it crumbles to pieces, but what if the container could absorb them all? What if the soul was an emptiness and unreal enough to make full use of them? The result will be an evolution that the world has never seen, a metamorphosis on a huge scale. From dreams and unreal, a formless pure angel was born, an angel that can't exist and face this material world without a shell. Lowering his head, Leo exhaled a deep sigh. His emotionless expression had disappeared and replaced with a rare one of confusion and uncertainty. That whole farce's Asgard was in fact a worldwide ceremony that spanned the 3 eons of Thelema. Norse being the eon of Isis, the god's system, and archangels being the eon of Osiris, and in addition to the prayers, facing himself and pushing beyond all that was limiting him, Leo broke through that cage of a dream. This is the eon of Horus. Good grief, isn't this a lot in less than an hour? Laughing weakly, Leo didn't know if he's laughing at himself or the situation, probably both. To be honest, he felt it was very smart that he never asked Toru about his debt. Even now and indirectly, he's still learning from him. Just start the process and let the world roll and finish the job. Leo shook his head at this simple yet complex concept. I'm getting a weird impulse of laughing loudly right now, but I want to see if this actually works. Pushing his glasses and ignoring Drake, whose brain almost stopped functioning, Leo glanced at the system one last time. No one could tell his thoughts and ideas before light flickered and Leo disappeared from the 7th heaven like he was never there. In a mountain range in Africa, Leo landed on a place where he felt a nice ley line, dragon vein, and started his preparation. Several runes here and there, making a barrier so no one bothers him, preparing the tools for the ritual like turning venom into a staff. Venom has already been influenced by Norse mythology long ago and became a spiritual item. Giving him this form instead of a large sword is best to display his abilities. Even the staff is made to match the Thelema system. The body takes a form like it is made of wood, which is filled with runes. The upper part is like a tree branch without leaves. There are only 9 branches with red color at their tips. At the top, there was a disc with a symbol of a falcon under it. This symbolizes Yggdrasil and the 9 realms, which can mean Eon of Isis to Eon of Osiris because the realms are filled with people when Christianity is already established. The disc and falcon are Horus and Ra symbols, which have a relation with the last Eon. Making use of his time, Leo took the Book of Law and opened the part of Alistair's work again. In his eyes, this book is split into 2 parts. The first is the core and essence, which is Iwas knowledge that was assimilated, transformed, and translated by Leo's own law. The second part is Alistair's work and philosophy, which hold the meaning of eons and such. Tapping the ground with the staff, Leo's aim field already crawled on his altar talisman and filled the place. He didn't need much complicated preparation and spells because all of this is just virtual, a dream in a sense. Tapping again, 3 magical circles appeared in the air before him. They were only meant for guidance before Leo said Abrahadabra. Abrahadabra is a keyword in the Thelema system and has several mystical interpretations, but it's mostly used as a push by Leo now. After all, this world is already near Eon of Horus according to the Toru power system. Then, nothing happened. No shocking scene nor a change in the magic circles, but the invisible fundamental change made Leo blinked his eyes before he struggled to contain his laughter. What to say? The more you live, the more you discover new things. Even magic gods would pay all that they have in exchange for more unknown. I guess this is what makes life worth living. But to be honest, Leo was thinking if Alistair saw this, would he somehow die on the inside even more? Imagining such a scene made him burst into laughter instantly. Chapter 151, Konosuba Side Part 36. Advocate of Gender Equality, so, what now? Leo let go of the prayer in his hand and let them float freely. Strangely though, it didn't leave for far, but it continued to swirl around him with another bunch. Advocate of Gender Equality, you and the crazy laughs. Me, need an explanation for what? Leo tilted his head innocently. The circling platinum fireflies made his innocent face more convincing. Advocate of Gender Equality, for waking me up. My sleep was interrupted by your crazy laughing BS. What? Do you still need to sleep? That's insane, saying with a monotone tone. Leo appeared to be shocked. Advocate of Gender Equality, I hate you with every fiber of my being, I see, but honestly, Leo put his hand on his chin before he said, you should consider not sleeping. Sleeping could be very dangerous for your health and also several other things. After all, dreams can be easily hacked, and Advocate of Gender Equality, don't put your otherworldly being's values on me. Neat princess, do you really need to sleep? I'm shocked. Advocate of Gender Equality, I always wondered why I get angry easily these days, but, looking with his bloodshot eyes, Kazuma whispered these words, this chat absolutely give me some anger issues. Neat princess, phew, enough with jokes. Now, did you burn your world in some weird ritual? When did I ever hurt the world? I'm an honest person that pushes the world further. Well, further could mean a lot, but it's an advancement. Leo thought of most of his abilities, which sounds very fitting for this moment. Despite that, Leo's words seemed to be only getting weirder, but looking at his sudden good mood, the chat was more speechless. Neat princess, so, you didn't blow up the planet and fix it again? No. Leo shook his head while drawing something on the ground using the staff. Neat princess, you did nothing at all. I took a walk in heaven and its most important place, but yet, nothing. Leo nodded slowly. Neat princess, do you expect me to believe that? You were one step away from laughing like Yagami if he found that L had a Club Penguin account. Advocate of Gender Equality, yet, wait, what? Bree, you don't know. Advocate of Gender Equality, how I'm supposed to know this BS? How about you, do you know anything? Bree, this place is completely unscientific, so no Advocate of Gender Equality, so, you basically don't know anything. Bree, fine, I might or not have sent some people into the hospital after my defense mechanism activated. Leo shook his head as some fireflies stuck on his hair. Neat princess, that sounds very disappointing and anticlimactic. Advocate of Gender Equality, indeed, you should feel shame. Bree, despite this whole situation is wrong, isn't this one of the best conclusions? Neat princess, Nat, this is disappointing. He failed at his only job, to be a doom angel. Shame, honestly, shame. Advocate of Gender Equality, I have never been so disappointed by something like this, even if it woke me up from sleep. Pathetic, you should consider your life choices again. Bree. Leo also stopped for a moment as his eyebrow was twitching. Neat princess, I'm satisfied by this trash talking. Now, what did you really do? Magic, Leo said with a monotone voice before a period of silence filled the place. Neat princess, we already established that, so end. More magic. The same short answer was heard. Neat princess, Bree, let me guess, there's also more magic. Indeed, you're really smart. Finishing several runes and circles on the ground, Leo nodded. Bree, that doesn't sound like a compliment. It is whatever you want it to be. Waving his hand, Leo tapped the magic circles before he looked at the chat and said, "So, are we ready to start?" Bree, Advocate of gender equality, start what? Experiments, magic, ritual. I wouldn't say I found a solution, but I found a place to start from. So, experiments. Leo tabbed the staff's end on the ground as his alter talisma was surging. Despite not being at his best, the higher dimensional energy was distorting everything around him. Advocate of gender equality? Yet, no Bree, we are still preparing stuff and it's nighttime now. Did you at least draw the magic circle? Leo stared blankly at the chat. Advocate of gender equality? Nope, smiley face. Leo blinked his eyes before he said, "So, you basically did nothing." Advocate of gender equality, how dare you? I fought bravely and killed the hellspawn pigeons. Despite the hurdles from that Pikachu Bree, oi. What did you just call me? Advocate of gender equality, me? I didn't call you at all. But you seem to think of yourself as Pikachu. Bree. It seems you really want to go at it, hey. Advocate of gender equality, after attacking the weak and hopeless me, I made an oath to return this shame, or something, dunno, I forgot the lines. Well, can I make an anti-lightning build here? Bree. Neat princess, anyway, what solution? It isn't much of a solution, but a maneuver. How do I explain this? The reality, and mostly the material world, has a lot of restrictions in general, so I'll try to match the most common and usual laws of the two worlds in a virtual aspect by throwing some. This is complicated to explain. Leo fixed his glasses as he thought of how annoying explanations are. Advocate of gender equality, so, experiments, right, indeed. I'll go back to sleep. Magic knows no sleep and rest. Leo looked down at the screen like he's saying pathetic. Advocate of gender equality, my sleep is more important than magic, good night. Advocate of gender equality is offline. Bree, I'm also going to sleep. Bree is offline. Leo blinked before he looked at Kagaya's username on the chat. Neat princess, smiley face, neat princess is offline. Leo stood in the middle of the mountain range alone as the cold wind gently blew his clothes. Taking a deep breath, Leo turned his attention to the chat and typed quickly. He's going to call the richest person in the entire chat room. Annihilation Maker, Admin Saitama. I know you've been lurking since forever, come out. A hero for fun. Annihilation Maker, Admin hello, it has been a while. A hero for fun, yes. Annihilation Maker, Admin can I borrow some money? A hero for fun, Annihilation Maker, Admin. A hero for fun, aren't you some kind of god or something? Annihilation Maker, Admin so. A hero for fun, don't you also has a huge debt? Annihilation Maker, Admin, maybe a hero for fun is offline. Leo slowly muted the chat before he looked at the sky and said, why are we here? Just to suffer. Pain and suffering are an inevitable part of life and some philosophers think of them as signs of living venom. Answered immediately. I didn't really ask. But what do life things have to do with me? Anyway, thank you. Leo shook his head before he noticed some group of stars in the sky. Leo constellation. The constellation was shining in the night sky and looking like a sphinx crouching down. It was shown clearly in this mountain range away from civilization. Well, I guess I'll build the arrangements here. Yeah, I'll do that. Probably. Leo shrugged his shoulders before walking around the empty mountain range slowly. Meanwhile, in the Konosuba world, exactly at the capital. You said that kingdom witnessed a sudden attack on the royal palace, hey? Kagaya covered her mouth while looking at several documents. Indeed, the attack was sudden and fire devoured almost all evidence, but as it said here, the attacker was jumping in mid-air, turning invisible, merging with shadows, and even teleporting from them. Leone lifted her eyebrow when she read the last information. So, what do you think? Is it worth the shot? Putting her hands on her hips, Leone looked at the floating Kagaya. There's no denying the possibility, but there's also a chance for it to be a new reincarnator with an artifact. Anyway, it's worth a shot. Kaguya nodded before taking a glance at the map to determine the location. Despite not being sure if it's right or wrong, Kaguya doesn't see any harm in trying. She could even use the divination ritual there, maybe the location will provide help. But first, she needs to find someone who can teleport or she'll have to fly there. This is all for today, thank you for your work. Kaguya clapped her hands while nodding at Leon. Oh? An official thanks, I would have preferred a real reward though, but this is for another time. Leon shrugged her shoulders. Indeed, you should also take some rest. Kaguya took some maps into her sleeve before patting them like everything was ready. No worries, no worries. I used to stay way longer when I was doing my missions. Waving her hand, Leon showed everything is okay. Your body is a mortal one. Kaguya tilted her head, but Leon shrugged again before she said information is the lifeline of every mission. A lot could go wrong just because of one wrong information and I'm not willing to take the risk, especially, we finally have a goal and not some impossible quiz. Leon glanced at Kaguya, who covered her mouth and said, would you look at the time? It's late, I need to go, bye. With that, Kaguya vanished immediately as Leon looked at her place blankly before she sighed. In the meantime, two people were looking at something inside the forest outside the capital. The wilderness surrounding the capital was always the habitat of many strong monsters, which is why only high-level adventurers come here in general. Despite that, these two weren't looking worried at all. They were casually inspecting the place and determining nothing irregular happened. One of them dropped a whole crystal-made skeleton before he frowned. This is the planting place. Kyle looked at this hidden place in the forest before he said, wow, almost like your spawn was set as easy. Oh, you want to complain? Susan frowned while looking at the device. You can complain to it. Sure, sure, I also prefer to throw you under the bus. Kyle waved his hand before he kicked Lich's crystal body. Careful, I don't want to waste all my efforts killing those two just because of your nonsense. Susan frowned while looking at the device in the middle. Do I care? This mission is already a fucking weird shit, even the plot has already gone out of control, yet we actually help it return to tracks. Kyle clicked his tongue as he looked at Lich, Crystal, and isn't this Corpse's guy? Did he end up like this when going to Axel? Susan frowned, but she didn't say anything. Most of Kyle's words are to annoy her and the last thing she wants now is to lose her composure. Humph. We already did the horror space obligatory mission, so what now? Kyle looked at Susan as he didn't move from his place. The horror space came with a new mission without any warning. That mission overrode all their previous missions and turned them null like it's the only necessary one. It said to follow the coordinates and bring Lich, Crystal, to one of the devices. Do you want to attack or that's a decoy in your place? In all cases, this mission is still going until the space says something else. Susan scoffed at Kyle's words, but she still kept her distance from him and the device. Oh, you're nervous? It seems you don't know a lot about what is going on. Kyle's words didn't change Susan's expression, but she was frowning inside. Anyway, I'm going to throw this guy into the device, or maybe I changed my mind. Kyle was the closest to Lich, Crystal, body as he smiled and said, it seems you lost a lot of advantages now. You're playing like this now. Susan reached for her bow, but Kyle didn't mind and said, I don't know what extra information you have, but why are you scared of me knowing it? Does that advantage have a critical role in your life and death? I wonder, or the space has a punishment for why? In the surprised eyes of Susan, Kyle wasn't able to continue his words before the supposed dead skeleton under him twitched. With a flexible movement, Lich, Crystal, kicked the ground under Kyle and flew towards the device. What? How could it still move? I broke all its joints. Kyle was shocked, but the Lich, Crystal, didn't pay any attention to him and Susan. Reaching the planting position, Lich directly slipped under it, the metallic road that who knows when it plucked itself from the ground using the 6 supporting legs. Then in an instant, it thrust like a drill into Lich's, Crystal, chest. Asterisk boom. Asterisk it wasn't a big explosion, but the shockwave and dust were enough to push Susan and Kyle away with all the small rocks and dust around. The planting position was shining with a clear green light as Lich's crystal body was decomposing into several fragments and merging into the device. The slim and metallic device was getting bigger and bigger until it reached almost 6 meters before it stopped. The whole upper section of the device became huge and almost looked like a round container that shone with greenish-white color. What in the... Kyle wanted to enter stealth, but he found his body very heavy. What do we have here? Meanwhile, in the deepest parts of the world, Konosuba World's Will, who was controlling Lich crystal, observed what was happening from all angles. Talk about resource management, it has been a long time since I saw those pieces of junk. Konosuba Worlds will put its hand on its chin while paying attention to the device changes and the lost horror space that floats in the vicinity of his world. Now, what are you going to do? Turning his face into smiley face sign, Konosuba Worlds will looked at the horror space as Susan and Kyle almost lost their ability to stand up when the round container began to glow. I should have known that you'll be doing this. Suddenly, a voice was heard from the void as Konosuba World's will expression became O.O, then returned into the smiling face. Oh, what a surprise to see you here. Turning around slowly, Konosuba greeted a woman that suddenly appeared in his domain before he said, I wish I could offer you something, but unfortunately, I'm broke right now. The world's will of type Moon, who took the shape of Shiki, didn't comment on Konosuba's words. She only looked at the horror space lost in the grey fog and also the device changes before she said, You're pushing it to desperation, am I? That's very interesting. Konosuba's expression was fixed on the smiling face as he faced Root. Don't play dumb, you know more than me what would happen if the space was pushed to the corner. Root frowned at Konosuba's casual attitude. I don't really mind it going into desperation, after all, only what I get from it is the most important. And that self-preservation protocols are still working, so no worries. Konosuba turned away to observe the device changes. The whole hidden area in the forest was filled with green lines like circuits on the ground. With each change, the round container glow was intensifying. I said stop this. You know that the spaces will follow the rules of self-preservation all the time, but if, and only if it doesn't involve their master things. Root looked at the grey shape of Konosuba before she said, and you're now digging straight into that. Konosuba was silent for a moment before he said, it seems that she left you more information than I thought. If you continue, the space might start to burn itself and even ram your world. Root didn't pay attention to Konosuba's words and continued, is that worth it? It's up to me to decide that. But to what do I owe this sudden visit? It's not like you came here just to tell me this. Konosuba's expression didn't change and Root didn't say anything. Oh my, you're really here for this. Putting his hand on his chin, Konosuba showed a straight face expression. You're not stopping, aren't you? Root sighed a little before she looked at Konosuba seriously. Stop? Stop what? I'm not doing anything extraordinary though. I'm just looking for something, like everyone else. The smile returned to Konosuba's face before it froze because Root said, after all this time, is this search after phantoms really worth it? You'll just burn yourself in the process. I said I'm the one that decides if it's worth. But it seems that the past you really left more than I thought. All marks and expressions on Konosuba's face vanished for a second before it returned to the creepy smiling face. Stop or not stop, these things aren't available for me, to be honest. Konosuba looked at the horror space that was trapped by him before he said, even the whole existence might have been forgotten, I know that he still exists. I even have a proof now, you see, Root. It's like all our mistakes are coming back to haunt us. Be it the mistakes of all of us. Konosuba pointed at the horror space. Your mistakes. He looked at Root before pointing at the device in the forest. Kyle and Susan were struggling to stand up, but the glow of the device increased before ripples appeared on its surface. Then from the depth of the glow, a large metallic arm with slender sharp claws in place of nails stretched slowly. Or my own mistakes. As all expressions vanished from Konosuba's face, the silence filled this grey foggy space for a while. You had enough? Root lifted her eyebrow and broke the silence. Yes, sorry. You see, I discovered some things and I couldn't help but be affected by memories. Even if I am not supposed to feel that many emotions, but how to say, those memories are really impactful on me. Konosuba shook his head before he thought about something and said, Welp, I think you already know from her about a coward hiding and running. Root didn't say anything, but she only shook her head as Konosuba was silent and didn't push this subject further. But as you said, I already got what I want, this isn't worth it. With a wave of his hand, the grey fog around the horror space became thinner as the space trembled before it returned to the movement. In the forest, Kyle and Susan were sweating as the metallic arm was advancing to their way, but before it reached, a green glow appeared on their bodies before they vanished. The arm froze in midair before it returned inside the container again, but the whole container seemed a little dim. The whole horror space existence was flickering inside the grey area before it turned into a beam and pierced right through the fog, leaving this place instantly. So, what are you doing here? Shoo. This is a private area. Geez, are you Peckerman's world that breaks into people's homes without any permission? I'm broke and you people don't want to leave me. Konosuba's face became, and filled with sadness as Root stared at him blankly. I always knew you as resourceful, yet for you to strongly insist on including your own son of destiny, Kazuma, in this project despite his poor compatibility and how much it'll cost. You also somehow found a way to inject it. Root thought for a moment before she smiled and said, Coward and broke, I think I see a lot of similarities now. Your own little new project doesn't make you better. Is that what you used all those anomalies and even the hook for? Interesting. Konosuba put his hand on his chin. In any case, what are you going to do with it? Root pointed at the device as Konosuba shrugged its shoulders and said, who cares about it? Using an old friend ranking system, it's barely a 5 digits anomaly, and that only because it's burning itself and unstable. I'd annihilate it if I wasn't really broke now. Anyway, let your fire against fire project deal with it. They'll manage, and that time bomb of yours is also trying to access my world. Konosuba waved his hand before the creepy, smiley face appeared again and said, just so I can help him, I disabled all the ways to reach my world except the unorthodox ones. Let him have fun burning a few brain cells. Root sighed at this guy's way of thinking as she walked away. It's so funny seeing him getting banned by this thing. His reaction would be more wonderful if he knew the true nature of it. Hey, what would you think if I told him? Konosuba looked at the leaving Root as he lifted a weird-looking eyebrow that suddenly appeared. That's up to you. Giving a half-hearted answer, Root turned back to glance at Konosuba and said, however, you really did find something in this attempt, which make me wonder why you told me. Konosuba didn't say anything as the creepy smile seemed deeper this time, which made Root shake her head and say, I guess this is a story for another time. Farewell. Looking at Root disappearing from his space, Konosuba Worldswell didn't say anything as he returned to observing the container end. All chat members. I think you fully realize, Root. Your previous project already caused turmoil. If it wasn't for Shiza Bancho taking a hit with others and all this causing a big loss for both sides, things wouldn't be this calm. But everything has an end. Shaking his head, Konosuba looked at the several screens attached before he shrugged. I was never a fan of fighting fire with fire, but here we are, so let the show start. He. With those words, the shape of Konosuba Worldswell became faint before it vanished from this space. The only thing left was faint laughter echoing in this space before the grey fog returned to the serenity of silence. Chapter 152, Konosuba Side Part 37. After a long night, the eerie darkness of the nighttime faded away slowly by the first light of the sunrise. The magnificent sunlight shone on all this land, turning the coldness of night into warm, and announcing the start of a new day. The birds were singing, the flowers were blooming. On such a beautiful day, Kazuma was sleeping. These were some rare moments where he can be lazy like usual, but even so, Kazuma knew that he had to wake up to start a new adventure at work. After all, the debt won't pay itself. Well, it could do that if the rich bastards, Kagaya, Whitebeard, felt some pity for his poor soul. Like that could ever happen, the only thing I see is the scary smile from that old hag. Kazuma looked at the ceiling in a daze before he stood up slowly. As for the old man, I absolutely see him wasting my whole day by teaching a life lesson about relying on yourself in shonen anime style. Fixing his sheets, Kazuma shuddered at the dreadful words. As a perfectly healthy young man from modern society, Kazuma still feels weird and can't deal with Whitebeard when he gets fired up, also known as a shonen mode. There's no way his world isn't shonen based or something. Kazuma shook his head and left the room. After washing, he has to go get more missions, claim more rewards, make sure new debts do not fall into his head, take the explosion maniac to do her daily terrorism. He sure has a lot to do, or so he thought. Oi, why does this place feel empty? Looking at the long and quiet hallways of the mansion, Kazuma flinched for a moment. Although it's not big like those super mansions, Kazuma never lived in a place this big, so he wasn't that familiar with them, especially in this situation. The empty hallways were shrouded in a weird silence that Kazuma didn't notice before. Usually, he'll be awoken by the dumb goddess screaming for life or money, then the explosion maniac will drag him. But today, because of the curtains on the windows, eerie darkness was extending into the end of the hallway as a dreadful silence made things 10 times creepier. Kazuma even felt a chill in the air and saw his breath vapor. Oi, why is it so cold here? I'm getting a haunted house vibe now. Some sweat appeared on his forehead as Kazuma swallowed, but the sound of his swallowing was particularly loud in the empty hallway. Although he talked with annoyance, he was subconsciously speaking to himself because of nervousness. Ghosts and all unknown things automatically produce fear in humans, especially because Kazuma felt all those scary movies and games he played are flashing back in his memories. No. Calm down, Kazuma. You're in a fantasy world with magic, so ghosts aren't a strange thing. Shaking his head, Kazuma took a few deep breaths before walking forward, of course, and also getting his gun. Ignoring the sound of his footsteps and also the creeping darkness, Kazuma knew that he couldn't stop. After all, if he let ghosts in the mansion, doesn't that mean he is losing money? Just that thought was enough to make him choke the ghost to death. Halting his steps, Kazuma listened carefully because there was a muffled sound at his left. Turning his head like rusted gears, he saw a door of a room shrouded in darkness and a weird atmosphere. Kazuma stared at it for a moment before he almost turned away and left. That's absolutely haunted. All signs told Kazuma about how bad of a choice to go there, but he didn't know where everyone went, and also this ghost might cause property damage. Damn it, where are these bastards when you need them? Taking a breath of the cold air, went in front of the door and put his hand on the door handle. Hearing the muffled screams and weird sounds again made Kazuma's body shiver, but he opened the door gently as he readied his body to run at any moment. However, instead of the scene of blood and ghosts in his mind, Kazuma was presented with a scene that made him go hey. The room was dark because of the curtain that blocked the sunlight, but candlelight made the vision possible as Kazuma stared at Aqua tied up like a worm and her mouth tied up. She was screaming and struggling, but the only thing that came out was muffled screams. Next to her was Darkness, who was in the same state except her mouth was free, breathing heavily with a blush on her face. So, is it like this? Misaka was asking a floating screen in midair as the zapping sound of bluish-white sparks echoed from her fingertips. Indeed, no need to be very accurate in drawing them. The planetary astronomical symbols of the 7 classical planets just need to be aligned with the ruled zodiac signs, then give them a link. Leo sound was heard from the chat screen. He was guiding Misaka in drawing some symbols using her electricity around a red magic circle. In the middle of the room, a red magic circle filled with runes was surrounded by candles. In the middle there was a red dagger stabbed on the ground, at the rear, a green disc was lying around the edges of the circle, and at the top, a metallic staff with a small angel opening its wings like a lotus was pinned on the height position. the energy around is getting drained by the ritual. A little by little Kagaya was floating around the magic circle while feeling the cold air. The coldness of the winter is calling for the blazing inferno that goes past, this time in a red rose of explosions. Megumin's eyes were shining red while looking at the magical circle, which made Kazuma blink his eyes. Looking at all that was happening and ignoring Aqua's pleading eyes and tears, Kazuma closed the door slowly. "Oh, you're here, Kazuma." Unfortunately, Kazuma was spotted by the explosions maniac, which drew all attention to him. Of course, it has to be that terrorist. Kazuma was screaming in his heart as he dashed away quickly. But the moment he took a step forward, he found himself in that room and facing the magic circle. Recovering his foot to its original position, Kazuma raised his head to look at Kagaya, who turned her head away while humming a song. "You bastard! Why are you using time powers for these things?" Kazuma exploded with anger as Kagaya tilted her head and said, "Why not? And also, aren't you interested in what is happening here?" "No. Not at all. I don't want to stay close to the bomb." Kazuma pointed at the magical circle and screamed. There's no way Kazuma will trust that thing. He bet it'll explode in his face the moment he touches it. "Oh, good morning, Kazuma." Leo on the screen looked in Kazuma's direction and waved. "Don't good morning me. You're the reason why the mansion is almost entering the Ice Age." "Wait, where are you?" Kazuma pointed the finger of accusation at Leo, but then he noticed the strangeness. It was completely nighttime with the bright moon and the stars shining in the sky on the chat screen. Despite the darkness of night, the picture was quite clear. Leo was sitting with legs crossed on top of a big boulder at the top of a huge mountain, but the strange thing is what he was around him. Several creatures were surrounding the boulder, which mostly was snakes and bugs like scorpions. Leo even was teasing a scorpion in his hand. "Why are you holding that?" Kazuma stared blankly at the screen while Misaka said with the same blank face, "I said the same thing, why not?" "Come on, these little guys aren't dangerous." Leo tapped the scorpion's claw before he put it on the boulder and let it go. Misaka turned her face away like she didn't want to see any insects. "How many times I have to say that we're not you? Is this some sort of key or life energy thing?" Kazuma just sighed at this pointless conversation. "Maybe, yet it's kinda the opposite." Jumping down from the boulder as all animals and insects went away, Leo looked at something in the sky before he nodded and said, "I guess this is a good time to start." "Wait, is everything ready?" "How?" Kazuma exclaimed while looking at all the stuff around the magic circle before he stared at Kagaya. "I have a lot of time to make everything." Kagaya raised her head proudly, like saying, "Get on my level." "Weren't you away? How did you get involved in this here?" Kazuma's words made the proud expression on Kagaya's face vanish. "I was threatened and murdered tens of times by a blonde witch." Kagaya showed a blank and expressionless face while pointing at the screen. Leo gave a thumbs up as Kazuma knew that Kagaya saw Leo demolish her character in Touhou's game. "Then why are you here again?" Kazuma didn't understand before Kagaya covered her mouth and said, "I want those games." Kazuma was again rendered speechless before he facepalmed himself like the world is going to end. "How I did not think of this before. I could have blackmailed you." He knows that he doesn't have a way to make those games now, right? Kagaya was staring down at Kazuma. "Excuse me, I didn't want to interrupt you, but why are you three talking to the air?" Megumin raised her hand like a student asking a question. "She knows too much, let's take her down." Kazuma raised his stun gun before Misaka slapped the back of his head. "No, you don't." Misaka stopped Kazuma from committing friendly fire. "It's new long-distance communication magic. We're talking to a magician, who appears to be very wise, but he's a fool. He even calls himself an angel, can you believe that?" Kagaya shook her head sadly. "Ah. It's another delusional." Megumin looked at Aqua before she sighed. "She believes that. Kazuma has facepalmed himself. Did she just compare me with that blue thing?" Leo's eyes shone slightly and that gleam wasn't friendly at all as Aqua struggled more intensely. "Well, you're all divine beings, right? Kazuma waved his hand and showed a bright smile before he said, although I don't really care, why is the useless goddess tied up? She freaked out and started to wreck everything when she saw the magic circle despite me explaining to her, so I tied her up as for the other one. Kagai looked with annoyance to darkness before she said she saw what happened to Aqua, so she repeated the same thing to get tied up. Kazuma turned to face Aqua and darkness and clapped his hands while praying to their poor souls. Anyway, did you collect enough data, so we can start and let this ritual explode? I have the stuff to do. Kagai aside and hurried Leo. You guys, what exactly were you doing when I wasn't here? Kazuma's eyes were almost looking dead because he knew these guys were testing some nukes in the same house he lives in. I only just got here, but they were doing this for a while. Misaka shook her at these unscientific means. Adjusting the ritual according to this reality or what he was saying. Kagai pointed at the screen. Leo turned his dangerous eyes from Megaman before he rubbed his temples and said, fine, but let me take you on a short tour and explain some things please. Skip it. Kazuma said, his first reaction to cutscenes in any video game. Ha 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 ha, no. Leo clapped his hands before he walked forwards. After he took a few steps, pink ripples spread from his foot towards all the surroundings. Even the moon and stars in the sky suddenly vanished and left only pitch-black darkness. Then, like giving everyone in the chat diplopia, the trembling space turned into a double before it slowly overlapped. All worlds work on a set of rules and laws. How fire burns, why water has 3 states, how energy operates in the universe, and even how power systems, things like magic, in any world work. Taking another step, this time, Leo directly stepped on the empty air. Basically, laws are the thing responsible for operating this whole world, and all outcomes and phenomenons are the results of their existence. Leo was walking in the air with his hand in his pockets. Of course, like the difference in each world, all these laws vary and change from one world to another, but there are similar laws too. After taking a few more steps, the air under Leo's steps began to glow before the structure of a huge building started to appear with each step. No, it was more of a temple. The best analogy for you now is programming languages, algorithms, and operating systems. The world is like a big operating system, and the laws are the languages and algorithms that operate it. The ripples didn't stop until they crossed at least 20 kilometers. The whole area witnessed a drastic change in these few moments. The rocks, the plants, the green fields, and the entire terrain shape all have changed into a different form across this area. Around the mountain, a village appeared, yes, a whole village made of old clay and rock buildings, but the most noticeable is the huge temple that is made of the bright white stone above the mountain and the 5 gigantic pillars around it. Under the gleam of pink ripples, the terrain change was like a process of building that happened in front of everyone's eyes. Almost like a giant hand shaping the vast land and changing the earth, which was so ridiculous and baffling to look at. Of course, you can't really compare the worlds and laws to some rigid machines. But in basic understanding, consider that each operating system can perform some things that others can't, certain apps can work and some can't, it's all about if they're compatible with it. Even if they are similar sometimes, some worlds can't really handle those things. Leo walked slowly until he reached the highest position on the temple. When that happened, the entire temple shone with a faint light. Like receiving a signal, the black lifeless sky burst into light with countless bright stars exploding into breathtaking brilliance. Suddenly, a bright orange-red light burning like flames filled the sky and turned into several thin lines. One by one, like drawing on paper, the orange-red light crossed the night and connected thousands and thousands of stars until the entire night sky turned into one huge magic circle that stretched into the horizon. The 12 zodiac constellations, runes, symbols like the moon and sun, all were included in this ridiculously big, yet beautiful painting like a magic circle. Making use of the similarities between the laws in both worlds, we're trying to reach a point of balance to connect them via the ritual and chat with a turn. Leo turned to face the chat room as the burning brilliance of the sky seemed to fall on his body. His entire outfit was changing under the brilliance into long black robes with red decorations. From the back of his shoulder, a star mark shone with a white gleam before fine golden ornaments appeared on the shoulders of the robes and some turned into a total of 7 rings on the chest. The light seemed to finish its job by burning one last time on Leo's neck and turning into a red stole filled with different astrology symbols and runes at its edges. A circle with a dot in its middle and an empty crescent symbol appeared on it at each end of the stole, representing and shining like the sun and moon. Then based on that point, like an avalanche effect, we'll hope that the laws of the other world guide and at least understand and translate the nature of ceremony and power to allow their manifestation there without the use of an emulator like this chat room. Waving his slightly big sleeves, a black substance moved on Leo's right hand before it turned into withered tree-looking staff. No questions? Good, let's start the test under the brilliance of the worldwide grand magic ritual and the whole temple. Leo smiled slightly, which was a magnificent scene. Wait, pause. What, when, where? We were just talking, then boom, a temple, and a magical circle, just pause for a moment. Kazuma waved with his hands non-stop like asking for a timeout. TCH, you have a question? Leo was slightly annoyed that he couldn't skip questions, but he stopped. What is this? Kazuma calmed down and took a few steps away from the magic circle in the room before asking. He has an absolute belief that the magic circle will explode now. A workshop that helps in operating the ritual site. In this alternative space that I made to avoid any annoyance, from the temple to at least 20 kilometers radius, is a ritual site that I built. Leo looked down from the temple to see the village. In each house, there were several symbols and antiques arranged in unique ways all over the village. Every house, every symbol, every tree, and even every rock in this place has been arranged by Leo to set up the ritual to draw the full power and meaning of him and the world. It's really a worldwide grand level magic ritual. When did you even make this? Kazuma was completely baffled, even Kagaya was speechless. Well, I worked for 5 days and nights on it to make sure everything is in order. Leo put his hand on his chin. When did you even have time? Now it was Kagaya who was shocked. I just turned off the stream and messed with the flow of time in an alternative space. Basic stuff. Explaining casually, Leo had a look of "can we hurry up" on his face. You used the difference of time between 2 worlds and also accelerated your time. Isn't this a double time skip? Kazuma felt his head hurt from all this while Misaka just shook her head. This just isn't scientific. Enough questions, your little friends are already looking at you like idiots, Leo said as Kazuma noticed his party's weird stares. Wait. Aren't you saying a spell or something? Looking at Leo raising the staff, Kazuma panicked. This is Thelema based. My will is the law. With those words, Leo gently tapped the floor with the staff. Click 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 click. 5 loud sounds were heard before a mechanism inside the 5 pillars around the temple activated. The middle part and the upper part of the pillars opened up slightly and showed several small rituals made of runes. On the top of the pillar in front of the temple, a small piglet with blue horns raised its head before bluish-white lightning rushed from its body and covered the pillar, then one by one, it connected all the pillars like lightning chain. Waving his hand, 4 masses of compressed altar talisman shot from Leo's hand into the 4 last pillars before they stabilized on the upper platform and changed color into red, blue, green, and yellow. Even the pillars' ritual colors changed. The magic circle in the sky started to rotate slowly and shine on the temple. The whole space was going into a certain rhyme at this moment with the ceremony. If it wasn't for this hidden alternative space, the whole world would probably be awakened by a massive magic circle on top of their heads. Well, Leo still thinks that some people noticed the change. After all, this is a very huge ceremony, but oh well, who cares about them? They can't find the space with all the hidden rituals and preparations. This makes Leo kinda miss the easy-to-use anchor of the planet, wrong Ominiad. But well, the tower at the world end is in type moon, so this renders Leo's ever-changing weapons form of the lance useless. Making sure the preparations were correct, Leo put the chat screen in front of him and closed his eyes while connecting the ceremony. He felt his entire existence enter a very weird state of emptiness. It was such a hollowness that he couldn't describe. A dark empty world with no light or any meaning. You can't feel any direction, nor hear anything. In this state of loss, where there was no way to go, Leo focused on the ritual that he couldn't exactly feel now and tried to find a solution. Then a spot of light appeared in this dark world. He didn't know if it's some sort of illusion, but Leo went for it because he didn't sense any danger. It was rather a familiar feeling. Not knowing how much time he had been chasing the light spot, Leo suddenly stopped this weird chase as he felt something in front. A barrier or a wall of some sort, or even a door, he has no idea at this moment. Yet, this wasn't unexpected. After all, this is how it should be, no? Advancement or evolution are all explorations and discovery to the unknown, and magic is no exception. Sometimes, no, in most cases, there's a leap that needs to be taken no matter how good, bad, dangerous, or safe it is. At the end of the day, all the groundbreaking advancements aren't done or started by people and actions labeled as wise. It's done by someone who breaks the norm no matter how ridiculous it sounds. Fools, if I may say. Despite not being able to hear his thoughts, Leo ignored the weird nature of this place and stretched his hand. There's no need for hesitation nor a reason to stop. Even if the only indicator now is pure guts, Leo would still go for it in this unknown domain. Just like that, Leo finally touched something in this never-ending darkness before everything vanished. He found himself back into his previous position on the temple, stretching his hand to the empty air to the front. Glancing at his empty palm, Leo could swear that he felt something before he looked at the chat screen. Kazuma was holding darkness in front of him like a shield, and Kaguya and Misaka were hiding behind them while Aqua was squirming on the ground. We didn't explode. Kazuma slowly opened his eyes as he glanced at the magic circle. The red glow dimmed down quickly and the smart electric sparks vanished as well. The dagger and disc on the ground returned to normal, but the small angel statue on top of Lotus Wand closed its wings. However, no explosions whatsoever happened. Nothing happened. Megumin tilted her head in disappointment. That's impossible. Kaguya was looking at the magic circle like the end of the world was near. Why is it impossible, exactly? Misaka's eyebrow twitched. What are you standing for? Tell me all about what happened in detail. Hearing the annoyed voice, the trio awakened from the near explosion experience. It was like this. Misaka narrated what happened as Leo nodded and said, I see, again what? Kazuma was freaking out as the ritual was shining again and Leo closed his eyes, but nothing extraordinary happened. The result this time was the ritual dimming much quicker than the last time before Leo opened his eyes and closed the stream. Without giving the group time to be confused, the stream was turned back on quickly and Leo started the ceremony again. The result this time was the angel statue opening its wings, but no response from the magic circle as Leo asked them to describe what happened before he closed the stream. We're really going to die today. Kazuma surrendered to his unfortunate fate and prayed to his mother and father in the other world. This situation continued for a whole hour and more. Each new attempt gave new results and some gave some similarities to previous ones. But when Kazuma lost count on how many times this happened, the results started to become more stable and less randomized, until the result of everything activating in the magic circle became the most common one. TCH, letting the laws guide the process is really like using RNG. I already exhausted my means, but the result isn't completely fixed. Holding his head for a moment, Leo clicked his tongue. Are you okay, man? Kazuma breathed a sigh of relief when the ritual stopped before he noticed something. No worries, just a slight headache from the continued use of the ceremony. Leo shook his head and shrugged. Why are you even desperately trying to do this? Kazuma wanted to say those words, but it couldn't come out of his mouth for some reason. Well, we can't do anything about this, so let's try the second part. Leo rubbed his temples before tapped the ground again. Sure, wait, a second part. Kaguya nodded before her mind processed the previous words. Obviously, the first part was about if it's possible to establish a connection. Now, is it possible to go further? Waving his hand, the 5 pillars around the temple opened even further. The lightning chain connecting the pillars that hold the 5 elements of nature changed to link all the pillars to each other, making a pentagram in the air. The symbol of spirit descending into matter. I'll try to connect the spirit now. The ritual will automatically target the closest person from Konosuba world. Leo's words made Kazuma flinch before he went straight to Aqua. Here, take her. Throwing Aqua under the bus despite her struggle, Kazuma returned to taking cover behind darkness. You also need to be a member of the chat. Leo finished his words slowly as Kazuma blinked his eyes. Rejoice, Kazuma. You were asking for a chant, right? Well, although this ceremony doesn't need a chant, a declaration to both worlds and realities is required. Well, don't worry about it, you'll not understand anyway. Pointing the staff end at the chat screen, Leo grabbed a tarot card of the Fool and threw it on the ground as it sank into the temple. The formless throne waiting for the empty key, the angel bearing the number 19, announced this law. Despite talking in a completely normal language, Leo's voice was going up, down, and distorted at some points. Like it cannot be converted properly. After the declaration of the ceremony was complete, the whole rituals in both worlds were fully activated. Nothing different happened. Misaka stared at the magic circle activating like usual, but nothing else happened. Kazuma is down. Megumin exclaimed as everyone turned their heads to see Kazuma, who was trying to throw Aqua into the ritual, falling to sleep. Meanwhile, Kazuma opened his eyes slowly before rubbing them. Where am I? Did I sleep on my desk again? Standing up from the computer desk, Kazuma yawned before he froze in his place. Desk. Turning his eyes like rusted gears that didn't work in a long time, Kazuma was his old computer from his past world. This is my room. Kazuma looked at this place for a moment before he screamed ah. Rushing to the computer, he wanted to turn it on, but it never worked as he screamed, let me delete my search history, you bastard. Even after a lot of attempts, Kazuma still failed in turning the computer on for some reason as he fell defeated on the desk. Do I really have to break it? Considering the option of murdering his old friend, Kazuma sighed before he said, why am I here anyway? Ugh, I can't clearly remember, maybe I should ask. Someone jumping from his chair, Kazuma opened the room door before he froze again. When opening the door of a room, you'll expect to see the rest of the house, but in Kazuma's state, he found himself in an empty countryside street as the blazing sun was hurting his eyes. This place. With a blank face, Kazuma walked like a zombie under the sun before he screamed, where's that damn tractor? Reminded of his most dark, embarrassing, and I want to kill myself moments, Kazuma lost his cool immediately and went to look for the damn tractor. He doesn't care about truck-kun or any bullshit. He only wants to murder that tractor. But that only lasted for a moment before he remembered that it was him that died from shock, and in the most stupid way ever, as his fire of anger was extinguished by the water of shame and disappointment. Anyway, how did I arrive here? The door disappeared. Kazuma noticed that the door leading to his room vanished, leaving him under the burning sunlight. W.N. Do I hear something? Kazuma flinched and looked left and right. Yo, KN, the RUL. I'm sure I heard something. This is really getting creepy. Kazuma didn't see anything on this open countryside road. I just wanna tell you how. Despite trying to identify the voice source, Kazuma wasn't able to, until he finally heard it clearly. A song, wait, gotta make you understand. A dark shadow covered the bright sunlight and allowed Kazuma to finally open his eyes clearly, but he wasn't really grateful while slowly raised his head to the sky. A large clipped JPG Rick Astley that covers the sun was falling from the sky at high speed towards the sweating Kazuma. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Kazuma screamed in absolute terror as the gigantic JPG singer crashed into the land, exactly on top of his head. Asterisk boom. Asterisk Don't rickroll me. Kazuma suddenly woke up and screamed like he was in a nightmare. Wait, Blinking and rubbing his eyes, Kazuma looked at this new place as he wondered if he took some sort of drugs by mistake. Standing up, Kazuma found himself standing in the sky. No, the ground and the sky were no different. Everywhere he looks there is a clear blue sky and white clouds. Exactly like a certain edgy anime that Kazuma remembers. Welcome, Kazuma. This is what I would say usually, but unfortunately, this is your dream. So, you lack hospitality. Hearing a voice from his side, Kazuma turned his head to its source just to be astonished again. In this sky-looking place, the only difference was a young man clasping his hands while sitting on a large chair, or maybe it's a throne. Kazuma couldn't see it for some reason. Even Leo seemed weird and different. His eyes' color became white, no, maybe platinum, and had a very weird and mysterious feeling. Actually, nothing is making sense, but now, Kazuma's finally recovered and remembered what happened as he clenched his fist. Didn't I say it? Dreams are really easy to breach and break. Leo smiled slightly at the shocked Kazuma. Can I punch you in my dreams, or better, shot you? After a long time of silence, Kazuma only said those words. Leo stared down at him and shrugged. Just like that, an awkward silence descended upon this weird place, which was Kazuma's dream landscape. Chapter 153, Konosuba Side Part 38. In a certain place, the blue sky was dotted with fluffy white clouds that drifted lazily in the gentle breeze, and the warm and comfortable sunlights were illuminating the place, or so would be the case if this was a normal place. There was no breeze nor a sun to illuminate the world with its light, yet the place was very bright. The existence of ground was completely absent from this location. What is left is only the blue sky reflecting itself from up to down, like the whole land becoming a reflection of the sky. In a place where the ground and sky looked exactly the same, two young men were staring at each other without talking. Kazuma was wondering how he could sue someone for entering his dreams. Leo was waiting for what BS this guy is going to say, so he can counter with greater BS. You, what are you doing in my mind? After his thoughts were clear, Kazuma returned to his senses and asked the most obvious. Chilling, but you can count it as divine revelation, Leo stated calmly as Kazuma's eyebrow twitched. Who wants your divine whatever? I'm talking about my brain, my mind. Your spell worked? Cool, yeah, but why is it in my mind? Kazuma was a few seconds away from flipping off Leo. My ceremony didn't work though, Leo corrected Kazuma's wording before saying in a slightly tired manner. Didn't work? Then what is this? Kazuma pointed at Leo and the huge throne he's sitting on. Although Kazuma can't see the shape of the throne or why Leo's eyes changed to that clear platinum color, he believes that ceremony somehow worked or how this guy is in his mind. As for his eye color and other stuff? Please, it's probably just a show-off and a chunny syndrome because this guy should be able to change them. Something like a mere eye color can't have meaning, right? Right? Kazuma suddenly felt like he doesn't know anymore. This is an utter failure. Things went in an unwanted direction, some things appeared, and I arrived like this. You might want to say it worked anyway, but this is unacceptable in these matters. With a sigh, Leo leaned on the throne and said, I'd have stopped the world jump immediately until another notice, but at least there's no spiritual poisoning. Hold on, I didn't hear anything about poisons. Kazuma panicked when he heard the word poison, especially with that ominous and vague spiritual ahead of it. It's written in the file I sent, my spirit is too pure for minds to handle. Well, ignore it, it's a pain to explain. Leo sighed again as Kazuma's eyebrow twitched. Forget it, I don't need to know. Kazuma shook his head before he stretched his hand to Leo. Leo blinked in puzzlement, but Kazuma didn't buy it. Don't pretend to be ignorant. Pay me. Now hey! Tilting his head, a comical question mark literally appeared at the top of Leo's head. Cost of staying in my mind, this isn't a free place, you know. Kazuma cleared his throat before he began announcing. First, your unauthorized breaking will put a daily rate of interest, not to mention you terrorizing me with the Rickroll. Also, didn't you come here from another world? Sounds like my mind is an airport now, that's rough buddy. In mere moments, Kazuma has counted and sentenced Leo into crippling debt in his mind, and he still didn't stop. Ah, I see. Then how about paying in an imaginary non-existent currency, like your hospitality? Leo rested his head on his fist while looking at Kazuma with a bored look. Like hell I would accept. Wait, imaginary you say? Kazuma took a moment to think before his eyes flashed. You know. Rejected. Leo rejected Kazuma's idea without even hearing it. Kmen, you didn't even hear what I wanted to say. Listen, if we are in a dream now, maybe you could, change it a little. Kazuma's eyes were sparkling. Bitch, do I look like a succubus to you? Breaking into foul language, Leo was considering calling another Rick Astley. Although you're an angel, you can do the same, right? You can't deny it. I mean, look what you did here. Tisk, tisk, Tokyo Ghoul Chunny place in a throne. Man, I'm not Chunny like you, why are you doing this? Kazuma shook his head in distress. This is discrimination. By the way, this is caused by you. Who knows when Leo got a cup of tea and was sipping slowly. Excuse me. Kazuma cleaned his ears like he didn't hear clearly. Is it that hard to believe? Nevertheless, is this how your mind dealt with my arrival and number nature? The picture of a place where heaven and earth are one, or maybe they lost all their meanings and became indistinguishable, a number. Indeed also, this poor imitation of number, did it get dragged by number? Or another joke from fate? Tapping the throne he was sitting on, Leo showed a thinking expression mixed with dissatisfaction. Probably about the unwanted things that appeared in the ceremony. At that moment, Kazuma's mind clicked and almost everything froze. It's like when you're chilling in calm and someone suddenly puts max volume earphones on you and plays heavy metal. Can hear, but can't comprehend. Kazuma thinks he's in the same situation because his mind cannot process anything. The sudden voice filled with distortion took him by surprise and he started to doubt if his ears were working properly. Although his thoughts were still chaotic from the meteoric rickroll, Kazuma noticed that Leo's voice has a slight weird distortion, like an audio distortion. He thought it's something because of the spell or an angel's thing, but now some terms were distorted beyond recognition. What was that? Kazuma didn't know when he started sweating. Can you even sweat in dreams? Answers to your questions, but also your subconscious mind. Remember, my spirit is poisonous in the sense that it is too pure for the human mind to handle and must be watered down, for example, displayed in a way that many of its meanings are obscured in order to be viewed without minds being destroyed. Leo glanced at the surrounding, a place where sky and land are the same. Kazuma was strangely silent and waited for Leo to finish. I already considered that in the ceremony, but your subconscious mind also played a role. All that you see now, even if it's this shape that I have, is your mind obscuring meanings in an understandable way for you. Leo curled his lips in amusement. Funny, even if I wanted to tell you everything, you simply cannot understand your shape. Kazuma frowned when he heard this phrase. Forget it, we don't have all day. Leo shook his head and ended this subject before he said, after arriving here, I learned a few interesting things, especially about the nature of what is happening really. Kazuma, who was in a strange state, blinked his eyes before exclaiming, did your clairvoyance work? Wait, why didn't you use your clairvoyance from the start? Indeed, but to answer that, we need to talk about parallel universes, Leo said with a straight face as Kazuma snapped like he witnessed a cosmic horror. No. Calm down, it was a joke. But it does involve parallel worlds. Leo froze for a moment before a frown appeared on his face. Tell me, how do you feel about all this mission? Irritating? Vague? Or straight up confusing? All of them, but are you seriously asking me this? Kazuma started to wonder if this guy really has any omniscience at all. Indeed, but this is how things should be. We were led by the nose. Leo ignored Kazuma's sarcastic comments. Elaborate. Kazuma pondered for a moment before asking. It's pretty obvious. We weren't supposed to understand anything because all these actions are for some hidden greater goals. What are those goals? Don't ask me, I have no idea. Leo sighed and said, you can say, we were like chess pieces advancing things further, worlds, wills, outer gods, multiversal spaces, these are the true players. Or I could be wrong again, who knows? Leo took a sip of his tea as Kazuma was thinking with a frown. Why do you sound so calm? Kazuma couldn't help but blur out with dissatisfaction. You want to ask why I'm not angry to be compared to a mere chess piece? Why should I be that angry about a completely true fact? Laughing at Kazuma's confusion, Leo said honestly, if I got angry for every time I led by the nose in this existence, my wrath will know no end. Or maybe you're feeling stressed about losing an imaginary superiority, Kazuma? The anxiousness of uncontrollable things in life. Leo clapped his hand as the cup of tea vanished into thin air. This is why I said just do your best without looking at other things. Kazuma blinked his eyes and couldn't say anything. Why does he have a feeling this guy is hitting bullseye everywhere? Did he lie and read his memories and thoughts? In any case, he was currently speechless. After a period of silence, Leo opened up with, I think my work here is done and I got enough data. Don't worry about the outside world. A moment outside could be equal to infinity. Here, waving his hand, a small mirror appeared next to Kazuma. It displayed the frozen outside world while he was still falling down, which made Kazuma's eyebrow twitch. He'll fall on his face and that will be painful. Wait, you're going away like this? Nothing else? Kazuma wanted to scream in Leo's face as if all of this world jumping was for nothing. There's no helping it. Leo raised his hand as Kazuma titled his head in puzzlement. After everything that happened, Kazuma thought it'd not get weirder, but apparently, he was wrong. Leo's body became slightly transparent and flashed with a weird pattern of dots and snow that reminded Kazuma of the static on those old TVs. Is the signal bad here? I appeared and unwanted things followed. I can't even access any plane beyond this. What an utter failure, although this how it should be. Leo shook his head before his body returned to normal, or this what Kazuma could see now. Oh, and one thing. You guys need to be careful. I can't really describe it for you, but I feel something, similar? Yes, a familiar thing to me. Leo pondered to get some correct wording without going beyond Kazuma's understanding. Don't underestimate my senses, they are sometimes much better than the whole clairvoyance yet, right? So, about the clairvoyance, can you give me a map? Kazuma directly skipped the confusing things. About my clairvoyance, do you want the truth or lie? Leo said calmly. Why, there are choices. Kazuma's eyebrow twitched as Leo's shrugged, so he just said the truth. I can see everything. Leo's answer was simple and short, which surprised Kazuma and made him say then the lie. I'm blind here. Hearing one of the biggest BS he ever heard, Kazuma's mind stopped for a second. I'm not joking. Well, this is a story for another time. I'll resume my great villain explanations of powers and events later. Giving a thumbs up, Leo's throne started floating and disappearing. Watching Leo's on the throne flying away slowly, Kazuma was expressionless, acting like a dumb chunny. Isn't cool though. Screech. A sound like car tires screech sounded in midair as the throne hit brakes immediately before turning slowly. Leo appeared with an emotionless face and said, what the fuck did you just say to me? Dumb chunny. Kazuma didn't back away as his expressionless face reminded. I'm not a chunny. Leo's face was getting darker with each moment passing by, even an atmosphere of terror was descending upon the place. Yes, you are. Don't lie. Look at yourself, trying to act mysterious and cool. Wait, what is that? Kazuma screamed all his dissatisfaction because he had enough. But then, he saw something that drained the blood from his face. Reaching to his back, Leo pulled something like pulling a sword before it appeared completely in front of Kazuma. It was a PNG clipboard Rick Astley, held like a sword and making Star Wars lightsabers sounds. Who knows when Leo appeared in front of Kazuma and held the mighty sword up high as his expression was devoid of any emotion. Just because it sounds cool in your head, it doesn't mean it isn't cringy. Kazuma refused to back down against a threat that would make entire magical organizations pray for non-existence miracles. I didn't think it's cool. But tell me, why do you think they are cool and you're jealous because of it? Lowering his head, some hidden nerves finally stepped on as flames seemed to burn in Leo's eyes. That's a damn lie. I'm innocent. Kazuma instantly defended his position as a completely logical non-chunny young man. Also, what with the villain acting and explanations? I bet you're going to just lie about them. You're just satisfying your inner chunny. Taking a few deep breaths, Kazuma felt a lot lighter after saying that. Are you telling me you didn't do that with your gun and skills? Leo's cold and distorted words slipped into Kazuma's ears, rendering him speechless before he felt nothing under his feet. Long live the king! Feeling the tap on his head, Kazuma raised his head only to see Leo looking down on him as he was falling. Who knows when there was a large cliff that split this sky-like ground behind him. Ahhhhhhhhhhhhh. Kazuma's screams died slowly with the fall until they vanished completely while Leo stared at this scene with a blank face. Here, you can have this. Throwing the out-of-place Rick Astley down the cliff with Kazuma, Leo shook his head and said, I'm not a chunny, damn it Sai, I'll just go and play games. With those words, Leo vanished from his place like he never was here in the first place, leaving only this blue sky scenery. I'm awake better than the last time. Kazuma woke up with a short scream and recovered immediately. Kazuma, are you okay? You just fell asleep. Suddenly hearing the voice of the useless goddess, Kazuma scratched his head before he froze. Raising his head like a robot, Kazuma saw something worse than Lovecraft's horrors. Aqua, and everyone around him, had a Rick Astley's face. The scene was enough to break all Kazuma's thoughts that this is reality and turned it into one big scream. Meanwhile, in the real world. Ouch! Kazuma! Why are you screaming? On that day, Kazuma swore to never bring the chunny subject again to that vengeful angel and also discovered how much a photo can cause from horror. Chapter 154, Konosuba Side Part 39. Under the scorching sunlight, green fields and forests filled a whole inhabited area outside and cities. These places are always filled with monsters and other threats that can easily kill normal people. When these monsters appear in large numbers, adventurers and other related jobs are responsible for clearing them to secure routes and also avoid any possible attack from the monsters. However, this area was strangely filled with a considerable amount of monsters. Bears, frogs, and even some orcs and goblins could be seen once in a while. Suddenly, fluctuations of mana appeared in this peaceful place despite all the monsters around. The mana came quickly and by surprise, but it didn't stop the sensitive monsters to glance in its direction only to see a 7 colors trail of light fall from the sky. The light hit the ground around several beasts before it scattered into a magical circle quickly and several figures appeared from beneath the glow. Thud! The sound of a heavy object landing made the area shake a little and the monster confused, but that was only before a wave of oppression hit the monsters' heads like a truck and made the air feel heavy like the gravity effect was augmented directly. Not to mention the scary atmosphere, the terror filled the monsters' hearts instantly as they started to flee. Well, at least who managed to stay conscious after that heavy oppression hit their minds like a truck. Appearing from the magic circle, Whitebeard released a wave of air from his nostrils before he glanced at the surrounding his sharp and scary eyes. At his sight, it was either monsters fleeing, passing out, or playing dead just because of the dreadful atmosphere around this giant man. Then after a brief moment, the atmosphere vanished suddenly like it didn't appear from the start, but all the monsters didn't stop their survival tactics. Ugh! My head! Behind Whitebeard, Kazuma fell directly on the ground rolling because he was experiencing a sharp headache that lasted for a few moments. Stop using uncontrollable AoE moves, old man. Despite the headache leaving quickly because Whitebeard deactivated his Conqueror Haki, Kazuma still felt his head ringing like a bell. Gwahahaha. Can't you handle that tiny pain, kid? Whitebeard laughed straight at Kazuma as the latter couldn't say much after seeing all those monsters falling unconscious like tree leaves. I second that. I don't want to start each mission with a headache. Leone rubbed her head to ease the pain, but she was in overall better shape than Kazuma, who straight rolled on the ground. Misaka shook her head slightly to remove the headache. Regardless of having her electromagnetic field on, she couldn't completely block that mental ability from Whitebeard like she usually does in the Academy City. The nature of ability must be quite different to treat it like Esper's ability. Is this what that fool meant by different laws between all worlds? Misaka thought for herself for a moment before she heard a voice coming from her back. How I'm supposed to use this thing? Where are these coordinates? In another dimension. Not hiding the annoyance in her voice at all, Kagaya was turning the chat screen and changing it several times like she's trying to find something. Still no use. Misaka opened her own chat before she entered the quest area. Under the Konosuba mission to the bottom left, there was a new button with a grey, smiley face icon that suddenly appeared there without anyone noticing. Clicking on it quickly, a huge and detailed map that spanned at least all surrounding kingdoms appeared in the chat. Inside this holographic map, a lot of red marks like target signs were flashing rapidly all around the map. What are they pointing at? Who knows? You can't even look at one of them for instance before it changes location repeatedly. It was just a total mess that made one wonder if this map is useful or just a bad joke from someone. Yet despite all this chaos, the target marks were scattered in different quantities around the map, especially around 3 large marks that didn't move at all. Like this place, the wilderness in the Elrode Kingdom has a lot of red marks. In addition to Alcanrisha, the headquarters of the Axis Order, and the wilderness near the capital of Biltzerg Kingdom, this was the most targeted place on the map. Anywho, I should be at my bed, sleeping and recovering from the unfortunate event that fell upon my head. Yawning, Kazuma shook his head to clear some bad memories and wake up a little. He was really tired right now, especially after getting assaulted 2 times by nightmares. Stop whining. You're completely fine and it's not like you were forced to be here. Leone tried to hit the back of Kazuma's head, but his body moved on its own and dodged the attack at a weird angle. Look who's talking. I want to see you saying that after you get pulled into a literal nightmare and terror fuel of dreams by some asshole. That damn guy even ran away after everything like a coward. Kazuma knows that he is already scared for life because of those 2 nightmare fuels Rick rolls. But what made him furious is that Leo directly escaped without any other word. His account and whole name are grey in the chat room and completely offline with no other way to contact him, except the unblockable chat room announcements. Also, there is no way I am letting this mission go after all that has happened. Looking at Leone with a bitter face, Kazuma clenched his face like he's forcing himself on something. Only the points and cash that I'm getting from this quest will cure my wounded heart. Ignoring Kazuma's shenanigans, Misaka and Kagaya were observing the chaos on the map. The origin of this map is actually something that came by surprise. Remember when Konosuba Worlds will said he will appear again after a day? Yeah, that happened exactly at the time he left yesterday, although not in the same fashion. Without any warning, all the previous quests in the chat got deleted instantly and replaced with a single mission titled Hunt and Destroy. Urgent task, number of participants, everyone who is stuck here and also decided to join the fun. Description: the first threat has already departed from the vicinity of the world, but it left inconvenient unrecyclable trash, PESS 26-13287. Considering the inability of the world and the consummation of resources, this new threat requires a manual operation. Objective: Hunt and Destroy, PESS 26-13287. A modified amalgamation entity that lost its rationality and reason, used as a hunting dog and for kamikaze tactics. Rewards: let's talk about that later, winky face. Additional note 1, because of the environment and its nature, the condition of PESS 26-13287 is very critical and it is decaying slowly, which may lead it to go completely berserk as long as it is pushed beyond a certain limit. It'll be in search of things, like devices, to keep itself stable. Additional note 2, using the new function, you can have a tracker that scans the planet for PESS 26-13287 and its avatar's location. Unfortunately, it went under the radar very fast and made the tracking very hard. Use the location of the remaining 3 devices as bait. Additional note 3, important taking into consideration PESS 26-13287 condition, it's confirmed that it has already awakened 2 of its mutations. The nature of those mutations remains a mystery for now. P.S. Do this and leave my world. Hey, you might also want to steal something from PESS 26-13287 before leaving, hat. Just like that, the world will put the mission and left directly. The group left immediately to finish this surprising new quest, yet the most detailed one of them all. Compared to all that they saw now, this mission gave a lot of details to finish it. The target's goal, condition, and even somehow the location are all present. It's like Konosuba is done playing, or maybe he already got what he wanted, so he is clearing the last traces now. This gave them many new questions, like when the first threat left? How did this PESS 26-13287 appear and why? Whitebeard also appeared suddenly when that happened. Kazuma could swear that this old man is abusing the stealth ability of Thief Job, and why does it work without a problem for him? Also, Whitebeard seemed to be in a good mood that day, which made Kazuma more worried. Despite that, the group went to deal with this PE whatever, although from its description, it doesn't sound like a nice thing to deal with at all. Oh, I found it. Misaka raised her head suddenly as it alarmed Kagaya, who was thinking of a way to break the screen. What did you find? The approximate location of this new threat. Although the signal seems to be completely random, which a bunch of them are, they follow a pattern in some places. Misaka showed her chat room for everyone before she made several circles around this area. The number of signals here is huge and very chaotic, but it actually changes its numbers in a pattern. Also, the so-called location isn't about this exact time, but it's the threat's previous location. So, if we calculated it according to these sittings, we'll able to know its general direction pointing a part of the map. The marks suddenly filled the point where Misaka's finger pointed before they scattered again. That's impressive. That calculation power is sure handy. Leon was impressed that Misaka found meaning in this chaotic map that looked like a bunch of scribbles. Doesn't this mean that it's close? Whitebeard pulled their attention as everyone looked at this green field, but except for monsters, there was nothing else. Not exactly. If we took the approximate direction and expanded it, it'll be going around in this direction, to this mark *, boom. Misaka didn't finish her words before Whitebeard shot like a rocket to the sky and went directly into the forest where the map pointed. Wait. We don't know anything about this. Let's think about it. First, Misaka called Whitebeard, but she dropped her hands in defeat when she saw him disappearing into the forest. I supposed to know this by now, but this old man doesn't listen to anything he doesn't too. Leon put her hands on her hips and looked at the pothole on the ground from Whitebeard's jump before she followed him. This old man's head is harder than a titanium plate. I feel that the words can't enter it at all. Kazuma spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders before he took his gun and rushed forward. And where are you going? Misaka's eyebrow twitched at Kazuma, who went rushing after Whitebeard and Leon. She usually forgets, but this guy already brought that basic body upgrade at the chat room, so his movements are kind of fast. I'm just overjoyed that we finally have a normal mission with a clear target. I really hate mystery missions, so I'll take this mission no matter how fishy it sounds. Like hell I'm staying here doing nothing. Also, those monsters might wake up at any moment. Bye. Misaka was rendered speechless as she looked at all the monsters lying on the ground. This guy actually has a point. I'm also taking my leave, but Mikoto-chan. Keep your attention high for this. I'm not really sure of this quest. Kagaya tapped Misaka's shoulder before she vanished in thin air. Sighing silently, Misaka shook her head, but thinking about it for a moment, she took a coin from her pocket and placed it on her thumb. Making a railgun shot ready, Misaka ran after Kazuma, although this passed him after a few moments, which made the latter go full out because of his imaginary dignity. Shouldn't you preserve energy for any expected situation? Running for a while and entering the huge forest, Misaka turned to her side to see Kazuma running with all that he got. His breath was slightly rushed and sweat was falling from his forehead. The only thing that he didn't use is the skills, but Misaka thinks he'll start using them soon. No problem. We need to catch up with the others. Not poking through Kazuma's obvious lies, Misaka continued running forward and increased her speed a little as Kazuma kept up. Wait, why didn't they teleport us there? Kaguya should be able to do that. Maybe, but a slight exercise for your lazy body wouldn't cause harm, right? Kazuma was complaining before Leon suddenly jumped next to him, which almost caused him to trip on his face because she tapped his back. What are you doing here, you crude woman? Shouldn't you be at the front? Regaining his balance, Kazuma directly retorted at Leon, whose smile became more kind when she heard what he called her. I figured that you two are very slow, so I decided to wait for you, especially you. Do you even call yourself an adventurer? Shut up! Don't question my neat lifestyle. Well, Kazuma suddenly went silent when he remembered the destructive lifestyle he had before. Maybe if he changed his habits a little, even this body upgrade would be more effective. Yet, if they gave him another chance, he'll fucking do it again. Enough both of you. Can't you focus on the matter at hand? Leon felt weird about this sudden silence from Kazuma, but Misaka had enough from their actions. Sorry, not sorry, Mikoto-chan. What do you think about this? Misaka sighed before she asked Leon, who was clearly at the front, about this situation. Who knows, but you can see it's not something easy. Wait, why are you asking me? Aren't I supposed to be the new member? Misaka blushed as she noticed how embarrassing what she just did. To be honest, even they are still new to all the chat room stuff. After all, this is only the second mission, but this doesn't change she's more experienced in it than Leon. Anyway, the old man went first to test the water. I don't know if he did that intentionally or because he wanted to punch something, but it's better than nothing. Although she wanted to tease Misaka about this, Leon shook her head and increased her speed. So, if the old man can handle it, we'll stay. And if the situation isn't good, we'll run away and reduce the dead weight, which is ourselves, right? Got it, let's go. Kazuma's words made both Leon and Misaka speechless for a moment. Do you really have to say it like that? Misaka was even more because she can theoretically take down a fully armed modern army by herself. Boom. However, before Misaka said anything, a deafening sound echoed in the front and made Leon, Kazuma, and Misaka flinch before everything started shaking. The whole ground under their feet started to tremble violently and cracks appeared suddenly, splitting the hard dirt. Leon's hair became longer and got the features of a lion when she used her taigu to keep her balance from being shaken by an intense earthquake. Misaka directly used the magnetic field to stay in place without any problem. Trying hard to keep his balance, Kazuma looked at some huge trees falling down and the cloud of dust in front with surprise. What is this? An earthquake? It should be that old man. Did he get in contact with the THRE? Get down! Without any warning, Leon's enchanted senses from the taigu directly kicked in as he tried to push Kazuma away. Much like Leon, Kazuma's danger senses skill ring like a giant bell as he sees something flashing inside the cloud of dust. A bright silver light flashing like lightning piercing the dark clouds flew towards Kazuma's face at a ridiculous speed. Despite his luck and auto-dodge skill kicking in, Kazuma's body couldn't move at all because his speed was much slower than the silver blur. Suddenly, an orange spear of light unexpectedly and silently shot past Kazuma's head. It was more like a laser than a spear. He could only tell it had originated from his side because the afterimage of light stretched back to it. Just like that, the orange laser hit the silver light and deviated its course towards Kazuma's forehead. Almost like thunder, the noise rumbled in with a slight delay. As a shockwave tore through the air around his ears, Kazuma's sense of balance was thrown off. He staggered as the impact blew his hair and clothes, but luckily his auto-dodge was still working and made him jump back, or else his face will be hit too. The instant the orange laser struck the silver light, both of them ricocheted and went in different paths. The orange light hit the ground as the dirt and rocks were blown away like nothing. Even after traveling a 20-meter path of utter destruction and stopping, the orange afterglow was still burning the air like an afterimage. The silver light continued in its new path, tearing apart the air and everything it came in contact with. Even several huge trees and boulders were pierced like hot butter before it froze in mid-air. Biri, the zapping sound of bluish-white sparks echoed as an afterimage of a faint orange light stretched from Misaka's thumb. Looking at the scene, Kazuma stumbled a little as he felt a terrible chill like his whole body was splashed with cold water, even the sweat stops coming out. I almost died there. Only after regaining his sense from the shockwave, Kazuma figured out the situation he was in as a feeling of fear filled his mind and body, but Leon quickly pulled him into reality by pushing him down. "Don't lose focus now, you idiot!" Hearing the angry screams, Kazuma shook his head quickly as he saw the silver light, or what should be called a long piece of metal that moved like a flexible tail, retreating back with the same crazy speed. "It didn't even leave a mark," Misaka muttered in a somewhat unbelievable voice as she witnessed how her railgun was only able to deviate the trajectory of the metallic tail a little. "Are you okay, Kazuma?" Shaking her head, Misaka quickly asked Kazuma, who was still in the aftermath of his near-death experience. Yeah, I'm okay, no worries." Standing up, Kazuma gave a thumb up, but his slightly shaking voice showed the complete opposite. Leon didn't bother with that for now as her focus was on the front, and Kazuma and Misaka also followed her line of sight as they froze. The thick cloud of dust slowly cleared as it showed an empty spot deep in the forest. The whole area was like it witnessed a meteor fall into a huge pothole in the middle as cracks filled the ground, especially the broken rocks and trees around. At the side of the pothole, Whitebeard was standing there holding his naginata and Kagaya was floating with a grim expression. However, Whitebeard's forearm that was covered in armament haki was bleeding from a wound that looked like a vicious bite from some sort of animal. Despite that, his expression didn't change as he stared at the middle of the pothole. In the center, there was a moderately big pillar that appeared to have some sort of futuristic features and vibes. Even the ground under it had some sort of glowing circuits extending for about 5 meters around it. But that didn't really compare to the thing on the pillar. A snake? No, maybe a worm is more fitting. A metallic color creature that looked like a worm was warping the pillar with its body. At the top, the worm had a vicious head made of a giant mouth filled with huge fangs made from the same material its body had. It didn't have a single different part, all of them were made from the same metallic substance. Its tail that just attacked Kazuma retreated back and returned to warping the pillar, while the most disturbing part is the mouth was biting on the pillar as a faint green glow was slipping into it. Although it wasn't really clear, the closest thing that resembles it is like feeding or eating something from the pillar, or should be called the device. Just like that, everything froze in its place and no one took the first step forward. From his wound, Whitebeard seemed to have just taken a hit because of carelessness or surprise, and Kagaya's solemn expression showed that she also has problems. However, Kazuma couldn't move when he looked at that worm. Despite not having any visible organs that resembled eyes, Kazuma had a weird feeling that the worm was eyeing him and ignoring the others. Moreover, it wasn't the usual feeling, but one where a predator is looking at its prey and food, which made Kazuma wish if he could change his choice of coming here. Chapter 155, Konosuba Side Part 40. Under the trees and vines, a hidden spot away from sights existed somewhere in the forest near the capital of Elroad. Even when the forest was occupied by several predators and scary monsters, the location had unnatural eerie darkness that stretched deep between the branches and leaves that covered the sunlight, giving this place a haunted look. Despite the absence of light, a small gleam flickered inside. It was so faint that it made observing it hard, but the glow was pulsing or beating with a rhyme. Such otherworldly behavior was strangely blending in with the whole atmosphere, making it a gruesome task to even detect it. However, the sound of something cracking above broke the rhythm. It sounded like a balloon bursting several times, before the sound became sharp like the wind, whistling around like a fast, moving object. The sound only grew larger and larger, until a shadow was cast on top of the trees and branches. It didn't last for a moment before someone dropped from the sky, landing on the ground. The impact created an ear-splitting blast that broke the cover of this place into fragments. Rising from the dust and scattered leaves, Whitebeard didn't need to look at the map to determine that he's at the right location. The pulsing glow inside the dark corner of the forest is more than an adequate enough clue. Including the fact that he had an uncanny feeling the moment he got closer. It was more like he couldn't sense anything. His observation hacky, scanning the area, gave no information, nothing at all about what was in the front. It was like there was no anomaly in front of him from the start. Gazing at the darkness at the front, Whitebeard raised his naginata, which was vibrating slowly, before slashing horizontally. This action alone was enough to steer a huge airflow, sweeping everything in front of it. The dust and fragments flew to the sky, along with several trees that were uprooted, creating a clearing that had a large space in the front. After the strike, the hidden part was exposed directly in front of Whitebeard, making him frown and raise his eyebrow. What he found was what seemed to be a worm, wrapping around a big pillar. The pulsing glow was being sucked from the pillar into the worm's mouth and body, reminding Whitebeard of a leech sucking blood. The worm had a metallic color that lacked luster, but with each pulse of the light from the pillar, the metallic color became more and more bright and shiny, almost as if the worm was recovering. This quick change is what made Whitebeard frown as the strange feeling increased. This cannot go on. Despite not confirming if this is the actual target or not, Whitebeard could easily see that such a thing couldn't continue. Edward reached a quick conclusion, deciding to interfere and attack directly. Grabbing the naginata with both hands and twisting his body to the side, Whitebeard moved forward at a shocking speed, using Soru. His body seemed to disappear from its place before arriving near the pillar and worm. Neither the worm nor the pillar made any sort of reaction to the arrival of Whitebeard, almost as if it didn't notice him. Whitebeard didn't show any reaction to this but inwardly grew more serious as his muscles tightened, and waved the naginata charged with the GOOOOSE fruit's power. The strike caused the air to twist before it cracked like a broken mirror on its path of carnage. A huge shockwave followed the storm directly after towards the worm-looking creature. Boom. What was expected to be a strike that carried vibrations enough to cause earthquakes and huge shockwaves, vanished instantly the moment the attack landed on the worm. No, the force still stirred the air and caused the ground to crack, but most of it disappeared when it came in contact with the worm, which made Whitebeard lift his eyebrow before his eyes widened in shock. The strike caused the ground under the pillar to crack and break as if a meteor landed on it. The pillar that was planted on the ground suddenly lost its support, and because of that it slightly shifted from its original position. The green glow that exuded from it suddenly decreased by a large margin, and with that did the worm finally make its move. Moving in a flash, the worm launched itself at Whitebeard's face, widening its mouth filled with teeth, which wasn't a pleasant sight to see. Nonetheless, reacting quickly, Whitebeard knew that his weapons weren't the wisest choice at this distance, so he instead directly used his fist. His huge fist whistled through the wind, as it was covered with both armament haki and GOOOOSE fruit's power in the process before Whitebeard slammed it on the side of the worm's head. Boom. Like a bomb suddenly being detonated, a giant shockwave was created, cracking the air like a mirror against the worm's head, but Whitebeard's face wasn't good looking because the phenomenon that previously happened, repeated itself. The majority of his attack vanished, leaving the worm completely fine. It was knocked back a little, but was unscathed nonetheless. Strangely, this scene reminds him of that crystal lich that transformed when he was inside Dullahan's castle. Despite being recently hammered on the side of the head, the worm acted as if nothing happened, and twisted its body in the air, heading towards Whitebeard's right arm. Its speed was akin to teleporting, moving faster than Whitebeard. Aware of the difference in speed, Whitebeard just focused on the Haki and Gura fruit's power as he pushed the attack further. His fist was almost completely covered in the quake bubble before he slammed against it again. Asterisk bay Asterisk the noise rumbled like thunder as the impact detonated the place once more with a massive shockwave, the vibrations creating cracks akin to spider webs across the ground, and a big earthquake that made the whole area tremble. Trees and rocks, turned into shards and fragments, flew everywhere at high speed, followed by a giant cloud of dust, which was impossible to see through with normal vision. Despite the initial disaster, the trembling ground caused everything to shake, with a small landslide happening farther away. It showed how terrifying the aftermath was. Away from the cloud of dust, Whitebeard was standing away from the center, clenching his weapon tightly. At his side, a floating girl suddenly appeared. "I wasn't able to affect it," Whitebeard abruptly spoke to Kaguya, his words both slow and steady as he looked at the dust cloud. It was like he could clearly see what was happening inside. "I can see that." Kaguya took a glance at Whitebeard's bleeding arm before she looked at the center, wearing a frown. Covered by the heavy dust, the worm quickly moved the pillar onto its original position on the pothole, stabilizing it before returning to its previous state, which was biting on the pillar and sucking some sort of energy away once more. "My power suddenly lost its strength the moment I landed a blow on it." Speaking in a firm and steady voice, Whitebeard briefly spoke of the conclusion from his short exchange with the worm. "I know that. I'm also unable to stop it." Looking at the irritated expression on Kaguya's face, Whitebeard lifted his eyebrow and didn't say anything. Kaguya might have just pulled Whitebeard away quickly when the worm bit his arm using her time manipulation, but the result must have produced more complications than progress. From the start, she didn't intend to let Whitebeard get injured, but the worm partially ignored her time-stopping ability. It only stopped for a moment, before resuming its movement, albeit at a much slower pace than usual. "Why does this pattern remind me of Saitama?" Lost in her thoughts for a moment, Kaguya shook her head before she noticed a new development within the dust. The worm that was completely focused on the pillar suddenly moved, flinging its tail forward at a speed akin to a flash towards the other side of the forest. Understanding the situation immediately, Whitebeard slashed with his naginata, but the worm shrugged off the attack. Kaguya's normal reaction would be stopping time, but she refrained from doing that. Unlike the worm that will only slow down, Kazuma and others will be completely frozen. Wasn't this similar to sending them to their deaths? Luckily, everything seemed to work out fine as the trio arrived at their location. Although they were fine, the offense that the worm made when detecting Kazuma made Kaguya completely speechless. "This guy, why do I feel he became very unlucky in this period? Isn't luck his strong point?" Finishing her words, Kaguya wanted to sigh at this situation. However, Whitebeard stormed instantly in front of Kazuma. This sudden action made the trio confused, but a familiar twinkling silver light appeared like a ghost, almost giving them a heart attack. Taking a stance and channeling the armament Haki and Gura fruit's power, Whitebeard swung his naginata forward, intercepting the attack. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the naginata and the metallic tail clashed against each other, generating a harsh ringing sound, like two metals slamming against each other. The impact from the clash made a big airflow, a shockwave that almost sent Kazuma flying. Following the initial hit, the tail rubbed against the naginata as its trajectory was forcibly changed, while Whitebeard clenched his weapon before he slamming forward, deflecting the tail away. Despite that, the tail moved in the air like a dexterous snake, flinging itself towards the enemy once again. Whitebeard quickly recovered his stance and struck back. Clang, 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 with its agile movements, the tail turned into a whip in the air, dancing, disappearing, and appearing at high speed with each strike, but Whitebeard wasn't impeded, striking down every attack and pushing it back. The sound of clashes, followed by huge impacts, almost made everyone in the vicinity, Even the monsters, numb. Kazuma, who was the nearest to the scene, almost felt his ears turning deaf. Suddenly, a bright light shone from the side, before an energy beam appeared. Carrying several colors and a huge amount of energy, the beam blew past all obstacles as it headed for the worm, or rather the ground under the pillar which it was warping. Sensing the threat, the worm's tail froze in midair for a split second, before it retreated at an insane speed and hit the energy beam. The beam didn't last for a second before it got crushed by the tail, dissipating in thin air. Witnessing her attack failing, Kaguya waved her sleeve again before several energy bullets filled the area instantly, all aimed at the previous spot where the energy beam targeted. However, the worm's tail began to almost teleport between the bullets, dancing and striking them down one by one. It was a spectacular scene, a silver flash spinning and twirling around, leaving colorful fireworks along its path. What the? Recovering his balance and his sense of hearing from the previous clash, Kazuma shook his head and stared at the worm's tail. It whistled through the air, moving in a flash, dancing around several colored full energy bullets. So, based protagonist, what did you do to that thing and why is it looking at you like a well-done cooked steak? Hearing a familiar voice next to him, Kazuma turned his head to see Kaguya floating next to Whitebeard. She was continuously casting energy bullets to stop the worm's attacks. Who are you calling based, you old hag? The thin air next to you, obviously, you bastard. Hearing her obvious sarcasm, Kazuma's feelings of gratitude for Kaguya's help quickly extinguished, but then his danger sense skill rang like a drum again. From the depths of the exploding energy bullets, a silver light shot like a bullet towards the group. At that moment, Kazuma felt a tap on his shoulder before the colors of the world shifted. It wasn't only him, but even Whitebeard, Misaka, and Leone were tapped on their shoulders as the world froze still. Except for them, almost nothing was moving now, in addition to the bullets at the distance, which by the way, made the scene clearer, giving a sight of the incoming flash as it was a hideous worm's head filled with sharp teeth. It wasn't beautifully cinematic, especially because the time stop didn't make the worm stop at all. The worm moved at a much slower pace, but its body grew closer and closer. Clench your teeth, kid. Without any warning, Kazuma felt someone holding his collar before the world started spinning. The wind slammed into his face, making his body experience something akin to getting blasted by a fire hose. Kazuma could hardly open his eyes as he saw that Whitebeard was the one who caught him and stormed away. The world became blurry from the speed they were moving at. Hearing a loud sound behind him, Kazuma glanced behind with difficulty, only to see the worm's head crushing the ground at his previous location, leaving a deep pothole. Leone dodged by jumping away with Misaka being carried away by Kaguya from the attack range, but it didn't matter. The worm didn't care about them at all. Changing directions violently as the ground and rocks smashed, it went after Whitebeard, or rather Kazuma. Hey, Kazuma, are you sure you didn't do anything to this thing? Kaguya couldn't help but ask again when she saw how much the worm wanted Kazuma dead while she and Whitebeard attacked it several times. I don't know. Wait for a mom. Kazuma's muffled voice was hardly heard because of his current condition. However, he experienced another impact because Whitebeard and the worm's head clashed again. Kid, get out of here. What? Hearing the deep and stern voice of Whitebeard, Kazuma was confused, but the giant man was busy dodging attacks to pay him attention. You aren't in the best condition to be here or to face this, huh? What do you mean by I'm not okay? Well, I almost threw up. Can you at least slow d? Kazuma retorted Whitebeard quickly, but a glare from the latter made him shut up immediately. Can't you see that your legs are still shaking? You can't even hold your weapon properly, you brat. Kazuma wanted to argue, but because he felt the weakness in his legs, the dizziness in his head, and the gun that was shaking in his hand, he couldn't say a word. Whitebeard's harsh words echoed in his head as he lowered his head. Yes, the words spoken were harsh, but he couldn't refute them at all. What made this funny was that he was just speaking about being a dead weight, but then this happened. The feeling of unwillingness? The feeling of frustration? In any case, this feeling was very annoying. I know, but old man, how am I supposed to leave in this condition? Looking at Kazuma, who was almost tearing up, Whitebeard resisted the urge to hit him on the head before he blocked another attack. Another shockwave appeared, but it was mostly dispersed because of the worm's weird ability. Whitebeard then stepped on the air, creating a blast of air and dodging another hit. Rotating the naginata in his palm, Whitebeard clashed against the worm's head, pushing it away before dashing towards it. The worm adjusted its body and charged again, negating the more intense vibrations like they were nothing. It then opened its mouth for a bite, but Whitebeard used Sora to open distance, before closing in and striking. The wind and shockwaves generated from the several clashes turned the area around Whitebeard and the worm's head into a danger zone. Anything in the vicinity was breaking apart just because of the aftermaths of their clashes. Although evading the worm's strikes became much easier due to Kagaya's power, Whitebeard wasn't satisfied. His body doesn't have unlimited strength, even if he has high endurance, as this worm is becoming stronger and stronger. This thing is relying on instinct, yet it began to adapt to his vibrations and attacks. It wouldn't take long for it to adapt the speed, so Whitebeard attempted to overwhelm it with damage beyond its limits, exactly like what he did to those frogs. Sadly, Kazuma was experiencing the most chaotic roller coaster in his life. The clash between Whitebeard and the worm made him feel like puking several times, especially because he got caught in the middle of the fight. Speed battles aren't really good for me. Staring at Kazuma, who was almost tearing up and screaming like a girl because of the intense speed fight, Kagaya was speechless for a moment. Is that the thing the mission spoke about? The PESS something? Yeah, or else, I have no idea what it is. But first, holding Misaka with her in the air, Kagaya quickly explained in a few words before a huge amount of energy rushed from her. The enormous energy made the air tremble before a gleam of red light shone above the worm location, as several magic circles stacked on top of each other, appearing to absorb the energy. It didn't take more than 1 moment before the circles reached their limits, collapsing into heat and flames. This is the explosion magic of this world, boosted to the limit by Kagaya's huge, infinite amounts of energy. However, before the magic was fully activated, a flash of silver light abruptly appeared in the middle of the red flare, and with it, cleaved the entire spell into two. The aimless energy from the spell either dissipated in the air or turned into sparks and flames, falling from the sky. Kagaya blinked her eyes before she saw that the worm's tail split into two, one of them shooting directly towards her head. Really now? Kagaya doesn't even know if she should call this thing a worm anymore. It's more like a weird substance taking the shape of a worm. Waiting for the tail to reach, Kagaya directly teleported away from that location as the tail lost its target, freezing in the air for a split second before changing directions. I have to say, its defense and adaptations are really amazing. Kagaya has to admit that flying in the sky and being followed by a tail that can carry the power to break almost anything in its path wasn't the best experience ever. Do you have any idea how to stop it? Misaka asked, worried. Easier said than done, Mikoto. Even if I ignored the huge defense, I feel that thing still has some hidden abilities. Dodging a few strikes before teleporting away, Kagaya was growing more and more irritated from this. What about the ground the pillar was on? The mission directly said that this thing is unstable. Maybe we should focus on that. Do you think we don't know? I was trying to attack the pillar all the time, but it has the same durability as that worm. Not only that, but the PESS is also protecting the pillar, along with the ground under it. Looking at the battlefield, where several energy bullets made holes around the ground where the pillar was on, along with a small natural disaster being created on Whitebeard's side, Misaka was silent for a moment. She then took a deep breath. Drop me down. What? Kagaya was surprised by the sudden request. I can do it. Do what? Deal with the pillar. Stop asking the obvious, Misaka said, retorting to Kagaya's question immediately as the latter puffed her cheeks. She felt that it was really a dumb question to ask. Are you confident? Compared to you that has very specific effect abilities, and Grandpa Whitebeard, who can hurt all of us if he went completely overboard, I'm more suitable for this. Well, I was going to drop you anyway, so I might as well do that now yet, let's wait, what? Misaka gave Kagaya a stare as the latter just smiled brightly before she tightened her grasp on Misaka's hand and said have fun. Wait, catch her. Suddenly, Kagaya's speed increased greatly, leaving an afterimage in her flight path. While dodging the tail, she did several spins in the air and threw Misaka directly. Got it. From the side of the forest, Leon directly jumped in the air and caught the falling Misaka, whose head was still spinning from the air maneuvers. Now, how about I show you a small game I learned in my world? With her words, a gigantic fluctuation of energy emitted from Kagaya's body, distorting the air and space around her as 5 treasures appeared. Sensing the danger, the worm's tail further split into 4 tails, even the slender metallic body was losing its regular shape. Either way, the 4 new tails, which almost look like tentacles cut through the air, heading towards Kagaya. At this point, this thing is becoming more like an octopus than a worm. Sighing silently, Kagaya increased her speed further. The 4 limbs were literally like silver shining lights, passing through all the energy bullets. However, Kagaya didn't mind as the area around her began to glow. More and more energy bullets and beams appeared, illuminating the whole area under their light. The increase in the firepower forced 2 of the PESS 26-13287 tails to retreat, with the 2 other tails being forced to back down as Kagaya began to circle the area, leaving a trail of energy bullets and beams all over the place. The whole place literally became an energy bullet hell, leaving almost no gaps at all. PESS 26-13287 head opened its mouth and issued a distorted screech before it wanted to retreat, but it was met with a smack to the head from a vibrating naginata, right before getting punched. Whitebeard, who sensed the change, dropped Kazuma to the side. Using the extreme speed technique of Soru, he blocked its path of retreat with a raging offense. Under the offense from the bullet hell, PESS 26-13287 was pushed back as its body began to split more and more. It didn't stop until the area was covered in several flashing lights that shot down every incoming bullet or beam. Misaka's mouth was slightly open from shock at this crazy scene, but she quickly returned to reality when she heard Leon's voice. So, are you going to do something or stay in my arms? Humph. Misaka shook her head to clear her confusion before she landed on the ground. The zapping sparks of electricity shone on her body, especially her arms, before she placed both of them on the ground. What exactly are you going to do? Noticing all the arcs of electricity on the ground, along with the vibration, Leon jumped a little away. Just open your eyes wide and watch. Misaka peeled her eyes on the target while focusing most of her calculations. The electromagnetic field generated from her aim field extended to the whole area before it met a black zone at front. No electromagnetic field? This is really unscientific, sigh. Despite PESS 26-13287 not having an electromagnetic field made Misaka almost call nonsense, she has to admit that the area she's now in is the most ridiculous. Time stops. How such a thing even exists like this? She can breathe. She can feel the electrons and electromagnetic fields clearly, so how could be counted as time stop? Shaking her head from the thoughts that will drive her insane, Misaka poured more electrical current into the ground until the entire area was shaking like an earthquake. It didn't take long until Leon saw black sand crawling through the cracks on the ground. I'll show you why you should never underestimate the railgun. Asterisk biri biri. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the electric current broke from Misaka's body, generating a huge magnetic field as the ground cracked open violently. Waves of black iron sand flashing with electric sparks rushed like a storm, filling the area under the pillar. It was like an unstoppable tide engulfing everything in its way. PESS 26-13287. Many tentacles tried to crush the waves away, but it was hopeless as the waves pushed against the tails further and further until they hit the pillar violently. Despite that, the PESS 26-13287 body split, even more, attaching its new limbs to the ground in order to fix the pillar in its position. Don't think this is over. The magnetic field grew stronger and stronger as the iron sand began to vibrate and spinning like a vortex around the pillar. The tiny grains rubbed against the ground as the friction and violent movement broke it open. It didn't take long before the area became like quicksand, as the pillar began to sink, its glow fading away. At that moment, piercing distorted screeches that shook the hearts of everyone rang from PESS 26-13287 head. Humph! PESS 26-13287 head directly forced its way violently through Whitebeard. It didn't care about his attack and rushed forward recklessly to reach the pillar, but Whitebeard wasn't having any of it, holding his ground and pushing it back. The screeches grew stronger and stronger as Kazuma, who finally recovered from dizziness, had to cover his ears. In his eyes, PESS 26-13287 was almost screaming like it was in pain before its head suddenly split open into two, rushing towards Whitebeard. Slightly surprised by the new development, Whitebeard took a moment, but he successfully blocked the split head. Despite that, the two heads didn't stop at all and kept increasing the speed of each attack. Ugh! The simultaneous attack from the two heads was almost double in strength as Whitebeard was pushed backward. He wanted to recover, but PESS 26-13287 heads took the chance immediately and formed back into one head. That thing, is the color slightly darker now? No, it's more like fading. Kazuma took note of a very important detail as he saw PESS 26-13287 head returning into one slowly and biting on the pillar. The more energy is absorbed from the pillar, the more its body recovers its luster, almost like it's rejuvenating. Recovering its previous form, PESS 26-13287 limbs dug deep into the ground and attached themselves firmly into it, like tree roots, preventing the ground from moving at all. What? Kaguya generated more bullet barrages, but PESS 26-13287 ignored them and let them fall on its body and the pillar. It was completely useless as the explosions didn't even budge the firmly wrapped pillar from its position. Counterattacking, a small part of the tentacles shot once in a while like sniper rounds, especially aiming at Kaguya in the air. Geez, what the hell is even happening? Is this the New World War? Looking at the electric arcs flying with the iron sandstorm and the barrage of energy bullets exploding everywhere, Kazuma even felt his eyes hurting from the flashing lights. What are you still doing here, brat? Leave. This is the best time. When Kazuma was rubbing his eyes, he heard the voice of Whitebeard before he saw the giant man walking forward. Your presence here is nothing more than a dead weight and a living target for the enemy, I know, but maybe I see a clang. Before he finished his words, a disturbing sound of metal range as Whitebeard knocked away one of PESS 26-13287 limbs heading towards Kazuma. You can do what? Kazuma was directly interrupted by Whitebeard and shocked by the sudden attack, but the latter didn't look at him at all. Brat, you clearly know where your capability ends more than me. Can you do something about that thing? Or can you even protect yourself here? What are you even doing here if you know that your ability isn't enough? Trying to collect wealth? Courage and recklessness have a very thin line between them, yet to be blinded by greed is a completely different matter. Hey! I'm not here just for some points on that chat. Kazuma tried to argue, but looking at Whitebeard's gaze, he suddenly couldn't continue his words. Then why are you here? Just to watch? Clang, clang, looking at two more bullets like limbs getting shot down by Whitebeard's naginata, Kazuma's whole body shook. I'm here to help. Feeling his throat dry, Kazuma said those words with difficulty. Man, why are these things happening to him lately? First, getting stuck in this mission, the latest meeting with that asshole angel, this crazy battle, being targeted by the worm, and now he can't even look straight at Whitebeard's eyes. Help? Gwahahahaha. Help in what? How could you help if the only thing you keep doing is complaining and complaining without attempting to change anything? Kazuma felt his tongue twisting as he couldn't utter a single word after that. That last sentence made him remember the last period. He was really complaining a lot. Do you think you will achieve something by complaints? Or you're waiting and hoping for it to fall on your head without putting any effort? These weren't just some words for Kazuma now, they were almost like arrows stabbing him. Such an annoying situation, kid. In the middle of his silence, Kazuma heard the deep voice of Whitebeard, but it was slightly lower. Did he walk away from him? A man can be greedy, a man can have a lot of desires, a man can be brave and even stupid, but when those things affect the close people around you, how can you lift your head again? Looking at the PESS 26-13287 in the middle of the explosions, Whitebeard stopped in his footsteps. This isn't like those games you always talk about. This is a real world, a world where your actions have consequences on you and everyone around you. Can't you see that your selfishness and ignorance might cause even the people you hold dear a huge price? Completely frozen, Kazuma felt his thoughts aren't even functioning properly as he looked at Whitebeard's large back. If you can't comprehend this even now, I don't mind cracking your skull open until you understand. But for now, leave. This isn't your place. Giving his last glance that made Kazuma's body tremble, Whitebeard lifted his weapons and walked forward. Damn it, what is this feeling? Annoying? Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Clenching his chest, Kazuma lowered his head as he felt his head hurt. The annoying feeling returned a weird urge to say something, yet a voice in his head forced him to stay still. But looking at Whitebeard walking away, his thoughts were again disturbed when he remembered the previous words as he gritted his teeth. Then. Let me help, God damn it. Turning his head slightly, Whitebeard glanced at Kazuma, whose face was red from screaming and anger. What do you even know? Do you think you understand anything about me and what I can do? How can a pirate even speak and lecture me about consequences? If you think yourself a big shot and so important just because you're strong, then I'll show you what I can do. Screaming with his loudest voice, Kazuma took several breaths to recover before he felt weird. Wait, what did I just say? Oi. However, before Kazuma reflected upon his sudden outburst, he heard a cold, deep voice that made him flinch. Oh? Then what can you do? As far as I can tell, you're only all bark with no bite. You. Kazuma felt his mind blankly again as he thought quickly of a comeback. He doesn't care about anything now, except removing that haughty expression from Whitebeard's face and proving that he's wrong. Thinking quickly, Kazuma remembers the mission profile that he read several times. He looked at the pillar as an idea began forming in his mind. I know. I can steal that thing. What? Whitebeard lifted his eyebrow, but Kazuma didn't back down as he continued. Don't act dumb, you clearly know that thing is unstable and need to absorb things to stay stable or grow stronger like that pillar or me. Anyways, even if it's hugging it tightly and you all can't do anything, my skill, steel, can take that pillar right in front of that worm's eyes. He didn't stop, continuing on with his semi-rant and explanation. Even this mission is saying that we need to steal something. I'll take it straight inside the chat room and prevent that thing from recovering. Finishing his rant, and taking several breaths to calm down, Kazuma observed Whitebeard's expression, who seemed to be deep in thought. What makes you think that will work? This thing has been eliminating all our abilities, even Kagaya's time stop, damn it. How do you know it wouldn't work? Did you try it? If you have a problem with my idea, then prove that I'm wrong. Kazuma interrupted, yelling at Whitebeard while pointing at him without fear. If this was a regular situation, Kazuma would probably be begging to hide and freak out, but he currently can't even think properly because of his anger. Are you sure? Why wouldn't I? Do you think I'm just a pushover? You and that damn angel guy, who believes being some sort of an alien is so cool, think yourself all highly and mighty because you have some power and could push me around however you like? Think again. Humph. Then why don't you show me? Pointing at the pillar with his weapon, Whitebeard looked down at Kazuma waiting for this answer. Ugh. No, I can't do that, at least, not alone. I know that I can't even get close to it by myself. I'll die instantly if I stepped into that hell of explosions, so I need your help. Oh? First, you insult me, then you said you're correct and I'm wrong, and now you want my help. What's wrong, old man? Afraid of being proven wrong? Will this be a very hard hit on your ego or you are all talk? Under the sound of explosions and bullets flying everywhere, Kazuma gulped as he waited for the answer from Whitebeard. He isn't backing away until he wins this. Gwahaha, guhahahahahaha. Very well, let's see how long you can keep this up. Whitebeard started laughing suddenly before he looked at the surprised Kazuma, and grinned. Just you watch, old man. Clenching his fist, Kazuma took a step forward, heading towards the battlefield location with Whitebeard as he was making a plan in his head, but then he heard a voice above. You know, Whitebeard? I'm not in a position to question your parenting and encouragement skills, because after all, you raised a lot of sons. Still, can't you see that this isn't the best place for chit-chatting? She then placed her attention on Kazuma, who was bewildered at her sudden appearance. And you, Kazuma? Are you, in all your mental capacity, building your plan based on a joke note from the world's will? Kagaya said, flying in the sky and launching huge amounts of energy bullets and beams on the pillar, trying to push it away or break its balance. Wait, parenting skills? Parenting skill, parenting skill. Kazuma froze in place when he heard Kagaya's words. He felt his mind completely malfunctioning, freezing, and crashing. If he was a computer right now, it'll be a blue screen of death. However, it didn't take him long to realize what had just happened a few seconds ago as a drop of sweat slipping across his cheek. Looking at Whitebeard's grin, Sato Kazuma finally understood now that he had just been played by this old man. This sudden realization made Kazuma's mood go from motivated to I want to die. Thinking about it, a plan based on a joke note isn't reliable at all. Remember what you said, old man. Consequences are affecting the people around me, so we can't risk it and use this dumb plan, haha, ha. However, before he can run off, Kazuma felt a large hand almost crushing his shoulder, making him stay put. Sweat poured down from his forehead like crazy as he turned to look up at Whitebeard, who was grinning. What are you saying, brat? I wouldn't possibly know if I didn't try it, and listening to your words, I'm obligated of giving you a chance or my name will not be Whitebeard. Witnessing Whitebeard's wide grin that almost became like his mustache, Kazuma felt the sky collapsing on his head while Kagaya face-palmed herself. Let's begin now. Wait a sec. Whitebeard didn't wait for Kazuma to finish as he caught him again and dodged an attack while heading towards the vicinity of the battlefield. These two, Sai, Mikoto. Change of plans, make a way for Kazuma and Whitebeard to get them closer to the pillar. Flying in the sky, Kagaya quickly informed Misaka, who was controlling the iron sand vortex, before returning to dodging and bombing the living shit out of PESS 26-13287. We had a plan? When? Misaka asked, wearing a peculiar expression on her face. It became even odder as she saw Kazuma screaming with Whitebeard, who was rushing and clashing against several limbs near the area of the pillar. It seems they made a new plan on the spot. Talk about rushed decisions. Shaking her head, Leone grinned. Because of the Taigu effect, her entire look and actions became wilder. Then, seconds later, she wore her thinking face. Hey, Mikoto. If these guys are making plans, how about we make one for ourselves? Misaka, who was busy forcing as much as she could of PESS 26-13287's limbs underground, flinched after hearing Leon's words. Her head turned slightly to face Leon, who had a lion's features, before a blank look surfaced on her face. What are you getting us into? Right into that battlefield. Asterisk boom. Asterisk bayam. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Leon pointed at the clearing in the middle, where the explosions, blasts, and clashes turned the whole area into a no-man's zone. A zone where no normal and sane person would go near. Misaka sighed, but asked the obvious question. What do you want? I wonder if you could send me there secretly. A loud exclamation escaped Misaka's mouth as she stared at Leon with disbelief and shock, but it was instantly drowned underneath the noisy battlefield. Meanwhile, in the area near the pillar, bam, clang, pa, boom, it was a death zone, as colorful energy bullets and beams traced the whole area, covering its beautiful yet deadly gleam. In the middle of this barrage, silver flashes of light could be seen, leaving explosions like fireworks everywhere. Whitebeard was advancing at high speed through the bullet hell before he saw several flashes rushing past the explosions and lights. Without any other thought, he twisted the grip of his weapon, intercepting two PESS 26-13287 limbs before changing his direction. The worm's limbs were almost like sickles of death, appearing and disappearing without any sign, except the brief flashes at high speed. PESS 26-13287 seemed to be turning into a living turret as its limbs shot like artillery shells. Kagaya's time stop couldn't make their speed any slower. Keep your eyes peeled on the goal, kid. While dodging, Whitebeard heard the muffled screams behind him before he jumped again. How can I open them in this situation? Kazuma was suffering from the intense speed and raging whines it brought. He kept asking himself several times now how could these people keep their eyes open or even sense anything in these conditions. Then focus and wait for the chance. That's easier said than done. Whitebeard and Kazuma found themselves trapped outside a circle near the pillar and battlefield because of the numerous attacks from PESS 26-13287. At one point, Whitebeard could easily dodge each strike, but as he got closer, it became increasingly more difficult, due to the short distance between him and the worm. If this continues, he might have to risk it and advance forward, even if he gets injured. However, such a thing can't be good. As usual, a heavy injury or two won't affect him much, but any difference in this stalemate type of situation could be fatal. Kagaya also saw the situation, but she was almost out of ideas. Increasing the number of barrages wouldn't work because PESS 26-13287 has dug its limbs too deeply past the iron sand, like a cactus in the desert. She could attempt to level the whole area by a large number of explosions, but the silver flashes will obliterate the magic before it even begins, as with anything that amounts to that level of destruction. I should really learn more tricks from Iron. Kagaya sighed secretly before she noticed a new change inside the death zone. Bluish-white sparks started to fly from the iron sand as the harsh sound of sand grains vibrating intensified. It was very annoying, and gave an unpleasant feeling quite similar to scratching nails on a chalkboard. Then the ground under the pillar started trembling again, and PESS 26-13287's limbs under the sand started wiggling violently, as it had lost its foothold. The iron sand vortex tightened around the pillar. Don't make me regret this. Electric currents with a very high voltage were flying from Misaka, submerging her whole body in bluish and yellow lightning. With a frown on her face, Misaka closed her eyes, focusing on a necklace with a yellowish-green gem on her hand. The electricity from her body was being absorbed into the necklace, getting a yellowish color, which was intensified both in power and oddly, in control. The lightning slipped into the ground nearby, making the iron sand in the area slow down, but near the pillar, it was total chaos. If someone could see under the pillar, they'll see the whole vortex of the iron sand became one big drill digging deeply, and knocking away all PESS 26-13287 limbs. PESS 26-13287 wiggled its limbs in an attempt to compress them, but under the violet rotation and vibrations, they were all dragged in the vortex as Misaka's electromagnetic sense allowed her to see what's happening in real time. Now, opening her eyes, Misaka raised her arms suddenly as the ground blasted like an explosion. The iron sand followed her command, rushing up from the ground as the vortex became an entire tornado. Kagaya's barrage got destroyed by the electric bolts and vibrations near the tornado instantly as she was forced to cancel her attacks, but it wasn't needed at the moment, since PESS 26-13287 was in a much worse state. The iron sand tornado dragged PESS 26-13287 limbs alongside everything else in the vicinity, breaking its balance as the pillar was levitating. Whitebeard stopped his advancement with Kazuma when he saw what was happening. Despite PESS 26-13287's effort to free its limbs, the nature of the iron sand made it difficult to escape from such intense rotations. Even the other limbs' attacks were like hitting a sponge and sinking in. The limbs got stuck in the tornado as they were spinning, even dragging the main body with them. The entire area was shaking, and seeing what was actually happening became even more difficult due to the winds from the cyclone, but Misaka pushed further. In the middle of the rotation, the iron sand got itself stuck in the gaps between the PESS 26-13287's body and the pillar. As it got stuck, that amount of the iron sand twisted suddenly into several drills, separating the worm away from the pillar. For the first time in this battle, PESS 26-13287 got fully separated from the pillar it was tightly warping. This in turn received a violent reaction from the alien-like creature, as hideous screeches escaped its fangs-filled mouth. Hearing the disturbing cries, Misaka's expression didn't change. All of her focus now was on the tornado, as well as not getting anyone hurt. She couldn't care less about some screeches now. Noticing the danger, PESS 26-13287's body began to split a little again as the other free limbs returned to the insides of its body. It's too late now. Reaching this point, Misaka opened her tired eyes and slammed her hands down, followed by the entire iron sand tornado collapsing at the same time in one direction, between PESS 26-13287 and the pillar. Much similar to being a giant blade, the iron sand cleaved its way into the previously made gap between the pillar and PESS 26-13287, fully separating them by a solid wall of vibrating iron sand. However, the moment PESS 26-13287 recovered control over its limbs, they immediately launched like several flashes towards the pillar at the same time. Misaka knew that without the rotation power, the iron sand wall wouldn't last for a moment under such an offense. However, that was all she needed. A hidden gap in the iron sand sea on the ground opened up instantly as it shot like fully compressed springs, launching a certain someone near the pillar mid-air. TCH. Misaka saw Leon getting launched by her iron sand, clicked her tongue, and clenched her fist when she saw the condition Leon was in. She really didn't want to agree to this plan at all. Flashback: before Misaka attempted to use the power of the Thunderstone to boost her fine control over the electromagnetic fields, she was faced with the most ridiculous idea she had ever heard from Leon. "What did you just say?" Misaka raised her voice as the bluish-white sparks blasted on her forehead. How could she not be shocked? The words she heard now were absolute nonsense and madness. Not only is the area near the pillar is under heavy fire from Kagaya to keep PESS 26-13287 movements limited, but PESS 26-13287 is also shooting its limbs all over the place. The silver flashes that cleave all energy, explosions, and flames wherever they appeared at an insane speed gave Misaka goosebumps. "That's why I said secretly. Can't you open a path in that sand for me? Maybe even make it a cover until the right moment? Are you in your right mind? What's wrong?" Leon tilted her head in confusion. She didn't see anything wrong with her idea, but Misaka was angry and annoyed. Like she usually was. Listen, the whole area of the iron sand is vibrating intensely, with a huge electric current running through them. Do you have any idea what could happen to you? Serious lacerations, cardiac arrest, burns to tissues and organs, nerve damage, muscle spasms. Misaka snapped immediately in Leone's face at her question, and went on to give her reasons why her plan was such a bad idea, including a list of potential and fatal injuries. As an Electromaster, she's very well aware of how serious the damage her power could cause. In her eyes, Leone's idea is no less than a suicide attempt, so how she couldn't be angry. Now, you don't have to give me a lecture. You didn't even say you couldn't do it. Misaka sighed inwardly at Leone's unconcerned upbeat optimism. Ugh, I can control the iron sand vibrations and the electric current, but I'm now focusing on the offense. I can't be sure to protect you completely. Then it's settled. No need to worry, Mikoto. My Taiguo can take care of the rest. You only need to open a path and do your best. But... Misaka hesitated, but Leone wasn't finished. Listen, the first thing you need to know about plans is that they can't keep up with changes. That's why backup plans exist, to prepare for unexpected variables. Also, staying here doing nothing is giving me a very irritating itch for battle. Leone grinned and winked at Misaka, who was on the verge of wanting to hold her head from the headache she just got. These damn battle maniacs! By the way, this is a battle, so you need to act quick. Your hesitation has already cost precious time for preparation. In the end, under Leone's nagging logic, Misaka took out the Thunderstone necklace and decided to go with this plan, voluntarily having to put a lot of weight on her shoulders. Flashback end, despite her body being filled with small and large cuts, as well as burns, Leone was still in good shape because of the Taiguo, Lionel, enhancing her endurance. Mustering all her strength, she twisted her body in midair and kicked the entire pillar. Unlike its shape and proportions, the pillar wasn't all that heavy as Leone's kick sent it flying towards Whitebeard and Kazuma. What are you waiting for? Kaguya shouted and returned to be a flying fortress, as the bullet hell accompanied by several explosion magic rained down on PESS 26-13287's body. Even without her reminder, Whitebeard had already entered extreme speed using Soru and Jeppo. The goal was already in sight thanks to Misaka and Leone's efforts. Before Leone breathed a sigh of relief at the plan's success, her senses stung again as the iron sand wall shook violently. Under the offense of the worm's limbs shooting like artillery shells, the iron sand wall didn't last for more than 1 second as cracks and gaps were forming on it instantly. The surging limbs of PESS 26-13287 directly breached the last defense as they headed straight at Leone, leaving a flash of silver light stretching back behind the wall. In such a situation, Leone wasn't able to dodge, wearing a helpless expression on her face. However, an electric current flashed on her back. The electric current formed like a chain from her clothes, or at least some metal parts, to the iron sand rising from the ground. Leone didn't have time to react at all as a sudden but huge force dragged her down immediately, avoiding the near-fatal attacks before the black sand covered and dragged her back to Misaka's side. What a hassle! Feeling how weak her body and the annoying electric current, Leone couldn't help but release a sigh, muttering to herself. Silence! You're the last person to talk about this. Injured or not, Misaka removed the electric current as she started lecturing Leone, whose face darkened even further, but couldn't do anything because of the injuries. But in secret, Misaka breathed a large sigh of relief when she saw Leone was at least safe. To be honest, to be responsible for the life of someone puts a rather large weight on her shoulders. Just the thought of messing up and causing an accident made Misaka's head hurt, along with her body trembling. Now, everything is up to the others as Misaka sees a flash of light at a distance. Despite having a giant build of a height of more than 6 meters, Whitebeard's speed wasn't anything to take lightly. However, the enemy was much faster, as silver flashes appeared in Whitebeard's vision. Kagaya's offense didn't stop PESS 26-13287's advancement for long as its limbs shot towards the pillar in Whitebeard's direction. Facing the barrage of deadly strikes, Whitebeard had no intention of stopping as his muscles tightened, pushing Soru and Jeppo to the limit. This almost made Kazuma puke. The air trembled each time Whitebeard took a step, disappeared, and appeared in another place. His previous location was instantly bombarded by several flashes of light, which made the thought of remaining at one spot not an option at all. Evading several close calls just by an inch, Whitebeard slashed horizontally. The shock wave and force of the strike were weakened by PESS 26-13287, but he didn't care about that at all. He pushed his body upward using the rebound of the force of the clash, and kicked the air violently. Whitebeard almost turned into a cannon shell in mid-air, crossing the distance instantly to reach both the pillar and PESS 26-13287. Most of PESS 26-13287's limbs were already close to the pillar, dragging the main body to it. This scene made Whitebeard frown before he attached the quake bubble. *Bayam. The Naginata left an afterimage in the air before it slammed down on the pillar at full force, creating a huge shock wave. It cracked the air like a mirror, crashing the pillar at full speed down onto the ground. Bouncing like a ball because of the huge impact, the pillar rebounded back to the air as PESS 26-13287 launched its body at it. But this time, Whitebeard was faster. "Kid, now!" Yelling at Kazuma, Whitebeard prepared another quake bubble to send the pillar flying from here if the plan failed. The thunderous scream at such a close distance made Kazuma instantly wake up from his sickness, even if he was very dizzy, because of the violent roller coaster called Whitebeard. Shaking his head instantly, he saw this whole ridiculous scene as his mind froze for a moment. At this moment, the world seemed to be stopping in Kazuma's eyes. PESS 26-13287 limbs shooting like death sickles, Whitebeard screaming and waving his Naginata to hit the pillar, Kagaya's barrage deflecting some attacks. If Kazuma were to be asked at a point in his life if he'll ever experience such a scene, he'll laugh it off, thinking of it as a joke. But now, he just doesn't know what to say. All Kazuma could do now was to open his already dangling right hand to the pillar and scream at the top of his lungs. All. The light of the skill activation filled Kazuma's vision and made him close his eyes. The world almost stopped completely for him at that instant. The screeches stopped, the explosions ceased, and the violent movements came to a halt. The situation continued until Kazuma felt a bump and his feet touched the ground. Did Whitebeard land? In any case, Kazuma fell straight on his butt as his legs lacked strength. Did it work? Opening his eyes slowly, Kazuma asked with doubt because if he remembered correctly, his skill steel should have brought the pillar to at least near his palm. Did I fail? Probably. It wasn't really out of my expectations. After all, such a lousy plan. A thud, Kazuma's thoughts were cut short as in his field of vision, a big pillar fell from the sky with a loud noise a few meters away. Just lying on the ground motionlessly was their goal the whole time. However, unlike before, the pillar lacked all the glow and futuristic vibes. Blinking his eyes several times, Kazuma felt very strange. Won't several metallic limbs appear now to turn him into a humanoid Swiss cheese? What in the HMM? Hey, old man, what happened, old man? Noticing Whitebeard at his side, Kazuma asked him hurriedly, but he found Whitebeard staring in a certain direction without saying anything. His face was mixed with expressions of confusion and shock. Not only him, but Kazuma also noticed that Kagaya's mouth was open in an O shape, even though her time stop had vanished and the world recovered to its normal form. Misaka dropped her hands in disbelief, and Leone fell straight back to the ground. What happened to all of you, hey? Kazuma followed everyone's eyes until he saw the alien-looking substance and creature, PESS 26-13287, on the ground screeching. PESS 26-13287 returned to its original form, a basic worm shape with a hideous head, although its color lacked the previous luster. Weirdly, Kazuma felt those screeches were aimed in his direction. It was akin to animals warning other animals or humans to not advance and leave. Similar things are very common, but to see it from this worm of all things was an odd sight to behold. "Kid, get up. Just, don't do sudden movements." "What? Damn it, my legs feel so weak." Despite his words, Kazuma stood up slowly but was surprised by a sudden screech. The moment he stood up, PESS 26-13287 backed away a little and warped its body together, much like a snake hissing at a threat. Witnessing this reaction, Kazuma blinked his eyes before he extended his right hand suddenly. Asterisk screech. Asterisk exactly like before, PESS 26-13287 backed away and started circling the area near the pillar. Kazuma followed it and repeated this action as the worm-like creature didn't dare to get closer or even be in the same direction as his right hand. How did this battle become like this? Misaka's brain couldn't process the change in events. Such an intense and furious battle quickly shifted into this. Was she hallucinating or something? What am I looking at? Kaguya stared at this dance of advancing and retreating with no expression whatsoever. How should she react to this? Just remembering that this thing has pushed all of them to the limits because of its insane defense a few moments ago makes Kaguya want to die. Amid this dance, it didn't take long for the doubt to vanish from Kazuma's eyes to be replaced with an evil look, forming a wide, wicked grin. "Oya, Oya, where all the furiousness from earlier? Are you perhaps afraid of my regular, normal hand?" Keeping the creepy and wicked grin, Kazuma waved his right arm towards PESS 26-1328, with the latter retreating at his action. "Kmen, there's nothing to be afraid of, Steel." Shaking his hand quickly, Kazuma screamed his skill name as PESS 26-13287 literally jumped backward to avoid the skill. However, Kazuma never activated his ability. It was just a bluff. "Oh! This is new, I thought you're all overpowerful and mysterious and Steel." Without any warning, Kazuma bluffed his skill again as PESS 26-13287 jumped away, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Such an image of a young man smiling like a criminal scaring an alien-looking worm was surely unnatural. "Hee hee, ha 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 ha, you got too full of yourself, worm." Confirming his thoughts yet another time, Kazuma covered his face with his right hand and started laughing before transforming into a creepy smile once more. He has no idea why or how this is happening, but he doesn't mind abusing it for revenge. Don't think that playing with these incompetent all-talk guys would mean you're strong. Earthquakes? Electromagnetism? Time stops? PFFF, I require no such flashy abilities. Just the basics are enough to crush you to the dirt where you belong. What did you say? Ignoring or maybe not aware because of the sudden adrenaline and power rush, Kazuma didn't care about the death gazes from Whitebeard, Kaguya, and Misaka. "Now, where are those limbs and tails you were shooting? You were enjoying trying to kill me a lot, hey? Because of you, I was stuck under that roller coaster of madness and forced to act in a shonen way." All of Kazuma's frustration exploded as he looked at PESS 26-13287 with absolute hatred. "If you're so mad and confident, why don't you get closer?" Leon asked from the side as Kazuma kept a large and safe distance from PESS 26-13287, but Kazuma directly omitted her words from his brain. However, Kazuma also noticed that PESS 26-13287's metallic color began to fade even more while it kept circling the area around him and the pillar. "Oh? Do you want this? Too bad, you're only getting a handshake from my completely normal hand. Now, come here." Misaka got goosebumps just by staring at Kazuma with his creepy smile moving his fingers in a very unsettling way, aiming at the screeching giant worm. Meanwhile, Whitebeard was only standing silently there. However, his current expression would strike fear into the hearts of anyone seeing his face. Kaguya thought that he only lacked a text at his side, and it'll be perfect. Ah, this guy completely lost it. Leone gave Kazuma her condolences when she saw the look of the three people around her. Despite the ridiculous scene, Whitebeard frowned for a moment as he remembered something. Usually, animals would hiss and warn the threats by using intimidation gestures, but when nothing works, they'll run. Proving Whitebeard's thoughts, PESS 26-13287 screeched one last time at Kazuma before it shot itself to the left and wormed into the ground, disappearing from everyone's sight. Did that thing just gave me "fuck this shit, I'm out" moment? Petrified in his place, Kazuma's brain couldn't process the sudden change. However, it doesn't mean that everyone is frozen, as he felt the familiar feeling of a giant hand grabbing his collar. "Let's have a word later, kid." Hearing those calm words that seemed to be filled with many hidden meanings and anger, Kazuma felt he went from heaven to hell once again before the world became blurry and the raging wind slammed his face. "Not again." Whitebeard caught Kazuma again as he stormed after PESS 26-13287, instantly followed by Kaguya, putting the entire pillar in her sleeve, holding Misaka and Leone's hands, and taking off. In mid-air, Whitebeard was kicking the air violently, increasing his speed, while Kaguya's natural flying speed was more than enough to keep up. "Go left, no, right." With PESS 26-13287 being underground, the only way it could be tracked is via the chat room. Misaka used that way to determine its location immediately, giving directions to the group, despite it being difficult to determine the precise path. "Don't give each location, just give the general direction," Kaguya said to Misaka after changing her flight direction several times as the latter blushed a little before she focused on the map. "Let's see, it's going north, crossing the green fields of Elrode Kingdom, and heading towards the capital city." "Wait, the capital!" Misaka exclaimed when she learned the direction of PESS 26-13287, but Kaguya's eyes brightened. "Elrode's capital? Perfect." "What do you mean perfect? If that thing enters a populated area, it'll be a massacre." "Not like that. Whitebeard, come closer." Kaguya didn't answer Misaka immediately as she called Whitebeard before flying towards him and Kazuma. Halting in mid-air, Whitebeard was confused because of the sudden call, but then a colorful magic circle appeared. The magic circle lasted for a moment before everyone vanished like they weren't there at all. Meanwhile, inside the royal palace of the Elrode Kingdom's capital, something was going on inside the Crown Prince's private meeting room. "Has the situation from the other day been dealt with, Prime Minister?" "Not yet, Prince Ravi." "What do you mean by not yet?" "A thief has sneaked into my kingdom vault, stole several valuable items, and even lit my castle on fire." The Prime Minister could only sigh at the Crown Prince of Elrode Kingdom, Prince Ravi's anger. The previous day's event has caused the prince to be paranoid because of that sudden attack. Despite no harm falling on him, the Prime Minister is very well aware of the weak-willed nature of his prince, especially because he's just a kid. So, it's reasonable that he's overreacting. "Prince Ravi, calm down. I assure you that the accident of that day shall be dealt with accordingly and whoever was the cause will be punished." "Humph, if you say so." No matter how much he's angry and annoyed, Ravi knows that he could only rely on the Prime Minister for he can rely on him in everything about the kingdom. He doesn't even manage his country as the Prime Minister does all the work wonderfully. On such an occasion, I would like to ask the Prince for his thoughts about the support we send to the Beltserg Kingdom, the Demon King's defense borders. "Oh, Beltserg? Hey? Whatever, deal with it as you like." "Understood." The Prime Minister wanted to take his leave, but suddenly, the ground shook a little, startling Ravi. "What happened? Is it an earthquake?" "No need to worry, His Highness. It's probably just a weak earthquake *boom. * Without any warning, the entire castle trembled violently before the floor of the room broke open and debris flew everywhere. Prince Ravi and the Prime Minister weren't even able to open their eyes as a dark metallic color worm-like creature launched itself at them, opening its mouth filled with teeth. However, following the first blast, the wall of the room also exploded as several figures rushed inside. Bayam. Whitebeard stormed inside, punching PESS 26-13287 directly and without any hesitation. The violent shockwave destroyed an entire part of the castle, sending the worm flying outside. Slightly surprised to see his ability working more effectively on PESS 26-13287, Whitebeard jumped from the room, leaving the Prime Minister and Prince Ravi in a state of shock. Mikoto. Kagai landed quickly, dropping Misaka near the landing point of PESS 26-13287. Misaka didn't waste any time as she put her hands on the ground. The calm and clean roads of Elroad were broken by black waves of iron sands as the citizens were in a state of terror. However, the iron sand ignored them all, sealing all the escape routes for PESS 26-13287. The more time passes, the darker PESS 26-13287 color becomes, and the more anxious and crazier it becomes. It slammed its head and body violently all over the place in an attempt to break the iron sand. If Misaka let go, the whole place would be trashed by this creature. This thing became weaker. Misaka noticed the new change as she pushed her power even further before Whitebeard and Kazuma arrived from the sky. The moment it saw Kazuma, PESS 26-13287 entered a complete state of madness and struggled violently, crushing the iron sand from its body and taking off to the sky. Go! However, this time Whitebeard wasn't taking any chances as he threw Kazuma directly like a rag doll. Was this really necessary? Despite his screams and complaints, Kazuma forced his body to stabilize and raised his hand, aiming at the target and screamed with all his power. Steal! The same scene from the pillar fight repeated at this moment. Unlike before, Kazuma opened his eyes amidst the pale grayish-white light as he saw a bizarre scene. Under the light of his steel skill, the body of PESS 26-13287 was boiling like molten iron before the metallic layer on its body vanished at some parts quickly, leaving a black ink-like substance evaporating when it came in contact with the air. In the whole process, PESS 26-13287 screeched violently as the metallic layer that was its skin was getting peeled off, before the skill stopped and Kazuma felt a wet and weird feeling in his hand. He didn't need to think more as he sent the liquid metallic substance directly inside the chat room. Despite all of that, PESS 26-13287 was still screeching and struggling in the air as it attempted to reach Kazuma, but a giant man appeared like a ghost in front of it. Raising his vibration-filled naginata, Whitebeard's muscles tightened, slashing it at PESS 26-13287, exactly at its black uncovered spot as sparks flew everywhere. Humph! Feeling the obvious resistance, Whitebeard increased his power as his naginata tore apart the uncovered parts before it reached the limit, cleaving PESS 26-13287's entire body in half. Crack! The strike blew the air, making Elroad's capital experience a small hurricane disaster, before everything calmed down. Thank you, ouch! What was that for? Kazuma was falling from the sky as Kaguya caught him before his face kissed the hard rock floor. He wanted to thank her, but she dropped him in the next second. Following Kazuma, Whitebeard fell on the broken road and watched as the rest of PESS 26-13287 fell with him. Its two body parts twisted and wiggled on the ground, but to no avail. The dark color soon filled all the metallic-colored parts on its body before PESS 26-13287 dropped powerlessly. Its body slowly dissipated in the air, turning into ashes, and then finally, vanishing. Misaka breathed a sigh of relief and stopped her ability as the iron sand fell powerlessly before Leone hooked her hand around Misaka's neck, smiling. Finally, the battle has come to an end. Kaguya felt liberated from such annoyance as her body felt very light. She shall repeat that quick battles, especially fast ones, aren't suitable for her. Well, at least everything is over. Even Kazuma, who was still rubbing his painful back, was glad that this was over, although the scary eyes of Whitebeard were still locked onto him. Remembering everything he said at the power rush, Kazuma wanted to cover his face in shame. Ding! Suddenly, all chat members received a notification from the chat room. PESS 26-13287, Avatar, has been extinguished. Advocate of Gender Equality has received 50,000 points. More data has been collected. Update mission. Mission updated successfully. Looking at this new window, Kazuma blinked his eyes before it landed on one word that made his mood instantly become worse. What do you mean by avatar? Ahem. Kazuma's screams filled the whole area, but his train of thoughts was broken by a loud cough and snapped him back to reality. What do you? How can I help you? Kazuma felt the words stuck in his throat when he saw the scene in front of him. Soldiers fully armed, knights on horses, and adventurers of different classes filled the whole place, all aimed their weapons at chat group members. Kaguya, along with Whitebeard, didn't show any obvious reaction. Misako looked at the destruction in the place and felt guilty. Leon had a feeling of nostalgia at this scene. As for Kazuma, his face darkened. Ah, so this day came after all. I was really expecting it, but I didn't think it'll come this soon. Goodbye my innocent citizen identity, it seems I have been dragged in to be a terrorist despite everything. A teardrop almost fell from Kazuma's right eye as Elrode's available army in the capital circled all the chat members. Chapter 156, Konosuba Side Part 41. As the Prime Minister of Elrode Kingdom, I sincerely thank Whitebeard's Guild for their efforts and assistance at the time of need. At a large hall filled with luxurious decorations, a lot of people were present today. Their looks varied from adventurers to knights, but all of them were looking and listening to a man at the front. Most of you may already know, but today, His Highness Crown Prince Revi's life has been threatened because of an attack from a foul monster. If it wasn't for the noble action of Whitebeard's Guild that stopped this assassination, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be standing here. The man easily stood out from the crowd as his voice echoed throughout the hall. Despite his inability to come today, His Highness offers his gratitude and promises rich and handsome rewards for their noble acts for Elrode's kingdom. Clap 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 clap. Whitebeard's what? Guild. Hey, have you ever heard of them? No, this is my first time, but I've heard they're from Beltserg. Those barbarians. One of them is next to the Prime Minister. What is going on? Clapping sounds echoed throughout the hall as it drowned the faint whispers, but they didn't escape the ears of a young man sitting on a chair at the back. How did this happen? Kazuma was looking at the ceiling in a daze. His expression was a mix of tiredness and confusion. Don't ask me. Misako was by his side, covering her face. She didn't dare to show it in such a place. Listening to the puzzled whispers, she was very embarrassed. Ahem. After clearing his throat, the Prime Minister raised his hand and the clapping noises slowed to a stop. I would like to present the spokesperson of Whitebeard's Guild to say a word on this occasion. Would you please step forward, Miss Aorai-san? Kaguya. Few gasps were heard in the middle of the crowd as Kazuma stared at them blankly. Ignorance is bliss sometimes. Even if you know how she acts and her devilish personality, there's no doubt that Kaguya is very beautiful. It's not an exaggeration to say that her beauty caused several conflicts across the land, because that really happened. Good evening, everyone. I'm the representative of Whitebeard's Guild, Aorai-san. Kaguya. We, Whitebeard's Guild, are flattered to be of assistance to the brilliant kingdom of Elrode. Kaguya moved her head, looking at the rest of the audience. Fighting against the tyranny of the Demon King's army is the greatest honor and goal of our guild, so I thank everyone for understanding and I apologize for our rushed and inappropriate actions. Kaguya bowed politely as her well-mannered actions made her in the spotlight instantly. Don't you have any shame? Even lying with such a straight face, you must be kidding me. Is this the princess that seemed to have come from a fairy tale story, really the Kaguya that she knows? Misaka's mind couldn't process the sudden change. No such thing, Miss Aorai-san. Without the effort of your guild, His Highness' life might have been in grave danger. I am in your debt. No such thing, Prime Minister. This is our job and duty as a guild to protect the world's safety from the Demon King's army devils. These two are devils. Kazuma's expression collapsed into a sigh. In his imagination, Kaguya and the Prime Minister became dark figures smiling devilishly. How did the previous terroristic acts escalate to this? Are they even heroes for blowing up half the royal castle and part of the capital? If becoming heroes is so easy, then everyone should be a terrorist. Kazuma abruptly stopped his dangerous train of thought, shaking his head quickly. He only remembers facing the whole army and accepting his fate because there's no way he'll clear his name easily. Not to mention, Kaguya and Whitebeard would never accept to be subjected to prison. However, nothing happened. The stern-faced Prime Minister suddenly stopped everyone and explained to the whole public what happened. In a single moment, Kazuma saw his status jump from a terrorist to a national hero. This was literally a royal order from the Crown Prince himself. This was the most bizarre and nonsense social situation he had ever been in. It was like a dream, a weird one. But then, he saw that Kaguya changed position without any warning. It was at that moment Kazuma remembered how much he hates and loves time powers now. How did she convince the Prime Minister of the entire kingdom? Don't tell me she threatened him? Maybe she brainwashed him. I think I should re-evaluate her degree of danger in my mind. The more he thought about it, the more dangerous his thoughts became. So, he stopped because he preferred to sleep peacefully tonight. Where are you going? I need some fresh air. Answering Misaka, Kazuma wanted to stand up and leave this party, but his steps halted soon after. Even if everything turned out to be all right, I can't forgive myself for such a mistake. The enemy has been in our home, not once, but twice. The Prime Minister took the lead again as the atmosphere of the whole party became heavy. Such a mistake almost cost the life of His Highness, and this is unacceptable. I know it might have been beyond our control, but this isn't a reason to ignore our mistakes, especially mine. His face became one of sorrow and regret. This time it was Whitebeard's guild that saved the day. At another time, what would have happened without their assistance? Gasped Prime Minister. Prime Minister, don't blame yourself for something you have no control of. The noise broke the silence in the hall as everyone was surprised by his sudden words. Their reactions varied, but most if not all of them were out of concern and shock. This showed how much influence the Prime Minister has in the kingdom, but it only made Kazuma's expression collapse again. You can't be serious right now. Please no. His pleas went unanswered as the Prime Minister continued his speech in this stern atmosphere. Mistakes are mistakes, and I'm willing to take full punishment for my laziness. However, this isn't a reason to not learn from them. Everyone, mistakes are inevitable, and they always teach new lessons. Oh, come in. At this rate, Kazuma is one step away from flipping the table. If he was ignorant, then he might not react as much, but looking at all these clueless people around him listening to the Prime Minister's speech and getting emotional, he just couldn't handle it. Everyone, I don't doubt or question the dedication of anyone to this kingdom. But the responsibility falls on all of us. We are all an inseparable part of the kingdom, and only if we work together can we. Unable to take more nonsense for today, Kazuma took a cup of liquor and left the hall directly without looking back. He even left the shocked Pika railgun behind. Some sacrifices need to be made. Not regretting it a single bit, Kazuma found an empty balcony where he was finally able to relax. He has to admit that the night breeze is very comforting, although he doesn't like wind that much after getting blasted several times by it in the previous fight. Ah, finally, I can breathe again, I almost suffocated inside. Resting his hands on the railing, Kazuma observed the scenery from the top of the castle. The capital was lit at this late hour at night, and people were moving in the streets with a radiating, joyful atmosphere. It was actually a festival held for the well-being of the crown prince. Kazuma clicked his tongue at such a scene. The spoiled prince opened a festival casually like it was nothing at all. Such a waste of money, even if this kingdom is known for wealth. To be honest, this kingdom is so wealthy, it evaded war with the power of money. But then the people underneath were also talking about Whitebeard Guild, and Kazuma let out another sigh. Damn you, Kaguya! Just how did you come up with that idea? What makes it even worse is that everyone believes in it. Taking another look at the festival below, Kazuma wondered how his life would turn out from this point on. Not to mention, the Whitebeard Guild news has spread throughout the capital and will pretty much reach the rest of the kingdom by tomorrow. To be honest, he doesn't need to look away. He even doubts if he could fool Aqua after this. Well, that's still debatable. But isn't all of this just a waste of time? We should be doing that damn mission. Speaking of that, Kazuma looked at his right hand for a second. To this moment, he has no idea what happened to his steel skill. Such a basic skill was able to affect, and even terrorize a being that wasn't affected by Whitebeard and Kaguya's attacks. There's no doubt about the defensive ability of PESS 26-13287, but this defensive ability boiled down to nothing against his steel skill. Steel literally skinned that being from its shell alive, leaving it vulnerable for Whitebeard's last attack. After the battle, no one brought up this subject to Kazuma, probably because they didn't have time with all the guild and kingdom stuff. Despite that, he didn't see much hope of getting any answers from them. The color of shock on their faces when Kazuma learned what steel skill did was even more so than his. It was so sudden and absurd. They must be even more confused than me. Well, I don't mind this new change. Time to do what every sane person will do, abusing it for benefits. I guess. Kazuma looked at his hand as he closed and opened his fist several times, but he didn't sense anything weird. The hidden power in my arm? Man, if this continues, I think I'll be a chunny, but I refuse. Shaking his head, Kazuma laughed at this nonsense slightly before an idea flashed in his head. Out of curiosity, Kazuma opened the current source of the painful mission, the chat room, as a glowing white window appeared in front of him. The functions and sections revealed themselves instantly as Kazuma scrolled around. The chat has been pretty much dead these days because most of the members are either next to each other, or are offline. So, except for screenshotting the dark history of the Chunny Angel, Leo, there isn't much to do. Scrolling for a bit, Kazuma entered the mission section quickly as several descriptions and categories were displayed on the screen. Everything is almost the same. No, wait. Looking at the most recent and only one mission, Kazuma lifted his eyebrow as his voice rose suddenly. Urgent task, number of participants, description, objective, rewards, let's talk about that later, winky face. Additional note 1, PS, yes, advocate of gender equality, you're also on the dinner menu for PESS 26-13287. Smiley face. Additional note 2, additional note 3, important taking into consideration of PESS 26-13287 condition, it's confirmed that it has already awakened 2 of its mutations. The previous contact with PESS 26-13287, Avatar, and extinguishing it has provided enough data to determine the nature of the 2 mutations. Mutation 1, Augmentation. Unstable/incomplete raise all the current possessed power into the possible limit allowed by the world's laws and user's body. Because of its unstable and incomplete form, it has too many drawbacks and backlash on the body. It is impossible to raise power into the highest limit or control the output, and so has high energy consumption. Mutation 2, Immunity, unstable/incomplete immune to almost all outside interferences including attacks, abilities, tracking, etc. only affected by source-type powers. Because of its unstable and incomplete form, it became partially effective and might fail occasionally if it got overwhelmed. Additional Note 5, PESS 26-13287's body split to conserve energy and is sent out to seek more supplements. Starve the rest of the avatars or extinguish them. Approximated remaining avatars, 2/3 PS, do this and leave my world. Hey, you might also want to check what you stole from PESS 26-13287 before leaving. Hat. Is this legal? This is straight up cheating. Kazuma blurred out uncontrollably from the astonishment. His thoughts were directly thrown into chaos as he couldn't calm down. How can he possibly calm down? Despite the mission's description and notes still being the same, the absolute absurdity written in the last two notes almost gave Kazuma a heart attack. How could such a thing exist? These mutations, are you sure this is the correct term? All that Kazuma could see is overpowered abilities akin to hacks and cheat codes. This is literally a combination of instant max level and god mode. Kazuma wants to slap his past self that thought these mutations are some sort of unique traits, or some change in the enemy. What makes this worse is that he literally was in front of this living hacks. He went there and fought against this broken monster. Calm down, Kazuma, deep breaths, you're still one piece and nothing happened. Kazuma closed his eyes and took a deep breath to calm down. It's a good thing that these abilities are incomplete and unstable, or else I probably wouldn't be standing here right now. Sigh, that world's will, what did he get us into? However, it all ended with a sigh. Damn, this was risky to the bones. No, I don't think bones will even last after this. Kazuma started to feel that he maybe shouldn't agree to things before he gets all the information and context about it, especially these shady missions. Anyway, there's no use of crying over it. It's not like I can quit now, especially after I found that I'm not completely helpless about it. Glancing at his empty palm once again, Kazuma considered if he should pump more skill points into steel. After all, he got a considerable reward for dealing with that avatar. This makes him wonder what the others got. Did they receive the same reward as him? For the glory of Elrode. For the glory of Elrode. For the glory of Elrode. What they? Kazuma was deep in his thoughts before he got startled by the huge commotion that came from the end of the hallway, to be exact the party hall. Hearing the cries and coming to the realization that the Prime Minister's speech has done wonders, Kazuma wore his blank expression, and drank his liquor silently. I don't know how to feel about this. What a coincidence, me too. Kazuma lowered the liquor cup slowly and glanced at his side. Who knew when the crude wild assassin, Leon, had appeared at his side? Silence dropped between these two as Kazuma maintained his expressionless face, looking at the night sky while Leon had a cheerful smile on her face. You were just thinking of throwing that cup at my face, didn't you? I have no idea what you're talking about. You should trust people more. Oh, really? Yeah, I'm a very trustworthy person myself despite someone almost giving me a heart attack just now. Leon was silenced from the absurdity as Kazuma slowly rotated the cup in his hand. The option of throwing it was still in consideration, which made Leon more speechless. So, what are you doing here? Ruining my peaceful and tranquil moments? Well, it's not like I'm you're ruining it. Bulletin, you're still ruining it. After getting interrupted twice, Leon stopped and raised her hands in defeat. This guy seems to be so fed up and no fun at all now. Sigh, those formal parties were never my thing, so I was exploring this castle. It was all right until the speech started. Speaking of which, didn't your world have the same kind of scenario here? Kazuma decided to ignore the second part in Leon's words because he's pretty sure you can't just explore a royal castle casually. Oh, the Prime Minister. Well, yeah, that happened. But I don't know what to make of this situation here. You see, despite that guy having this odd feeling about him, he cares about the well-being of this kingdom more than its rulers. I think he's the only one that cares about it. Kazuma started to feel this is some ridiculous plot twist of some sort, but nothing good comes from too many questions, so he shrugged it off. Anyways, can you leave? I'm trying to enjoy a calm and peaceful moment, don't ruin it for me with your shenanigans. Go and get arrested away from me. I'm a model citizen now, and I'd like it to stay that way. Kazuma waved his hand like he's trying to shoo away a stray cat. Sigh, it can't be helped. Leon leaned her back on the railing before she sighed, and started talking with a troubled expression. Too bad I'm here, and why are you distancing yourself? Don't forget, we're Whitebeard Guild now. Our actions are reflected on all of us right now, it can't be helped at all. If I were to do something crazy to the Kingdom Vault, what do you think would happen? In complete silence, Kazuma took a sip of the liquor without looking at Leon, as if he couldn't hear her at all. This is just a figment of his imagination, this liquor is so strong that it made him hallucinate from just a sip. Avoiding it is also an option, but what would Whitebeard think of this? Abandoning your friends and guild this easily, he'll probably have to teach you about the importance of family and friends again, and to be frank, I prefer to avoid it if I were you. Whitebeard mainly used the iron fist of love as his favorite method. Lowering the cup again, Kazuma continued to look at the night sky, but the strength he's using to hold the cup increased. Leon even heard a squeezing sound like the cup is on the verge of breaking. Kazuma sighed a little before he raised his right hand. Opening and closing his fist for a moment, he instantly turned towards Leon. Stay all. The light of the skill flashed, but Leon already jumped to the next balcony behind Kazuma, avoiding the skill completely. Good try, but you shouldn't reveal your intent if you want to perform a good sneak attack. Well, gotta go explore the castle, see you later. Leon vanished inside the castle as quickly as she could when Kazuma's hand shone with the skill's light again. Do you think this is over? You started this, and the war will never end until you understand the horror of my steel. Despite giving some cliché villain promises, Kazuma returned to the balcony railing instantly to drink his worries away. Who has the energy to chase after that crude woman anyway? Might as well do something useful and read the mission for more information. Looking at the note that basically says that he's food in the eyes of PESS 26-13287, Kazuma's lips twitched before he read the last note. Ha ha ha, funny, didn't laugh. The last note didn't change much, except that it was clearly hinting at the previous steal Kazuma did. His steal took that metallic substance before he tossed it directly inside the chat room's empty space loophole. Although Kazuma has several reasons to not trust anything from these notes, he also has several reasons to trust them. This situation of lacking information is very troubling, but who knows, maybe that thing is a legendary loot that dropped from that monster. After all, a broken monster like that has to drop something good. But first, I need something to put that metallic substance. Putting his hand on his chin, Kazuma looked around only to see the cup in his hand and a vase near him. It looked expensive and very antique, probably won't be good to use it. A quick thought about consequences passed quickly as Kazuma poured the rest of the liquor inside the vase before he opened the chat room space. The small amount of the metallic substance poured from Kazuma's empty palm and into the cup smoothly. At night, the substance was like light itself moving inside the cup. Kazuma thought it wasn't completely wrong to mistake PESS 26-13287's attacks to light flashes during the battle. Ding! Suddenly, a small ping sounded in Kazuma's head when he was observing the weird substance. A weird shade extended from the metallic substance as a window popped in front of his face without any warning. Self-steel, description, a specially made steel, combining both organic and inanimate material, the result of research done by a world's will. This self-steel is cast by several exotic materials that act on preserving thoughts and selves inside. But it, in fact, could also count as a cursed material that seals and traps any being's self in order to preserve certain qualities about them. Because of its nature, this steel is specifically made and used to preserve the talents of some special individuals that reside inside themselves, even against their own will. Usage: seal and chain selves, ineffective, current preserved talent, immunity, unstable/incomplete, immunity, unstable/incomplete, immune to almost all outside interferences including attacks, abilities, tracking, etc. Only affected by source types, powers and abilities with similar nature like other talents. Because of the unstable and incomplete form, it became partially effective and might fail occasionally if overwhelmed. P.S. A continuation of a certain series of projects labeled as Project Essence and categorized as PESS, Project Essence Self-Steal. It's one of many. PESS. Without blinking, Kazuma stood in place without moving. The window began to vanish slowly until it disappeared, but he couldn't care less. He was just out of words right now. What, who, when, where, why, and how? Even the 6 types of questions weren't able to fit all the questions in Kazuma's head right now. Well, his prediction wasn't wrong. He got some loot from PESS 26-13287, some serious type of loot, more serious than he ever thought. He kinda hoped his prediction was wrong now. He tried to get this straight. This thing is made by a world's will, not an outer god, but a world's will, and it's a super cursed thing from the description. Also, it's probably the strongest material that can exist ever because of the talent. Hold on, why is the mission is calling it mutation, and the item description call it talent? It doesn't work anymore. Kazuma tried to call the description window again, but it didn't work at all. The chat room isn't recognizing the self-steal as an item anymore. Is this a one-time thing? Giving up after several tries, Kazuma sighed, scratching his head before he turned his attention to the chat room. Putting the self-steal back in the chat room and far away from him, Kazuma took a deep breath before typing in the chat. Advocate of gender equality at everyone, I might have a big problem here. But first, I didn't do anything and it isn't my fault. Neat princess, didn't we turn the ping off? Oh, it's an emergency, advocate of gender equality, what do you mean by This is really an emergency. Neat princess, I'm not questioning the emergency. I'm doubting that it wasn't your fault, advocate of gender equality, Bree, so, what is this emergency? I don't see explosions or Kazuma running around and screaming advocate of gender equality. Kazuma has never been offended by something he completely agrees with. He'll totally run and scream if that happens. Advocate of gender equality, you know what? I don't care, moving on Bree, just say what happened, advocate of gender equality. Nat, it was a dumb thing. If you want, you can figure it yourself, I'm just busy running and screaming. Bree, straight face, neat princess, save it. I want to ask if you want to continue the mission now or go tomorrow morning. The strongest man in the world, better to attack when we still have the advantage. Those things are already difficult to deal with, no telling what would happen if they got more time. Apparently, they also targeting what you call plot characters. Big Sister Lion, I was just exploring this castle. Fine, let's go now, a hero for fun. Can I join? Advocate of gender equality, why are you even asking to go tomorrow? I guess it's always better to finish this mission as quickly as possible and get done with it. Neat princess, I'm taking you, who has a normal mortal body, into consideration. Do you think you have infinite energy or monstrous endurance? Advocate of gender equality, fair enough. Bree, I mostly controlled magnetism for today. It didn't affect my calculation power a lot, except the efforts to control it very precisely to not hurt someone. Big Sister Lion, well, everything worked out in the end. Bree, straight face, neat princess, then it's settled. Advocate of gender equality at a hero for fun, what did you just say? Kazuma rubbed his eyes several times when he saw the new message. Is he hallucinating again because of the shocking information he got? A hero for fun, can I join? It wasn't an illusion. Kazuma's eyes shone brightly as he typed quickly. Advocate of gender equality, what? Why? No, I mean, why now? A hero for fun, bored, and you guys seems to be fighting something strong. Looking at the simple reason, Kazuma looked at the sky as a small smile surfaced on his face before he typed his best message so far. Advocate of gender equality, please. This humble one is humbly asking for your assistance. I'll even buy you a ticket for travel. Just come punch those things away. Please. The strongest man in the world, Big Sister Lion, seriously. Bree, I have nothing to say, neat princess, don't you have shame? Advocate of gender equality, shut up. I'm tired of these goddamn broken monsters in this goddamn world. The most efficient way to defeat cheats is to use higher forms of cheating. Fighting hacks with hacks. A hero for fun, advocate of gender equality, wait for a SEC, I'll buy it now. A hero for fun, no need. I already bought one advocate of gender equality, You did, then what are you waiting for? A hero for fun, the thing is I'm banned. Advocate of gender equality, pardon. A hero for fun, ban notification.jpg. Saving time for explanation, Saitama directly sends a picture of the result he got when he tried to use the chat room to travel to Konosuba's world. It was a simple picture of the chat room's screen, but there was a red window with a stop sign and a small dialogue that said, "You shall not pass," smiley face. Advocate of gender equality, witnessing the worst possible scenario, Kazuma froze in his place as his anticipation vanished a bit by bit. Neat princess, wee easy. The strongest man in the world, gwahahahahaha. Bree, this is the second time this happened, hey. Advocate of gender equality, Big Sister Lion, I see someone's hopes and dreams crumbling in a moment, and I'm all for it. Why are we still here, just to suffer? Kazuma lowered his head as he felt his past hopes were only a lie. Why can't they have the cheating One-Punch Man? The enemy is clearly using cheats. This world's will is biased. Neat princess, this just happened. Anyway, let me finish something quickly and go meet at the palace's gate. The goal is the wilderness of Beltzerg Kingdom, between the capital and overlapping borders of the Demon's King territory. Neat princess, oh, by the way, if you meet the Prime Minister, remember that I'm currently an archdevil that can control time and you are my allies. Bree, hey. Advocate of gender equality, excuse me, what? Without any objections, the new goal has been set for tonight, taking down another PESS 26-13287 avatar. Also, to prevent any new surprises from rising. Despite his dejected mood, Kazuma knew that it wouldn't help. Well, it's not like they anticipated Saitama's help anyway. Would it make things much simpler? Absolutely. But it's not like he can't manage without it. So, he cheered up with the fact that he can terrorize another broken cheaty monster. When everyone gathered at the palace's gate, Kaguya didn't say much as a colorful magic circle appeared and teleported them away under the surprised eyes of the guards. Meanwhile, in the wilderness between Beltzerg Kingdom capital and the borders, a colorful light shone in the middle of the darkness, alarming several high-level monsters. The wilderness near the borders and the capital of Beltzerg are very different in terms of danger compared to other lands. Here, it's one of the most dangerous places that humans can go to. Not only is it filled with high-level monsters that only high-level adventurers can take on, but it's near the Demon's King borders, so meeting some of the Demon's King army isn't out of expectations. The adventurers that dare to venture here have to be well aware and prepared for the dangers that they might face. Despite that, the fearsome monsters that made every adventurer worried, jumped like cats whose tails were being stepped on when the colorful light dimmed. It was only a moment, but heavy oppression like a giant mountain struck fear into their hearts instantly as they fled in all directions. In mere seconds, the area was cleared. I still can't believe that you convinced that Prime Minister by such a dumb lie. Phew, Kazuma, you misjudged me. I simply used the fear of the unknown and the power of spoilers. That's all. That isn't better. Landing from the teleportation circle, the group appeared in this harsh wilderness. This is very convenient. Kazuma commented on the second time he saw Whitebeard clearing the mobs with his conqueror haki. It was neat, clean, and no trouble at all. A nice crowd control skill. How about you train in haki, or anything else seriously? Maybe you'll prove to have a talent that few has. No, I know my shitty talent, there's no need of giving me false hope. I prefer to be simple and happy like this. Kazuma clapped his hand as Whitebeard was silenced because of this fast rejection. Shouldn't you be slightly interested and aiming for higher limits? If Kazuma knew his thoughts, he'll just say that shonen is bad for his health. Seriously, he can't take more of that shonen cliché anymore or he'll get a stroke. Yeah, that's all what they say. So, will you tell me about your emergency now? We still have some distance to reach the location. Also, Whitebeard, don't rush alone, you saw what happened last time. Whitebeard nodded and complied. It's not like he can't just rush again, but it isn't ideal. The enemy had already proven itself, and its power was something that couldn't be dealt with using the regular way, which is brute force. I know, well, it was like this. Feeling everyone's eyes on him, Kazuma waved his hand and began to tell what he saw about PESS and the whole self-steal. Moving through the wilderness filled with tall trees, the group expressions varied the more Kazuma spoke. Kagaya had a frown, Whitebeard kept the same expression, Leon seemed to be confused and lost, and Misaka was startled. PESS. Quite interesting to say the least. Kagaya listened carefully until Kazuma finished before she nodded. Huh? Interesting? That's it? No other reaction to this broken monster. Well, I don't see a reason to overreact anyway. It's not like I'll get something from stressing myself. Kagaya waved with her long sleeves as she floated freely in the air. Her expression was easygoing and calm, as if she didn't hear any of Kazuma's previous words. Also, what do you expect me to do? I lack a lot of information about this, so I can't give any reliable guesses. I think rather than worry myself thinking about such ambiguous things, I should focus on what I have at hand. I see. You kinda have a point, I hate that. You'll get used to it. I hate that too. Chuckling at Kazuma's completely lost expression, Kagaya covered her mouth with her long sleeve. Well, I can't deny that I hoped for an explanation or a clue for your currently overpowered steel, but we can't always get what we want. Those words attracted the attention of the whole group. After witnessing what steel did to PESS 26-13287, no one of them dared to underestimate the power of that basic move. Tell me about it, I have no idea myself. I'm not feeling anything out of usual. Kazuma raised his hands and shrugged. He had no clue about where this change came from, nor that self-steal cleared his confusion. Actually, it made it worse. Thinking about it, if Saitama couldn't come here using the chat room, is Leo also banned? Guiding the group using the map, Misaka suddenly started her thoughts after remembering what happened. Probably, definitely. It would be funny to see it happen though after all his effort to reach here, phew. Smirking at her imagination of that scene, Kagaya laughed slightly as Misaka sighed. That bastard, hey! Wait! Kazuma shared the same thought as Kagaya. There's no way this trolling world's wills will let that multiverse-level terrorist enter its world, but then, he remembered something very important. Hold up, is this caused by him? The more he thought about it, the more Kazuma found this to be logical. But the strange thing is, he doesn't remember that scene well. His memories about the dream hijacking look so foggy now. Kazuma found that he can't even recall Leo's look from that meeting or most of his words. Could this be just because he can't remember dreams that well? After all, experiences in dreams usually become hazy after a while. Amidst his thoughts, Kazuma had to halt as he felt something in his field of vision. A doll? What a doll doing here? They look cute. In front of Kazuma, small dolls were moving between the trees and in the grass. They were small and barely reached Kazuma's foreleg. Their design was of a small man in a formal suit, wearing a black and white mask on his face. Misaka was already captivated by the small dolls doing a march together as Kazuma tried to reach for one of them. What is th? Without finishing his words, Kazuma's body moved on its own and dodged to the left as one of the dolls threw itself at him and boom, a small explosion like a grenade blew near Kazuma as his auto dodge took him away from danger, leaving Misaka in a state of shock. How could a small cute doll turn into a suicide bomb this quickly? No one answered Misaka's silent question as she recovered quickly and zapped away several dolls that tried to bounce on her. So, do you have any idea what this is? I think so. Whitebeard, can you sense someone nearby with haki? Kagaya nodded at Leon's question before requesting Whitebeard. With a small nod, Whitebeard pointed in a certain direction, but he didn't attack because he didn't feel a need to. These dolls, even if they look dangerous at first glance, are actually harmless to power level of their group. Even Kazuma can deal with them easily. Good, Mikoto, you can clear them all, I see, then. Bluish-white electric arcs flew from Misaka's forehead before they turned into several lightning bolts that shot down all the dolls in the area. What was that for? Don't worry, I controlled my attack completely and it'll not harm you at all. Kazuma was startled by the electricity flying near him as Misaka crossed her arms and said confidently. I see, but can you give me a head up before you do that next time? These things are bad for my heart. Sure. Just like that, the group continued their journey in the forest before they reached a small clearing. However, they weren't alone. Before them was a figure sitting cross-legged in the middle of the clearing, working hard at making some dolls. He was wearing a suit that didn't match the forest at all, and his hands were covered in white gloves. The mask he was wearing had a similar design to the dolls that attacked them just now. The mask on his face gave an ominous feeling that even Leon felt something bad. Maybe he didn't see their arrival, even though Whitebeard's steps were very loud. Or maybe he was too focused on making his dolls, but this guy didn't even look at the group. Only after Whitebeard took another step forward did the man finally raise his head and stare at them. His face under the mask gave no expression at all. Isn't the world full of surprises, to think Moi wouldn't be able to see through someone? Speaking some incomprehensible words in a weird tone, the man stood up slowly as his mouth cracked into a grin. Adventurers, welcome this forsaken forest. Thou art correct, Moi art the source and the origin of all evil. Moi is a general of the Demon King's army, the Duke of Hell that commands the devils. The archdevil that can see through anything in the world, Vanir. The man, no, the devil, Vanir, performed a polite greeting, but the red gleam in the eye part of the mask was anything but friendly. Kagaya, you call yourself an archdevil. So, do you know this weirdo? Kazuma blinked his eyes several times before he turned to Kagaya. Kagaya looked at Vanir, who didn't seem to be bothered by Kazuma's words, before she said no, I have no idea. Just like that, silence descended on the group. The chat room's group had expressionless looks on their faces, while Vanir's smile twitched a bit. Chapter 157, Konosuba Side Part 42. Oi, do you expect me to believe that? Yeah, what's wrong? So, we came here, in the middle of nowhere, under your suggestion and guidance, found a weirdo in a formal suit calling himself an archdevil, and after all of this, you don't know anything. The world is full of surprises. The more you go, the more you see. In the end, you'll realize that what you call nonsense and absurd is just related to your limited knowledge. How inspiring! Thank you, I just try my best. In the middle of the clearing, the archdevil Vanir watched in silence as Kazuma and Kagaya were having a nice conversation, but the increase of friendliness on their smiles was worrying. In the eyes of the group, these two were head-to-head, stubborn, and refusing to back down. While Kazuma swore he'll rip off this blatant lie, Kagaya didn't want to admit anything. It was so childish, but such quarrels are very common between these two. Can you two cut it out? Misaka pushed in and tried to interrupt this friendly conversation. Why should I stop? I'm just asking a genuine question about very important matters, for example how this weirdo-looking guy appeared suddenly. Even if that person doesn't want to answer, unfortunately, I see no reason to stop. As a princess, I'm more than happy that my wisdom could be of help to someone else, even if that person doesn't want to believe in my honesty. You too. Suppressing her anger, Misaka tried to calm down and not join the quarrel. Usually, she would ignore this, however, the location and the timing here are way off. She could clearly see that the red gleam in that guy's, Vanir's, eyes intensified each time he got indirectly insulted by Kazuma and Kagaya. Even Leone, who was calm a moment ago, backed away a little as her hair stood up a little, akin to a scared cat in danger. Okay, Miss Kagaya, could you please tell me who is that guy and why did you bring us here? Oh my, sure you're polite Kazuma, but unfortunately you're not intelligent enough to see that I have no information about such a thing. It's sad to see you're doubting my sincerity. Splendid, splendid, quarreling in front of Moi, unaware of any danger is amusing. Yet, why I'm getting feeling art thou are ignoring Moi. Must be my imagination. In the middle of the conflict, Kazuma and Kagaya heard something, but they chose to ignore it. Sincerity, hey? I wonder if calling yourself an archdevil a few minutes ago counts. Oh, would you look at that, we even have a person calling himself an archdevil, isn't that just nice? An archdevil? Thou sure is courageous to spout such lies, my ears are rejoicing to hear that thee is disguising as my kind. Although thou lack any charm to be my own kin, I welcome you with open arms. These coincidences are what make the world interesting. Who would have thought we are going to meet an actual archdevil in our little journey? Once again, Vanir tried to enter the conversation, but he was selectively ignored by Kazuma and Kagaya. The gleam in his eyes shone even brighter. Misaka starts to wonder if that gleam will become a red flashlight at some point. Maybe a laser vision from anger? Can devils do that? In any case, Vanir's mask eyes are resembling a car black light for Misaka right now. I suddenly can't take this devil seriously. Misaka was having a problem of her own while Leone felt she should leave and come back later because she didn't like the aura from Vanir's eyes at all. Ha 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 ha, you're very amusing, Kagaya, but, do you think I'll believe that? Phew phew phew, I can say the same, Kazuma, but you know what they say. When in doubt, always remember that the words of the Moon Princess are the absolute truth. If you feel it's some nonsense, always keep in mind that the Moon Princess rules make everything logical. In any case, if you feel pain or injured, recall the Moon Princess words and you'll be fine, even if you're going to die. Kagaya put her hands together and floated a little higher like she's ascending, even if she flinched a little at the last part. I really want to ask who the hell says that, but why do I feel this is some sort of creepy propaganda? Did this happen on the moon? Oh God! Terrified by his own speculation, Kazuma decided to shut up because he was getting more creeped out by this. Clap clap. Suddenly, Kazuma and Kagaya flinched at the sound of clapping before they saw Vanir clapping his hands slowly as the gleam in his eyes almost blinded them. Tisk tisk, how unfortunate! The gleam in Vanir's eyes darkened slowly before he shook his head and covered his mask with his hand in a dramatic pose. Thou spouting lies from her mouth more than that follow, the Demon King, pleading for the mental health of his subordinates. Oh? Did thou decide to stop expressing their idiocy and face Moi, Vanir, who some say is stronger than the Demon King? Who are you again, to whom? Vanir was about to start a new round of monologues, but the sight of the duo looking at him with confusion made him halt. If he wasn't a devil, those puzzled expressions would have fooled him easily. He has just introduced himself, again. We are having a very important conversation here, don't you have any manners? You even called yourself a duke or something, can't you act like one? Yeah, Vanir, was it? Why are you wearing a business suit in a fantasy sitting world anyway? Did you think it's cool? Wait, Don't tell me that the chunny has rubbed on the devils too. Kazuma and Kagaya started again as the complaints rained on the clueless Vanir's head without stopping. In all his life as a devil, he saw a lot of shameless and irritating people, but this is pushing it to the top. Not again. Misaka covered her face from shame again. Enemy or not, this is already embarrassing for her. She kept asking herself, why does this always happen with these guys? Guys, maybe you should stop. Leon didn't like the feeling that Vanir gave her. It was like he had seen through her completely, and this was very annoying for her. Why? He started it. The duo retorted immediately as Leon laughed dryly and pointed at Vanir before the duo followed her vision to see Vanir shaking. Fa-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Amusing, very amusing. Fa-ha-ha-ha-ha. Breaking into loud laughter, Vanir arched his back before he leaned forward. His eyes were gleaming red like blood as Kazuma felt fear from them. On another thought and after careful consideration, maybe we should go and finish our work here. And about this guy, let's just forget we saw him. He's clearly having fun, so let's not disturb him and leave quietly. Without even finishing his words, Kazuma already took a few steps away from Vanir's sight while giving a thumbs up to the others like he's saying, you got it, I believe in you. Waste time later, let's locate the new device position. Shaking his head, Whitebeard decided to leave. He has no idea why Kagaya decided to stop here, but now he can see it was just one of her bad habits acting again. I haven't laughed like this in a while. Oh? Don't be in a hurry, giant-looking man, Moi assures you that the action of the rude lady over there wasn't pointless. If Moi sees it correctly, thou is looking for the weird spider made of metal. Whitebeard's eyes widened a little before he halted his steps and turned back. The atmosphere directly went from awkward, because of Kazuma and Kagaya, to stern and heavy as Whitebeard faced Vanir. Did he read my mind? As that thought flashed inside Whitebeard's mind, his grip on the naginata tightened. It isn't that important if Vanir read his mind or not, but it was a fact that this devil is picking a fight now while also having important information to provide. Slow down, thou who resembles a giant. No need to hurry. Thou are worried about his party's safety and want to go first into battle, but thou doubts aren't needed. If thou desired, Moi could lead thee to that spider. Humph. Closing his eyes, Whitebeard released a breath from his nose. Just when everyone thought he's thinking about the offer, the naginata back and hit the ground. After getting his mind read twice, this devil is clearly picking a fight with him. Whitebeard's expression shifted from a calm one into a face of absolute anger in Kazuma's eyes. Wait, how did you reach the conclusion of fighting just from a proposal? Kazuma felt the ground under him shaking before Vanir jumped up a few times, sensing the vibrations before he raised both his hands. Please calm down. I didn't come here to pick a fight with thee. It's because that fellow, the Demon King, asked Moi to investigate something. Also, from what I have seen, there's no other reason for people not from around to appear here, except for that weird creature that killed Moi once. It isn't that complicated of a deduction. Vanir emphasizing on not from around made Kazuma flinch. Of course, such a phrase is common and all, but hearing it from this devil gave Kazuma an absurd thought. The devil who sees through everything in the world. Don't tell me he knows that we aren't from this world. People can know that? Doesn't this chat room have some security measures? Wait, maybe he doesn't exactly know the truth, but this is already bad. Hold up, why should it be bad? On second thought, Kazuma found that it doesn't really matter if they found out they aren't from this world or not. It isn't that much of a big deal anyway, for someone in the range of Whitebeard's earthquake. Do it, old man, turn him into a devil pancake. I believe in you. Kazuma turned towards Whitebeard with anticipation clearly written in his eyes as it made the latter slightly speechless. Oh? Quite the dangerous thoughts from the boy who is so helpless and lazy about his situation that he didn't find a way out except for being a freeloader. Might as well look up to the thing that gives you confidence now. Sensing the clear hostility in Kazuma's gaze, Vanir shook his head like he's very troubled by this, but it only led to more anger. Don't insult the way of a freeloader. Being a freeloader is even harder than doing something productive. Kazuma raised his hand like his entire cause had been insulted. Thou who I can't really see what lies behind him keep screaming and Moi only stating the truth, how rude. However, fear not. I bear no malice to thee, so you don't have to be worried about falling behind again. What? However, when Kazuma was taking his gun out to shoot Vanir, Kagaya opened the chat room. He can't see it, well, it was expected. I guess I can rule out that he knows our origin exactly, but why didn't he seem to be speaking about Kazuma? Thinking about it, Kagaya typed a private message in the chat room for Misaka. Neat Princess, Mikoto-chan, can you see if you can locate PESS 26-13287 on the map? Try not to move if you can. Misaka flinched while watching Kazuma losing it against Vanir's psychological attacks before she started checking the map. Bree, it's a mess like always, but, shouldn't PESS 26-13287 be in one position or at least in one area? This one seems to be moving all the time. Neat Princess, moving, hey? Thank you, Mikoto. Enough playing around. Spit out everything you know about the spider. Whitebeard's voice carried some doubt at the end because he doesn't know if PESS 26-13287 avatars come in different shapes. To be honest, they don't know much about PESS 26-13287, except the information that was deliberately exposed by the world's will. Oh, right. Thou are really here for that creature that even made Moi felt weird about. Vanir smacked his fist onto his palm before he faced Whitebeard and spoke in a funny tone. Why should we listen to you anyway? We are wasting too much time here. Misaka interfered as Kazuma was reloading his sniper rifle to shoot Vanir in the head after he failed to hit him 5 times. Waste of time? A time with Moi is the most fulfilling time ever. No need to worry about the creature. It isn't going anywhere. Of course, I see my offer is slightly lacking to grab these attention considering that you should have a way to track that creature. You, who are you? Looking at Vanir's playful smile, Misaka stopped messing around as electric arcs flew around her, but even so, the opponent didn't take such a hostile stance seriously. Art thou deaf? Moi has already introduced himself, unlike thou who lacks manners. Well, thou is more concerned about being in doubt and confusion about her current situation more than Moi. This makes Moi sad, but don't you realize that coming here is enough proof of having a way to find that creature? Vanir shook his head like he's disappointed about Misaka not realizing a simple fact. Hey? What are you talking about? Misaka tilted her head as she was confused by Vanir's words. But strangely, she had this uneasy feeling of being seen through. It was 10 times more annoying than that mental out. Wait, mind reading? Telepathy? No, no one should be able to read my mind in Academy City, but, I don't know much about magical abilities. Thou are overthinking it. Moi can see through you easily, you, the girl who keeps wondering why her 2 companions almost explode from laughter each time they see her holding that green gem in her necklace. Misaka turned to Kazuma and Kagaya, and they turned their heads away immediately. What a nice view today. Kazuma admired the night sky and didn't look in Misaka's direction, even if he felt something burning onto his back. What's wrong, Mikoto-chan? Kagaya put on a smile that could only be described as angelic, like she isn't involved in this at all. You too, so, it wasn't my imagination. Misaka's face darkened as electric arcs jumped around her before she raised her clenched fist. Sorry, I have to break your expectations, but that matter isn't related to the size of your chest. Hey! Misaka raised her voice as electricity flew from her forehead like a bolt towards Vanir, but the latter already took a step to the side, dodging the bolt entirely. Why is thou so conscious of the size of her chest? I can't fathom why art thou are so angry, but Moi heard it isn't good for your health despite how poor your chest is. It's none of your business. Misaka was already burning with anger as she was about to drop an entire lightning storm on the head of Vanir. Oi, Misaka-san, calm down. He's just trying to agitate you. I know. But, I'll give him a beating no matter what. Oh? Thou wish to defeat Moi? Vanir, the devil that sees through everything? Despite your poor, flat chest that can be used as a cutting board for a housewife, Moi doesn't think it'll be of help for thou quick anger problems. You. Ah. Easy, Mikoto. Let me go. I'll break that stupid mask on his damn head. Leon moved quickly and caught Misaka from behind as the latter was struggling to rush and beat the living crap out of Vanir. Tisk, thou really have quick anger issues, don't you agree? The lion-looking girl has a hard time blending in this place. It's hard for thee to actually find a goal to keep going after something happened in her life, but to see that you're doing your utmost best makes even a devil like me so overjoyed. What? Leon was flabbergasted as she almost lost her grip on Misaka, but nothing would have happened because Misaka was confused by her friend's reaction. Ah, this is hopeless. She's very angry. No, this whole situation is bad. This devil is clearly playing with our minds and emotions. As I expected of a devil, they can play with other people's minds easily. Well, Whitebeard and Kagaya are fine, so it's all right. I think Kazuma sighed secretly as he decided to wait and see how this farce would end before he saw a strange sight. Ah, what a high-quality negative emotion of shame. It's indeed a fine treat for today. He isn't hiding it at all. Kazuma was shocked looking at Vanir opening his arms wide and breathing deeply. Oh? Why art thou surprised? The best delicacies for devils such as myself are the negative feelings produced by humans. In my eyes, humans are the producers of delicacies, so I won't perform stupid things such as killing or harming you. Whenever a human is born, I feel so happy that I'll dance in the courtyard. Is that supposed to make me feel better? Kazuma's face palmed himself. Why does he feel this is very ridiculous, and this devil is just playing around, maybe because it's the truth. He can even see Kagaya watching the play with a lot of interest. Boom, Out of nowhere, the location near Vanir exploded. The ground cracked like spider webs, and debris flew everywhere. Enough. You have wasted enough time. I feel thou entire party is full of quick-to-anger people. If your goal is intimidating Moi, then I think thou have a problem in his brain. Vanir took a step off to the side in advance, avoiding the naginata blade from falling on his head before he spoke to Whitebeard, who suddenly appeared next to him. Thou should learn to be more patient and wait for Moi to finish. It's noble of you to put yourself in danger and always go first, but Moi see that your muscle head isn't very suitable here, maybe you should try ramming into boulders instead? Moi heard that headaches are good for people like you. Despite Whitebeard giving him a death stare, Vanir just lightly traced the edge of the naginata slightly with his finger before he walked forward, or else, he would have taken a punch to the head according to his predictions. Now, listen to Moi, adventurers. Despite that creature losing interest in me after one kill, I became even more attracted. Rather than playing cat and mouse with that sneaky creature, I have another offer. Arching his back a little, Vanir clapped his hands before announcing in a loud voice. I, Vanir, have a dream. But for that dream to be true, I need to prepare several things, and who better than thee, who caught my interest, to test them. Ha? Do you take us as lab rats, seriously? Old man, can you just send him flying? On it. Whitebeard raised his naginata as he was going to launch Vanir flying to the next kingdom, but Kagaya raised her hand and floated forward. Mr. Vanir, was it? Assuming that your dream is about committing suicide with extra steps, will you perhaps guide us to the spider? Oh? The lady whose mouth is filled with lies and wishes to be my kind despite the lack of qualification knows Moi very well. Yes, I want you to test how my final fight in my dream will go. I wanted to prepare a whole dungeon, but because of the Demon King and the weird creature, I'm more interested in this place. Hey? Why do we need your guidance anyway? Good question from the boy who's good at talking but mediocre in performance. But this is troubling, especially because your companion is the one who brought you here. Sorry, my skills are plain, okay. Kazuma received more damage because of the psychological attacks. You can see it? The spider, I mean. Not exactly, it's the most difficult target my eyes can land on, but lately, it became easier to. Why are thou looking at me like that? Kagaya's eyes sparkled while looking at Vanir as she gave the latter a bad feeling. I see, then I accept your offer. Shall we start? Are you seriously going to play along with this? Why? Just why? Nodding, Kagaya accepted Vanir's deal without many questions as Kazuma dropped his hands in disbelief. Wonderful. Although this lady whose moi eyes can't see clearly because of the power she holds, the smell of the explosion magic from you is clear as day. This might prove to be troubling with the crescent mustache man behind me. Vanir put his hand on his chin like he's thinking deeply. It didn't take long for him to raise his hand as his eyes gleamed red. I have a better idea. Clapping his hands suddenly, Vanir smiled slightly before the ground cracked open. Dolls, a lot of dolls jumped from the cracks, even some of them fell from trees. In less than a second, the whole area was filled with dolls that can turn into grenades at any moment. Misaka's expression collapsed and Leon smiled in defeat, while a drop of sweat slipped Kazuma's cheeks as he saw the dolls swelling in mid-air. Fahahaha. This one of moi traps prepared for that creature, but thou can have it. Asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk the dolls started to explode everywhere. At first, it was a few of them, then the chain reaction made the whole area into a bombing zone, making seeing almost impossible because of the fire and smoke. Humph! But it didn't last for long as a huge airflow hit the area. Whitebeard swung his naginata, clearing the whole area from fire, smoke, and most of the dolls that hadn't exploded yet. Oh! Thou power has surpassed my expectation. As I thought, you should consider using your head to crack boulders. In the middle of the smoke and fire, Vanir already started moving with a funny smile on his face. Whitebeard didn't speak at all before he used Soru, catching up to Vanir and slashing. The slash carried an intense force capable of crushing boulders and reached Vanir's back instantly. Despite Vanir's appearance to be completely oblivious to the attack, Whitebeard frowned and thought this devil had a trick up his sleeve. However, this didn't stop him as the full strike landed on Vanir. Crack butt! In the deadpan expression of Whitebeard, Vanir's body was severed in two under his strike, as the upper body went flying and the lower one crashed and rolled on the ground. Why is the world spinning? Impossible. It can't be. Rotating in mid-air, Vanir, or at least his upper body, was screaming in disbelief before it hit the ground and rolled a few times near Kazuma. Stopping his attack, Whitebeard looked at Vanir's lower body crumbling into dust before looking at the upper body screaming in pain and wiggling on the ground. To think that I, the great Vanir, damn it! It seems that I have underestimated your power, adventurers. Is this how it'll end for moi? Curses slowly and under some long monologue, Vanir's upper body crumbled into dust, even the suit vanished, leaving the mask lying peacefully on the ground. So, that's it? What was the point of all of that? Kazuma tilted his head looking at the dramatic end of the Demon King's general as he felt more speechless than happy. Are you sure he died? Misaka wanted to get a stick and poke the mask on the ground, but she restrained herself. Maybe she should drop a lightning bolt on it. I hope so, but what about that whole deal thingy? Leon hugged herself after remembering the nasty feeling Vanir gave her, but then, she saw Kagaya smiling. No way. Leon's expression crumbled again as a loud voice echoed in her ears. Too bad. Thou hopes are non-existent as that perverted Dullahan cavalierly. Startled by the voice, Kazuma turned to the side to see the mask on the ground rising up. No, it was the earth moving under the mask towards him. In a few seconds, the plain earth and dirt started to change color and shape, until the earth and dirt became an annoying suit-wearing devil. The look on thou face is priceless. Did you think that I, the great Vanir, would die from just a strike? Ah, the negative emotions from thee are a delight. Suddenly, I really want this guy to die. No idea why he is pissed off, but Kazuma felt that this devil's entire existence is mocking him. Thou shouldn't be daydreaming facing Moi despite how fascinating I may appear. Oi, seriously. Raising his head, Kazuma found that Vanir was very close to him, and he was running towards him with red gleaming eyes. Thou wished to kill Moi, right? Isn't this a perfect opportunity to show off? Sadly, thou mediocre skills are of no help, and neither your companion's explosion magic can work here. Well, maybe she wants to take you down with Moi. A noble sacrifice to take the evil Moi. Isn't this an honor? Sacrifice my ass, your honor can go to hell. There's no way, what are you doing? Kazuma raised his gun aiming at the advancing Vanir only to see Kaguya preparing the explosion magic before hiding it quickly when he looked over. Fahahaha. Thou can't hit Moi, even if you practice for hundreds of years. Kazuma shot several bullets at Vanir, but the latter dodged them effortlessly, even if Misaka added several lightning bolts to delay him. Damn it, can't the old man finish this guy? Fahahaha. Art thou begging his companion for help again? The brat, who's still wondering why that crescent white mustache man gave him a chance and agreed to his risky, illogical plan, that he fully realizes how dumb and stupid of a decision that is. Moi can't fathom the confusion thou is experiencing, even after getting something that gives you confidence and safety now. Vanir's words seemed to strike Kazuma like a hammer as he spaced out for a moment. This isn't just a psychological attack, this has reached the level of a personal attack, as Kazuma felt seriously attacked and ashamed. You bastard, goodbye. Kazuma clenched his fist as Vanir smiled before he turned away instantly and ran away as the devil's smile froze. Don't thou have no ounce of shame to do this in front of his party? I sold my shame and dignity to pay off my debts yesterday, and believe me, they weren't enough in the slightest. Wait, why are you so fast? Misaka dropped her hand slowly and cancelled her ability as she watched this scene in front of her. Yup, she really can't take this devil seriously anymore. Ha! Thou shamelessness won't save him from Moi. But I have no desire to play with thou like this. Observe Moi, Vanir, special skill. Shit! Why are you all watching without helping? Whitebeard heard Kazuma plead before he sighed and sat down. Like that devil said earlier, he has no intention of killing a human, so this is kinda a good opportunity to train. If nothing except real danger would make this brat, Kazuma, move, then Whitebeard will throw him into one. This is all for his sake. Unable to outspeed Vanir, Kazuma was forced to stop and take on this special skill, which sounded very bad in his head. No, think Kazuma, I need to do something, special skill, right? I need to time this. Behold, Moi Vanir's special. Vanir put his hand on his mask and started to take it off slowly, but he didn't notice that Kaguya was taking a golden color talisman from her sleeve. Now, stee all. Looking at Vanir in the range of his skill, Kazuma focused as the skill's light blinded everything in front of him. Fahahaha. Steal? Thou think such a useless skill can defeat M? Vanir's words came to halt as the skill light made it hard to see anything for a second before it dimmed down slowly. Did it work? This is the first time I'm using this skill seriously on anything else except that PESS. What just happened? Looking at his previously empty hands, Kazuma found himself holding a dark white mask as Vanir's body crumbled into dust in the distance. It actually worked. Neat. Kazuma found that steel might be more niche than he thought. It actually stole the devil moss. This is bad. it seems that the Moi mask counts as an item by thou skill. How surprising, this didn't happen before. Either way, Moi doesn't mind this development. Observe. Kazuma tried to throw the talking mask away, but Vanir's mask launched itself without any warning and landed on Kazuma's face. Ah! Fahahaha! Kazuma held his head and screamed like he's experiencing a huge amount of pain as Vanir's laughter echoed. Kazuma! Misaka was surprised by the sudden development, but then she saw a person appearing next to Kazuma. Fwahahahaha! Listen up, adventurers! This is the power of Moi. And you, brat! Resistance is pointless, the more thou resists, the more horrible the pain you'll experience. Just give your body to Moi. Explaining his power, Vanir was laughing loudly as Kagaya appeared quickly next to Kazuma and raised a golden talisman. To be honest, I didn't feel anything new. Hearing Kazuma's words, both Vanir and Kagaya, who were about to put the talisman onto Kazuma, froze. What do thou mean by no pain? Also, how is thou mental state perfectly fine? Why are you asking me? But when is this pain supposed to start? I just screamed for no reason and now I feel slightly embarrassed. This is just as Vanir was about to call nonsense and bullshit about the situation, the world in his eyes flipped over before his vision shifted. The entire forest and scenery became a calm blue sky dotted with several peaceful white clouds. To his surprise, there was no ground, no, it was just that the sky and earth were identical and you can't see any difference between them. What is this? I'm in that brat's mind. Dropping the funny tone and weird way of speaking, Vanir looked at the place only to notice that he has a body now. Not exactly true, but this body looked very much like his original body that exists in hell. This is surprising. Vanir hardly contained his surprise before he heard something from above. It was like a person frozen in one pose, but it had a very low quality of vision. The devil had no idea what was happening, but his confusion didn't last long before an object gradually vanished into light, leaving only a weird, ever-changing, fragment of platinum light falling slowly. What in the world? The fragment of light descended slowly as Vanir's mind was thrown into a mess. It was clearly an unidentifiable object, but why did he start to think of it as a feather? In the eyes of the astonished Vanir, the feather landed on the ground as it produced ripples like a lake before it shined. The light was so strong and bright, it made Vanir try to close his eyes before it engulfed everything, leaving nothing except brightness. Meanwhile, in the real world, Kazuma had a deadpan face while looking at the mask that slipped off his face effortlessly and dropped to the ground. What just happened? Kagaya dropped her hand holding the talisman that was supposed to control and seal Vanir as she observed the motionless mask on the ground. No idea, and stop asking me these things. But, is he dead? Kazuma used his sniper rifle to tap on the mask, but he receives no response. Dead? Are you saying your face was so horrible it killed an archdevil? Oi! Kazuma snapped at Kagaya, who was looking at him in shock. But before he continued, the earth underneath him moved as it almost made him jump away. However, earth and dirt did nothing more than gather under the mask, and in seconds Vanir's body was created once more. Despite that, Vanir didn't move or talk. He kept lying on the ground, his hands rested on the abdomen while clasping his fingers. This looked very much like a dead person's position in a coffin. After that, everyone gathered around Vanir's motionless body as their expressions varied. Are you sure you didn't kill him? Misaka already grabbed a stick and poked Vanir, but she also didn't get any reaction. It was as if this devil really was dead. I didn't. Do I look like someone who can kill a devil? Yeah, you're right. That's impossible for you. I'm happy you believed me instantly, but couldn't you have at least said it nicely? That ability he used, he should have been connected to your mind. What did he see? Whitebeard thought about it as he didn't understand how this devil was knocked out like this. Maybe he saw something very horrible in your mind. Leon turned towards Kazuma, as the latter just kept a deadpan face and decided to not answer anything. Sigh, to think I, Vanir, would have such a day. When the group was in confusion about the death of Vanir, the said dead devil suddenly started to talk, startling almost everyone near him. He's alive! Kazuma and Misaka jumped away to keep as much distance as possible, but Vanir stood up slowly and raised his hand. Please calm down. I have no desire to continue this battle. Ignoring both Whitebeard and Kaguya, Vanir stood up on his feet calmly and brushed his suit from dust and dirt despite it being made from them before bowing slightly. I, the Duke of Hell and the Archdevil that can see through anything in the world, Vanir, offer my apologies to the Apostle of His Excellency and your companions. Excuse me. I had no idea that you were the Apostle of His Excellency. Although my actions won't change, a proper greeting is a must. After confirming that he regrets nothing and he'll do it again, Vanir just sighed while shaking his head. Are you sure you're okay? I think you hit your head when that mask fell down. Kazuma blinked his eyes at Vanir, who became very formal for a second before he looked at everyone else. They shared the same expression and confusion. How rude! Moi can't see such a rude individual receiving the blessing and protection of His Excellency. The world is surely full of surprises. The more Vanir spoke, the more confusion he caused. This was just so sudden to process, and Vanir's ambiguous words aren't helping. Who the hell is this Excellency? And when did I become an apostle? Dude, what did you see in my mind? Just tell me. Protection, Excellency, and this guy is a devil. Kaguya thought for a moment before a blank expression surfaced on her face. She turned to look at Kazuma. Kazuma. What? Do you remember the other day? The other day, what do you mean? Oh. In an instant, Kazuma had the same expression as Kaguya as they stopped moving and looked at the sky speechlessly. In his imagination, the stars in the sky transformed into a very annoying face of someone and gave him a thumbs up. A vein popped on Kazuma's forehead at that moment. Do you mind sharing with us what you know? Misaka wanted to ask, but Kazuma took a deep breath before he raised his head and shouted into the sky. It was that bastard all along. In the middle of the quiet night, the screams of a young man reached the sky as his friend, a devil, just watched in silence. Chapter 158, Konosuba Side Part 43. After screaming to the sky, Kazuma laughed dryly before he went completely silent. This gave Misaka shivers as he moved again. His steps were messy as a low whisper was heard from his mouth, and coupled with the weird atmosphere around him, Vanir wondered if this human was a zombie all along, but then he denied it. I must still be in shock. A zombie would definitely be more competent than this guy. I'll not insult the undead like this. I have standards. Slightly ashamed to compare the hard-working undead to such a person, Vanir shook his head before he noticed the target of his insults was right in front of him. You, tell me everything you know. That could prove to be a problem, because after all, I know a lot of things, but what are thou doing? Without giving Vanir a chance to complete his words, Kazuma caught Vanir's collar violently in an attempt to drag him over, but the difference in strength made that impossible. Look, a devil or not, you'll tell me everything you know about what happened inside my mind. Did overcoming Moi once made thou too comfortable at raising his hand at Moi? In any case, move away. Thou breath stinks more than an earth dragon. Vanir pushed Kazuma's face away before waving his hand to clear the bad breath. However, Kazuma recovered instantly and caught Vanir again. Thou! I hope you understand that I don't swing that way. At least, let me transform into a great beauty to make your despair and shame more enjoyable. What? Screw off. I'll not leave until you spit out everything. You must know what happened inside my mind, just tell me, please, just tell me. Looking at Kazuma falling slowly on the ground in complete despair, Vanir blinked his eyes before he looked at the others. All of them gave him a blank look while some just turned their heads away. Art thou okay? No, I'm not okay. I found out that the sadistic angel did something in my mind. You have no idea what that guy can do, and he actually accessed my brain. How could I be okay? I have a general idea after witnessing a glimpse of His Excellency's strength, but aren't thou overacting? I don't sense an ounce of malice from that power. On the contrary, it only carries goodwill. This makes Moy interested in how thou could achieve such a feat. Goodwill. Ha! You don't know a thing about the terrors I witnessed, Rick. Rick is still haunting my dreams. Kazuma stood up from the ground instantly as he described the terrors he faced. Seeing this, Vanir only shook his head and sighed. He lamented how some people could be so ignorant of the blessings they have. Could you have a breakdown later? We need to hurry, you know. No, I'll have my breakdown here and now, thank you. Kazuma fell on the ground again and refused to get up as Leon looked down at him. Vanir, could you just say what you know? This guy won't stop until he can understand what happened. Kagaya appeared next to Vanir suddenly as the latter flinched a little, before returning to his normal pose. Ah, the rude lady. You make sense, but never mind. I have a better idea. Vanir clapped his hands before he headed towards the forest. After a few steps, he turned to look back at the group. Thou don't wish to waste any more time, right? So, how about you follow Moy in the meantime? With those words, Vanir lowered his hand and presented the path behind him, making a polite gesture of inviting them. Let me guess, all of you will accept the invitation of a devil. Yup, called it. Kazuma stood up from the ground with a blank face, wiping the dust away from his clothes. Well, at this point, it isn't a bad choice. Also, aren't you curious? To be honest, my curiosity died a few days ago. Now, I just want this to end. Well, too bad for you. Leon shook her head before she followed behind, leaving Kazuma alone. He shook his head, sighing before he chased after the rest of the group into the forest. Deep into the forest, the group was walking under the leadership of Vanir the moment they entered, which was a few minutes ago. Still, this small period was abnormally intensely silent. In such a big forest, you'd expect to see birds and animals, or at least small insects, but it was so quiet. There was nothing in their sight except for the endless rows of trees and plants. Whitebeard frowned as his haki was scanning the area. Except for the trees and plants, no living creature was in the vicinity. Not even the smallest of bugs and insects. The feeling was exceptionally uncanny. Not only that, but the devil at the front was also acting unusual than his normal self. Vanir didn't say a word from the moment they entered this forest. For someone who appeared to be very talkative a few moments ago, this was indeed suspicious. Hey, are you? There's no point in asking Moy, thou with the crescent mustache. I feel that thou know more about the cause of this than Moy anyway. Vanir waved his hand before he changed directions and took a turn to the left. So, you know something, about what happened here, not the cause behind it. That's right. The cause of the change in the forest is because of that creature. Putting his hand on his chin, Vanir looked at the area for a moment before he chose a new direction. What does this have to do with the thing in my mind? Nothing. Are you an idiot? Ah, sorry for my obvious question. Kazuma was grinding his teeth as Vanir looked at him apologetically. This guy is really getting on his nerves the moment he saw him. Then what are you doing? Guiding you to the creature. Isn't this what we agreed on? This is also an urgent matter for thou and his party, no. Kazuma was speechless. This devil isn't saying anything wrong. They did agree to play Vanir's game so he could guide them, and it was also rather urgent for them to find the PESS 26-13287's avatar quickly. But what about the bomb in my mind? Stop antagonizing the goodwill that you received. Kazuma was having another breakdown as Vanir shook his head. Can you explain why we are running in circles all this time?
What do you mean?
Pulling the map in the chat, Misaka found that Vanir was guiding them in circles. The marked area was chaotic and changing, but they didn't step inside, not even once. Vanir was taking them around the edge of the location, taking detours each time they get closer and about to enter. If only thou were more focused on important affairs than desiring to strike my lovely mask with a lightning bolt. But thou could try it, I don't mind death once again for a change. However, I don't think thou can revive themselves. Vanir put his hand on his chin and looked up and down at Misaka before he shook his head. This gesture made Misaka's eyebrow twitch. This devil is using every opportunity he gets to make her mad. Die? Is this place dangerous? No, I just said that because I thought it's funny. Did thou like my joke? Be aware, thou might die from laughter. Misaka clenched her fist and looked at Kaguya, but the latter just shrugged. She doesn't care if Vanir got hit by lightning, neither know if it'll affect him. Kaguya is oblivious to the effect of Misaka's electromagnetism on Vanir's earth body that is infused with mana. Ah, this is the farthest I can go. There's no helping it. Suddenly, Vanir halted his steps as an ominous smile surfaced on his lips. Despite that, he resumed walking slowly until he entered deeply into a darker area in the forest. The group looked at each other before they followed Vanir. The forest continued to darken as the thick plants and trees made it hard for the moonlight to illuminate the area. However, after a few steps, the group found the area suddenly became slightly brighter before they felt a bizarre numbness on their bodies. It was like they have touched or passed something very thin, giving them a slight goosebump. Wow! Misaka exclaimed as the whole forest changed into a brand new place. The darkness was dispelled by an emerald green color coming from lines like circuits, illuminating the whole forest. They extended everywhere at sight. From ground to trees, they filled the whole place. Under the emerald light, a few particles of green light were floating here like a swarm of fireflies, sharing the same glow with the circuits, and adding a touch of mystery to the area. Gradually, the green particles will fall gently and slowly from the air, leaving a small trail of glow behind them. Landing on the circuits, they melt like snow on the ground, but once they land on the outside area, they leave a green glow. The green glow will dim slowly until it becomes new circuits, attaching themselves to the others if they were close enough, and forming the huge network that filled the forest. So, are you sure this was here all along? Looking at the dreamy fantasy scenery, Kazuma wondered if his eyes in playing tricks on him, or maybe that devil put him under a spell. No, at least we couldn't tell. Kaguya observed the emerald network of circuits extending as far as her sight could reach before she spoke to the only relaxed person here. Was that a barrier we just crossed? Are you the one who made it? No, not a chance. It existed before I arrived here, but thou are a bit wrong. I won't deny I also had that same wrong reasoning. Vanir shrugged his shoulders as Kaguya frowned. She has a weird feeling the moment she set a foot inside this area. It was like the whole area is separated from the outside, not just visually, but even. Thou can feel it. I also had my doubts at first, until I realized that this shift reminded me of the difference between hell and the human world. A different reality? A realm. Kaguya felt this situation became more complicated. Unlike the first PESS 26-13287 avatar, this one seems to have more tricks. This raises the question, this is a new reality separated from the previous one? Maybe the circuits on the ground are making it? Without a good answer, Kaguya was in quite a dilemma. How she should deal with this? It not like the circuits and the barrier are just fancy decorations? What are you doing to do? Rush inside and deal with it like the previous one? Misaka asked while observing the whole area. She is amazed by how the area was tattooed by green circuits, especially the flying lights. Noticing one of them, she wanted to extend her hand and catch it. Thou don't have to seek death this much, have more confidence in yourself. You can still grow up. I think without knowing when, Vanir already appeared next to Misaka and caught the emerald light particles before they touched her. You! Just what you, hey! Before she exploded from anger, Misaka froze as she noticed that a green glow started to spread on Vanir's hand before it started crumbling. Slowly, the green glow reached his whole arm, decaying it into dust, but Vanir sliced off his arm before the glow spread further. This is a bit of hustle. Last time, I stepped on the glowing lines and almost died, then the spider killed me. Fahahaha. I wished a more entertaining death as his arm recovered quickly. Vanir laughed for a bit before his tone shifted into a deadpan one. It was like someone insulted him very badly. So, this guy doesn't mind dying as long as it is interesting? And he's in a bad temper for having a boring death? What a mood. Kazuma found that this whole group is becoming more concerning. Having one of the people don't die when they are killed is already too much, but two of them? This only screams trouble. Is this whole place a death trap? Whitebeard wanted to test the green particles with his naginata, but he found it isn't worth it. He didn't feel anything coming from them, and this just makes them more dangerous. What happened to that devil just confirmed it. Thou can say that. The moment I arrived here, the animals and monsters already evacuated this part of the forest, leaving it deserted. Such occurrence has called my sense of curiosity, so I went to explore and died once. It was very disgraceful death, quiet with no excitement at all. Clearing his throat, Vanir took a doll from his suit and tossed it inside the emerald field. The doll didn't even make it to the ground before it turned into dust, but it cleared some green light particles. As you see, I made my Vanir's premium edition dolls and scattered them around to contain the spread of the green lines. Thou should have seen how fast these lines multiple. I remember seeing a pillar in the middle of them, but now, it's nowhere to be seen. Shaking his head and spreading his hands, Vanir expressed his helplessness about the situation. He already did his best, but he couldn't find anything. You contained the whole area by yourself? Seriously? Kazuma found it hard to believe that this devil would do something this good. Despite it been few minutes after their first meeting, he can see that this devil is someone that feeds on the suffering of others like that sadistic angel. Sigh. Thank you. Struggling to say it, Misaka thanked Vanir, who just saved her life. She had no idea that something so pretty is a death trap. If it wasn't for him, she'll be. The mere thought of it made her shiver. Do thou found it hard to believe that I held off this place? It is rather simple. I, Vanir, wanted to protect the humans that live beyond this forest. An amused smile appeared on Vanir's face when he spotted the puzzlement on Kazuma and Misaka's face, and smiled, even more, when it became a shock. Why are thou too surprised? As an all-seeing devil, I could easily see that the humans in the towns outside this forest won't survive this disaster, especially if the spreading speed increased. Despite being a devil, I know the value of human life very well. Human life is too precious to be wasted like this. You. Misaka was slightly moved. She never thought this insufferable devil could do something like this. Her thoughts about him might have been wrong all along, but she didn't notice Leon shaking her head and shrugging. Wait for it. However, Kazuma wasn't fazed. He knows this script very well. Human life should be preserved because it's a precious and potential meal for Moi. Burying his mask in his hands, Vanir raised his head before he said very passionately as Misaka froze in her place. Yes, this is the goal of Vanir. Every human is a potential target that will produce the best of shame and despair that satisfies him. And if they couldn't? Then their future children will do. Human life is just very precious for him to waste. He'll never forgive such a waste of resources. As a devil, he has great morals that he'll never betray. Human life should be used to spill tears of blood made of shame and despair as the finest meal that could exist. This is what I, Vanir, live for. Saying with a deep voice, Vanir was more serious than ever, but Misaka was completely fixed in her place, speechless and lost. Leon just patted Misaka's shoulders while Kazuma gave some half-assed claps for Vanir's speech.
Oh? Thank you, thank you. It appears that thou aren't as blind as I thought.
What a surprise! Noticing Kazuma clapping, Vanir gave a bow before he said a combination of an insult and a compliment. Kazuma just doesn't know anymore. Ignoring the shenanigans happening in the background, Kaguya was wondering how is she supposed to find PESS 26-13287. After a quick test, she found that her time stop is ineffective against this whole area. It's like there's a force in the air rendering her time stop into a slight slowdown. It was very annoying, to be honest. What do you think? We can't enter this area at all, and even if we wanted to go from above, only I can have a stable air battle. Listening to Kaguya, Whitebeard shook his head. He can't find a good solution to the current problem, especially if it involved leaving the ground. Air battles were never his strong point. It is kinda his weakness. Not to mention, he has to carry someone or two during it. This will make it more difficult and he can't take chances. Maybe we should switch to the next target and come back to this one later? But according to that devil, this phenomenon is spreading. It'll only get worse if it is left to be. Can we somehow drag PESS from there? I can't even see it inside at all. Kaguya covered her mouth with the sleeve and wondered, but Whitebeard frowned. It might not be impossible, but he has no guarantees.
Hey, Vanir, was it?
Did you say you saw a pillar inside there? Pointing with the naginata, Whitebeard asked Vanir, who was laughing maniacally at Kazuma's deadpan face.
Indeed so.
But can thou tell his companion to keep their death stares to themselves? This isn't polite. Are thou listening? Having so much pride in his previous declaration, Vanir didn't understand why Misaka was so mad, but Whitebeard didn't mind him. Good, I think we will be able to lure that creature over and drag it to a suitable battlefield. Oh? Do you mean the other device? Are you sure this is going to work? Quickly understanding, Kaguya peeled the huge pillar from under her sleeve like a magic trick before it dropped it on the ground near the circuits. The pillar dropped on the ground with a thud sound, even cracking it for a bit, showing how heavy it is. This made most people here wonder what Kaguya's sleeves are made of. You never know until you try, and this is our best chance for the moment. Taking a battle stance, Whitebeard focused his whole attention on the emerald forest at the front, preparing for any sudden attack or change. PESS 26-13287 showed great importance for the device last time. It was almost like its entire life depends on it, which was true. The moment it lost connection with the pillar, PESS 26-13287 started to become weaker and weaker. Maybe if they left it for longer, it'll die on its own. Whitebeard was betting on that relationship to get PESS 26-13287 out of this death trap, then drag it outside. However, after few minutes, he shook his head. It was an utter failure. Nothing happened at all, not a single reaction, as the forest was completely calm. The only thing that changed is that the circuits are advancing much quickly without Vanir's dolls that were supposed to block them. Was this thou attempt to make the creature appears? Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to work. This location already had a planted device, maybe PESS didn't want more and it's satisfied with one. This is very weird. Hearing Vanir and Kaguya's voice behind him, Whitebeard started to think of new options. Should he use his fruit power and create a shockwave big enough to destroy the whole area? No, it is too risky. Although Whitebeard got enough strength, the consequences of using it in such delicate situations are devastating. Assuming launching a strike with all his force, there is no guarantee what would really happen. Every object that shines with a green glow is deadly according to Vanir. What would happen if his attack made them fly everywhere? Is he assisting the spread of the green circuits, or worst, maybe a fragment will make contact with people behind him? Unlike Vanir, who can make bodies and recover from the earth, most people in the chat are still mortal. The green glow is very fatal for them, including Whitebeard himself. The more he thought about it, the worse it sounded in his head. Especially if the green circuits are advancing. What are you doing? Whitebeard didn't answer Kaguya as he went over and grabbed the pillar. Unlike a smooth pillar, this one has a lot of weird additions to it, which made it look like a machine. Finding a good place to hold it, Whitebeard raised the whole pillar with one hand before he stared at the green light particles and circuits on the ground. Oh? Is thou planning to smash his way through this? Fwahahaha. How amusing. Thou violent approach is interesting, but unfortunately, I have to tell thou. Vanir stopped his words immediately after Whitebeard swung the entire pillar forward and cleared the entire area of the swing from the green light. It doesn't work. Finishing his words, Vanir stared in confusion as a grin appeared on Whitebeard's face before he swung the pillar again. Boom, making a whistling sound, the pillar struck the ground at the point between the newest circuits and big network behind them, leaving a deep mark on earth and sending the dirt flying. Despite its weird shape, the pillar was like a knife cutting down the network of circuits as sparks flew in the air before the green gleam died down. The newest circuits didn't last for a moment before they dimmed, even the traces on the flying dirt vanished into nothing. Confirming that his idea worked, Whitebeard's grin widened before he raised the pillar again. I'm keeping this. Sure, Kaguya said with a monotone voice as Whitebeard rested the pillar on his shoulder. While watching the green circuits crawling their way on the ground, Whitebeard noticed something uncanny. Near the pillar, or at least its edges, there was no green glow. Instead, there was a very faint green glow that shone on the end of the pillar before it vanished instantly. This happens each time a green light particle falls on it. Does it get absorbed? From the look of it, it works just fine. The pillar was absorbing all the green glow that landed on it, even the circuits on the ground. This reminded him that this pillar had the same green glow when it was with PESS 26-13287 Avatar. Just like that, Whitebeard repeated the process and cleared the front as Vanir stared in astonishment. This doesn't make any sense. Remembering how many dolls he used just to delay the spread a little, Vanir shook his head and felt a big waste while the group just watched the show as Whitebeard cleared the area. But little do they know, there was someone else in bigger confusion than all of them. Brew. As his face took the shape of O. Konosuba Worldswell stared in wonder at Whitebeard violently clearing his path through the wild origin power using the device like a club. Although those devices' job is to drill into the weak points in reality and draw origin power to change it, using their absorption aspect as some fly swatter is unheard of. Just thinking about how many Worldswells and outer gods are still trying to figure out that guy technology and devices' way of work, and Whitebeard here using it as a fly swatter, made Konosuba Worldswell feels bad, because he's also one of them. This is bullshit floating in the emptiness. Konosuba Worldswell didn't find more fitting words to describe his feelings as he continued watching. Under the watchful eyes, Whitebeard cleared the whole front from the circuits and light particles, so they don't make any more problems in the meantime. But this wasn't enough. There are too many light particles in the air and circuits will recover, even if he cleared them all. So, Whitebeard decided to focus on clearing a path rather than the whole area. At least until they can find PESS 26-13287 or the source of this phenomenon. Of course, Whitebeard took in case the chances of their escape route get closed from behind or the green glow surrounds them, but all the particles that the pillar absorbed never come back. However, he also never saw the green circuits making those small light spots. Maybe the source is only the other pillar? Not knowing the truth, Whitebeard focused on making a path while Vanir, who shrugged at this development, made more dolls from Earth to watch their backs and not get trapped. Misaka wanted to help, but she found that gathering iron sand from the land under the green circuits is almost impossible for some reason. What makes this worst is even if she brought iron from behind, it'll just pass through the green light and not cause anything. Oh? Thou don't have mana? Interesting. Throwing more dolls to die heroically, Vanir smirked as Misaka got more annoyed. She could easily see that this devil is trying to see through her, especially if she used something like magic in this world without any mana whatsoever. Kaguya on the other hand tried to throw 1 or 2 energy bullets there, but they caused more harm than good. The bullets got mixed with the green gleam and made it scatter around the place, so she decided to stop. As for Kazuma, steel. Oh, it really worked using steel. Kazuma saw the light of skill extinguishing the green gleam around his hand easily, even the circuits on the ground dried up and vanished. What left were some harmless sparks that faded away quickly. Slap! Ouch! What was that for? Getting hit on the back of his head, Kazuma turned quickly to see the culprit was Vanir. Stop wasting that, do you think it's unlimited? Scratching the back of his head, Kazuma suddenly remembered something. It's very important for his mental health. By this death glowing forest took all his attention. Then can you please tell me what is it? Tell thou what? About the bomb that has been planted in my mind. Vanir appeared to be confused for an instant while making dolls as Kazuma facepalmed himself. Sigh, thou has reached a new level of annoyance. Fine, thou deserve a proper explanation after all that I pulled you through. Even I felt bad really. Kazuma's face brightened as Vanir smiled gently and said the following. No. Kazuma pulled his gun again and loaded a bullet before Vanir stopped him with a finger. To be frank, I don't have much knowledge about what His Excellency gave you, except it's a blessing of protection and guidance. It's also a third-party limited ritual according to His Excellency the what? Kazuma blinked his eyes as Vanir sighed. Maybe he should just ignore this guy? Listen well, brat. I have no idea what thou did, but you clearly participated in some ceremony and made offerings. The result of that offering was thou receiving a limited blessing. When thou were able to use steel on my mask, or when thou had the absurd idea to use steel on Moi, it was the result of that blessing. When thou are lost, truly confused, and really desire it, the blessing will act to provide guidance. That's it. The more Kazuma listened to Vanir, the more confused he became. But in another case, he kinda understood what this devil meant. Especially the guidance part. Remembering the weird feeling he had facing PESS 26-13287, Kazuma wonders if that is also guidance. It was a strong feeling of confusion that made him make the risky plan of using steel on PESS 26-13287 with no guarantee it would work, instead of running away because he won't be able to help. But, did he wish for that? Sigh, what about the third-party thingy? Kazuma shook his head and continued asking, but this time, Vanir was silent for a moment before he spoke with an unsure voice. That, Moi eyes can't make sense of it. Skills have 2 steps, thinking about them and channeling mana or stamina, but for thou, you have now 3 steps. Your skill, steel, seems to be passing through some form of spirit left within thou before activating that. Doesn't make sense, to be honest. Kazuma scratched the back of his neck in irritation. Things have gone much complicated, but at least his head won't explode, right? Whatever thing left in his head wouldn't go berserk at any moment, right? Right. Why are you calling that sadistic angel, His Excellency? No, why did you decide to help us in the first place? Don't tell me because that guy told you so. If you're referring to His Excellency, then yes, I'm only doing this because His Excellency outplayed me, Vanir answered casually as Kazuma blinked in disbelief. To be honest, he didn't expect to be correct. Thou should have been in Elroad to deal with a similar event, then came here only to find Moi in the process. It didn't matter because I would surely fall into the trap and become an ally to thou and his party. This all has been calculated by His Excellency, so I, Vanir, the all-seeing devil, would join and assist. As I expect from an all-seeing devil like Moi, Count Moi impressed. Hold on, calculated. As Kazuma exclaimed, the rest of the group looked at Vanir with a color of shock on their faces. But before they asked him what he truly meant, Vanir's funny smile vanished. Suddenly, Vanir looked in a certain direction before Whitebeard quickly stopped clearing the path from circuits and took a battle stance, startling everyone. Kazuma and Seo fall silent as they observed the emerald forest around carefully, but they didn't see anything. Yet, the creepy atmosphere that appeared from the silence wasn't promising. While they were alarmed, at the corner of the Emerald Circuit's field, a faint shadow was flashing here and there at astonishing speed, leaving more green particles in the air with each movement. Chapter 159, Konosuba Side Part 44.